Hi, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of our 10th anniversary celebrations at Brand Innovators and yet another fantastic day of programming. My name is Ritesh Shah, and I'm the VP of Member Services at Brand Innovators. Today, we're going to be continuing our Behind the Brand Summit that I think a lot of you have been enjoying for the last couple of days. We will be joined by marketing leaders from Blink Fitness, from The Current, American Eagle Outfitters, the House of LR&C, Pernod Ricard, Reebok, and many more. Please be sure to ask lots of questions. We have an incredible group of panelists, and it is my favorite part of the day to ask questions and to be able to get them involved. So we'd love to do that. Please use the Q&A at the bottom of your screen. And just before we get going, I said to myself, Brand Innovators is 10 years old. There were a lot of things that were going on in 2011, and what were some memorable moments potentially? What other brands launched? So I don't know if you knew this, but Google Music made its debut in 2011, which is amazing. And Google Plus, if you remember, the Google's extension of the social platform also happened in 2011, and the largest global brand in 2011 was Coca-Cola. So a lot has changed in the 10 years, but here we are, excited to be along with you again. And so before we kick off today's livecast, I'd love to share a short video that highlights our recent Media Buying Summit, which was another exciting event put together by a team and all the amazing marketers that participated. So here you go.
We are thrilled to have you joining us for our latest and greatest marquee event, the Brand Innovators 2021 Media Buying Summit.
Welcome, everyone. Let's get started.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited about this show. All right, so I'm back.
I have 2 dogs too, so they might want to join the party later.
We have a truly fantastic program planned for you with what I would say is an epic group of speakers, senior media buyers, and marketing leadership from some of the world's biggest brands.
We looked at media more holistically than ever. Consumers don't necessarily know the difference between a paid side of the house versus an influencer, creative versus organic. To them, it all looks like your brand, it's your advertising.
It's another thing when you have a brand that's 50 years old that people think of as a brick and mortar retailer, and you've got to figure out how you're going to tell a story to get them to rethink and create a moment of reconsideration for your brand.
So again, how do we use data? We looked at regionally, where do we have inventory? Because for a while, we stopped making cars and we started making ventilators and masks. First of all, there was a lot of people who really wanted cars because it's your own personal space. Spending really went way back up. And so at the end of the year, we were back at our normal budget levels and launching the Escalade.
What we decided that we were going to define content commerce as shortening the distance between inspiration and purchase. It does away with that kind of multi-step, lengthier sequence of product searching, researching. And I think what's really interesting about this space is that these kind of micro moments of discovery are happening more and more in your social feed and through short form video that you're interacting with.
There's just too much now, too much clutter. We've gone from 30-second ads to now 15-second ads and 6-second ads. So I feel like that is an opportunity for us to reset the balance here. And I feel like that's a huge opportunity and to create, I think, a much better ad experience.
I will always recommend that you want to have the people who work on your business to be as close to dedicated on your business as you possibly can. If you know that they're working for you, then their priorities aren't split.
Being on the streets, connecting with our consumers is critical. So we have a division structure that enables and empowers our local teams to make decisions based on what is right for their market.
Like many other brands, we just had to adapt to make sure that we're meeting customer needs, as well as their changing media consumption habits, right? So fortunately for us, last year, our various creative agencies and media agencies and partners were just very accommodating as we were trying to navigate those challenges.
I think 2021 will be a very interesting year as we all kind of learn and understand the new dynamics at play and how they impact all of our respective businesses.
Amazing. I mean, when you look at that, it's like, how do you not get energized watching those amazing speakers talk about all of the incredible work that each and every one of those brands is doing? I know when I listen to it, even though, we're surrounded by marketers and having these conversations every day, there's always one or two things that you take away from all of those conversations. And so on that note, without further delays, I'd love to welcome our first speakers of the day. So please welcome to the virtual stage, Michelle Horowitz, who is the Senior Vice President and the Head of Marketing and Communications at Blink Fitness, and Liza Mandel, the VP of East Coast Sales at Influential. So welcome, Michelle, and Liza, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're excited to be here. Appreciate the intro. And Michelle, it's great to see you again. We're thrilled to be part of the 10th anniversary summit. So again, excited to kick things off with some great brands. So thank you for hosting us. And it's a great opportunity to meet Michelle, get to know a little bit more about her career, her love for lobster rolls. So a quick intro from my end. I started my media career on the agency side, and then after 15 great years, made the leap over to the publisher platform side. I'm currently working on the partnerships team at Influential, which is one of the largest influencer marketing companies in the space. We're an IBM exclusive influencer partner and have extremely sophisticated technology and measurement, really tracking that consumer journey and delivering real results for brands. So that's my little quick intro, and Michelle, would love to hear from you and do a quick intro on your end.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. Hi, Liza. It's great to see you again. And exciting to be part of the 10th anniversary. It really is a big deal, and Brand Innovators has been really incredible in supporting the community, and I know for sure supporting me as well as I sort of go on this career trajectory. So I guess it's easiest to talk about the last, 10 to 12 years of my career. I've been in retail, primarily in contemporary fashion, with Diane von Furstenberg, and then leading Ann Taylor and Taylor Loft, as well as creating their athleisure wear brand Lewin Gray. So, and most recently I've joined the team at Blink Fitness. It's been almost 2 years that I've been part of the world of health, wellness, and fitness, which has been obviously unprecedented during this time, but at the same time, it feels really good to be part of a brand that's really encouraging health and wellness, and certainly through this time period. So a little bit about me. And I do love lobster rolls. You caught me. Yes, this is true.
That's great. And would love to hear a little bit more about your role. Obviously, like we spoke about, I mean, the fitness world, the gym world was severely affected. And we'll get into that a little bit more, but would love to just hear a little bit more about your role and what it encompasses there at Blink Fitness when it comes to marketing, media. What are you, sort of managing, or where you have your hands in what pots?
Yeah. So, Blink, was born in about 2008 as part of the Equinox portfolio, and really focuses in on the price value sort of luxury experience for health and wellness and fitness. And, we're on a growth trajectory, as we continue to sort of come out of COVID. Our plan is really to continue to grow, and particularly our footprint across the United States. So it's an exciting time, and obviously an important time. We sort of keep going back to it, but people are really thinking about health and wellness, and not only the physical element, but the mental element of it as well. And I think that's really what the brand was born and kind of came through, and especially during this time, is just the mood lifting benefits of what we do. But we're continuing to grow in both sort of the retail as well as the digital world, but I'm sure we'll get into that.
For sure. And I think obviously, like especially when it comes to this space, as we know, COVID has really impacted the world, and it's obviously impacted. It's had a lot of impact on brands, and marketing is multifaceted. But of course, when we look at that gym, that studio space, I think we mentioned this, when we chatted earlier, that Definitely one of the hardest hit industries outside of hospitality, which is what you said. So would love to hear about this past year. I mean, knowing you've been there for 2, and then this past year was drastically different than your first year, I'm assuming. That, just what has, how has it played a role for you? And then I've been read a couple articles about how quickly, Blink had to pivot to really understand what the consumer was looking for, in marketing, and then also in what you are putting out there. And then some of the, some of the lessons that you've learned over the past year.
Yeah, for sure. That's like a mouthful, all of that.
Yes. Yeah.
But you're definitely right. I mean, outside of hospitality, obviously with gyms and studios being closed, the industry really went through an unprecedented time, not to overuse that sort of idea. But I think and certainly one of the positive outputs has been this acceleration into digital and thinking about sort of exercise and fitness outside of the 4 walls of a retail space, and really now kind of living into how people want to take on their fitness journey, and whether that be in the 4 walls or be outside the 4 walls. So we definitely pivoted. You had mentioned that you had sort of read a couple of the things that the team had accomplished, but I think the thing that we really moved quickly to do was to engage our members and our community. So our employees as well was part of that equation. And within 72 hours, we actually got content live and available to everybody. And we did that through Facebook live stream, where we hosted our personal trainers, and each day created a wellness regime for not only it ended up not only being for our members, but we opened it up to anybody that wanted to join in. And I think a huge part of it, Liza, was actually, we were very fortunate. In 2019, we had launched an app, which we could talk more about, but we had that app available to us and the members as well, obviously, and used it really as the perfect platform for continuing to engage with them. In addition, we added in this content. So, I think we're up to 2 million views right now. When you get the app, it's actually that content has been built right in and is archived on the app. So you're able to use that content whenever you want. But it was a huge feat, and it spoke to really the resiliency of my team and my cross-functional partner teams about how quickly we were able to react, because we were juggling a lot of plates in the air in that moment between closing down the gyms and then re-engaging with our members. It was really important to us that we focused in on putting them first.
I mean, yeah, saying you said 72 hours you were able to get, that's incredible. I mean, I think I was shocked at how many brands pivoted within, I don't know, a month or so, but saying that you were able to get, content up and pivot to these Facebook live streams is pretty incredible. And yes, a testament to, I'm sure, your team and your content team. And the personal trainers, right? Like it was the first time ever that they, a lot of them had been in quotations on camera, but for them to begin to think about, curating something that made sense and that everybody could participate in, that was part of really what we were thinking about, is how can we bring everybody on their journey and really open it up. So we actually had Q&A. We were actually hosting it at the same time. So for those that were like, what do I use? I don't have any weights, I don't have a mat, like what can be some substitutes? So we were really thoughtful in thinking about how could we get as many people into this mode as quickly as possible, even if they didn't have the ideal situation. So it was kind of amazing. That's amazing. And so currently, is it still, because you said the app had actually launched prior to this, right? So obviously then you were able to just also put content and stream and do all of that within the app as well.
Yeah, we started to archive it within the app. So it was originally just, live stream on Facebook and available and there if anybody wanted to use it, but now it's been archived right into the app, which is phenomenal.
That's really amazing. Yeah, I feel like, I do think that was one of the biggest, even for me, personally, when this all happened and that those classes were shut down. I remember actually going to my last class, and then all of a sudden I was like, well, now what do I do? And, I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. I had to create a gym space in my living room, which was every morning. And then I will say it was one of the, as you mentioned, like it was a very quick digital transition. Yes. And at home. I was never, ever working out really at home. And now it's my norm. So I do think it's really interesting how that space has changed due to the pandemic, for sure.
For sure. How to use like your pet or your child to, as extra weight as you do your bicep curl or we really tried to think of sort of all the different possibilities, right? Like if you didn't have the weights, could you use detergent containers instead to supplement for that weight that you were looking for? So we got super creative. And I think that also helped bring people along on the journey for, we really focus on the novice and first time users. So we really created that comfort level. It might not be perfect, but you can still sort of get that active lifestyle that you need.
For sure. And it's funny to also I was, traveled to Connecticut and drove and I now everything that my gym mat comes with me everywhere I go, which was never the case before, but I now take my mat. And sometimes if I have room, I take my weights, but it is funny that is, definitely a change in sort of lifestyle over the last year.
Yeah. And then, and we talked a little bit about this, but the app also, we did, the app is really thoughtful in not only having the fitness content, but we actually have nutrition as well as rejuvenation, or what we call recovery content. So we've partnered with a lot of popular fitness partners. So whether it's Active or Sworkit or Daily Burn or Zumba, we actually have all of that content as well available. And then we have all of the sort of nutrition based, whether it's Food 52 or Cooking Light. And then we're really thinking about too, the mental wellness of things. So whether you needed the yoga class or you need the meditation class, that content is all there. So that content was there and available. And we actually saw a real large increase in downloads. And I'd say almost 80% of our member base right now actually are engaged and using the app. So that's kind of amazing. So now that as people kind of think of, what is this new stasis of exercising? Like, am I going to my gym? Am I going to my gym with my app? If I don't finish my workout in the gym, can I now take, it into my world like I was doing previously and add on a meditation session or yoga? So we're really thinking about, content that's available for and when you want to use it, no matter how you want to use it. So that was a big part of, when it was originally created, but obviously served us very, very well. And then we made that app available for anybody for free that wanted to use it throughout that time period. So
that's amazing. And so, because I did read this too. Yes, mental health obviously super important given what we've gone through. And I think meditation has been very helpful to a lot of people. Was that something that you were doing prior to this, or
yeah.
Oh, it was? So yeah, okay,
yeah. Often you hear our tagline, or what we really stand for is mood over muscle. So that has been a big part about. It's really the state of your mind and the wellness that you feel, through exercise, not necessarily the physical output of what may or you may not be interested in that body change. It's just about feeling good. And sort of that has been a really big focus of the brand and continues to be. So
that's awesome. That's really great. And so now let's get into a little bit more of on the marketing side, some of those fun topics. So assuming, obviously their marketing is out there, and how important is digital social marketing within sort of your larger media mix? Because I was also reading too, and again, given my background currently, that influencers have actually played a big part of Blink Fitness's marketing. So we'd love to hear a little bit more about that.
Yes, one of both of our favorite conversations or topics is really the power of the influencer. Interestingly enough, very similar to sort of that idea of mood over muscle, we actually always use member only. We don't use models in any of our creative. So that's kind of something that started at the birth of the brand and continues to that day. So that kind of plays into the overarching content strategy and the focus of influencer. But our influencer strategy is primarily focused around body inclusivity, positivity and member engagement. So a big part of that is obviously demonstrating, the body inclusivity, the variety of stages of people where they are in their life, their different ways of attending and engaging with the gym, and whatever reason they might be going to the gym. So we're very hyper featured on that, whether it's the weight loss or gaining tone, or simply just wanting to have fun with friends at the gym. That's a big part of sort of where we tell our stories. And then positivity, right? Like, we understand that some people, it's overwhelming to come to a gym and sort of begin your journey. So we really want to demonstrate and show people that are, might feel that sort of need that comfort level, and really the positivity of the experience in the four walls. And then, as I mentioned, we obviously use members in all of our advertising, but a big part of our storytelling is done through UGC. So if you go onto our social channels, we prioritize telling their stories and their daily wins, whether it's in the gym or in their life. We're really telling the story from their perspective. And as we reopen gyms, we're still in the process as we wait for sort of California and the finalization of some of the other states. We're really using their stories as they go back and journey back into the gym, and what does that look like. So a lot of perspective from their side and their experiences. And now we're actually starting to open brand new gyms, and we really focus on the local influencers and having them sort of help guide this journey into our gyms for those that aren't aware of the brand or that are considering coming to the gym for the first time. So I would say throughout COVID and now where we are right now, content strategy around that content creation is primarily focused around using the influencers, and we actually use it in a lot of our advertising as well, and on both sides, the UGC side and then what we create with the campaigns. So
it's amazing. And yeah, I think that in this space too, the realness and like the authentic, it needs to be authentic. That's our, biggest thing in the influencer space. And I think using obviously members and showing their sort of journey is huge. Knowing that I think way back when gyms used to always, I think people always just like, oh, working out weight loss and like, or, and there's so much more to it now. And like, they're especially around, like you said, body positivity and whether someone just wants to go to socialize or somebody wants to go for toning or just to, they're running a marathon. There's so many different reasons. So I think that's, amazing that obviously Blink is sort of highlighting that as opposed to some of these other gym ads that you will see that are not so inclusive.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, and thank you for that call out. And it makes it proud to be part of a brand that really stands for that. But and interestingly enough, just to sort of add on to influencer content, we actually increased, I think, our content production by almost 100% during this time period, and as we're coming out. So we've really expanded into that storytelling that we're doing. So we are exploring not only the current channels that we use that you can find us on, the Instagrams, the Facebooks, but really have sort of broadened our reach now and going into the world of TikTok from both an influencer perspective as well as advertising, and starting to find our way there as well, in a very authentic way. Like, I think as we sort of move to the next sort of post-pandemic phase of life, I guess, what the new normal, so to speak, we're really looking to continue to tell those stories, and very specifically for those specific channels, right? So like what we do on Facebook, we don't do on Instagram. We are very cognizant of, the people that spend their time on the different channels and how they want to find that content. A lot of it and most of it is snackable and really easy for people to use. So you can actually use your Instagram feed or our feed while you're in the gym. We've actually created these little sort of snackable, exercise sprints that you can do in the gym, et cetera. So
yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Exciting. What did you say?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask is the content obviously that you're pushing out, but it sort of just ranges. Obviously, I'm sure on TikTok, obviously a bit different than Facebook, different audiences, but also I'm assuming that you have some of like your trainers that are doing workouts, but then there's also gym members that are, so it ranges sort of the gamut of what you're pushing out there.
Yeah, and Jim and especially our members from both showing their mini workouts, whatever that we're telling a story about, but also just their pure wins. But we definitely spend a lot of time thinking about our content and our storytelling and the stories that our influencers and members are telling. So.
And then on that note, so because it's interesting, obviously the space is very intriguing. And what does success look like for your teams? Because I think obviously there's multifacets here. Is it a changing in brand perception, or getting members into, or signups, I'm assuming. But what other elements are success metrics that you look at when you're doing your marketing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the typical focus of, having the KPIs. I think it depends on the channel, right? Like our KPIs for email and performance marketing are very different than they are for, what we do in social. But for us with social, a lot of the time we're spending is really engagement and helping our members with the right content that they need at the right time. So we are really thoughtful in, those snackable workouts or whatever they might be that really help people in on their journey. So I think we're looking at the body and the mind. Like we want to tell people those stories and journeys that really speak to people's enthusiasm around fitness, health, and wellness. And then at the same time, want to help them on their journey by providing the physical content that they might need, whether it's in the gym or using the app outside the gym.
Yes, for sure. And I guess, obviously research and understanding your consumer and really what they want is super important. Have you been doing a lot of like surveys and questionnaire? And okay, I was going to say, yeah.
We have a really great research partner that we use and work with very closely, but we also use social channels as a great vehicle to sort of ask those questions, and are cognizant of, whether it's on Instagram doing a quick survey or on Facebook. And then we have customer panels as well. So, and then we're doing, SurveyMonkey really quick and sort of being able to get them out there and just get a sense of what's going on. I think in this particular moment with so much changing and still sort of evolving, so to speak, with vaccinations and people feeling comfortable going back to the gym, people figuring out what their work regime, is it working remotely? Is it working in the office? Is it the ands and the ors, and what does that look like? So we're thinking a lot about how it's important as well.
Which actually pivots, I think, perfectly into this next question. I think obviously so much has changed. When you look at your either management strategies or just in general working in this space, which was never really remote before and now is still very much remote. Was there any management strategies that you had to adjust during this? Were there ways that you found to keep your team engaged and motivated? What have you personally been doing over the past year, given the remote status?
I think it's a big call out to my team, right? Their resiliency during this time period has been phenomenal, as well as the ability to be so agile and be able to pivot so quickly into sort of this new world order, so to speak. But, it was thinking about the team as a whole, and then it was thinking about each individual as part of the function and what did everybody need. So we spent a lot of time sort of checking in with each other as a team and sort of achieving, the functional goal of what the business was about, but also being there and supporting each other like throughout the process. So I think like a lot of brands, we were in teams, we were able to do a lot through these Zoom meetings. For as uncomfortable as it was at the beginning, I think everyone sort of got the cadence, but it really became about the individual and how can we support people through this time period. I think it became that whole empathy play of like thinking about the entire person, not just sort of the one that's working. We spent an inordinate amount of time, it didn't feel like there were boundaries about the workday and what the workday was. So we really truly became supportive. And I don't think we would have been able to achieve what we did during this time period if it wasn't for the mindset of the team and also just that, the resiliency that they demonstrated.
That's amazing. Yeah, and I think a lot of people too, to your point, everyone has sort of had to take a step back and think about that person as a whole, whether it's somebody that has small children running around in their hours. Like, I mean, flexibility, I think was a huge, obviously a buzzword this past year, but it really was true of understanding people's situations and knowing where they are and where they're living and what, their surroundings, Zooms versus phone calls, kind of just making sure that everyone's aligned on, everyone's situation and schedule. But yeah, like you said, I think Zooms originally were like, what's happening here? And now it's second nature. It's like, yeah, sure. Let's hop on the Zoom or the or the
let's not hop on the Zoom, right? Like a lot of that time too was spent. You just need to talk and just not be on Zoom and just need to listen or have this meeting or, not be at this particular meeting because you just need to walk in the park or do what you need to do. I think that flexibility was really important to give people the space and be productive and at the same time feel truly supported.
Yeah, for sure. And back to the whole mental health is that obviously, like you said, yes, I needed to get outside every day because I need it mentally. Like that's something for me that I, definitely want to breathe that fresh air, and be able to have that, that mindset sort of reset to get once I'm outside. Oh, we have some questions coming in. Okay. Let's see what these are. Okay. What is your brand? What ways is your brand working to stand out in the eye of the consumer? So now pivoting to the consumer of obviously blank. What do you think you've done? Obviously, ways to stand out on that side of things.
Yeah, I think it's really about that personalization of the experience. We didn't get into it. We did talk a little bit together about the app, but the app has been not only a vehicle during the pandemic, but it actually has become a vehicle as we come out of the pandemic. And we actually created 4 products, which we also launched prior to the gym's reopening. And that was really about making people feel comfortable getting back into the gym. So we had that contactless entry into the gym. You didn't have to touch or do anything. You actually could use your app to get back into the gym. And then you could actually book time in the gym. You could look at the capacity of the gym. And we have introduced virtual personal training for people that either don't have the time to be in the gym during gym times and want to do it on their own, or they aren't ready to get back to the gym. So I think we're starting to really accelerate and focus on that experience about, what is it that you need on your journey from both a content perspective on the app as well as in the gym.
For sure. And then this is interesting. Are you planning on adjusting sort of your marketing and digital transformation or investment over the next 2 to 3 years based on this past year? So do you think that some of these changes that have been made will be long-term? Or do we think that, as this fizzles out, things will go back to the way they were?
Yeah, I think even prior to the pandemic, the big focus of the team and really when I began was that digital mindset, right? Really thinking about all of the different channels that we use, whether it's the website or the app, and how is it in service of our current member base or, our potential target member base. So I think we are on that trajectory of using digital and the channels to either acquire new customers or continue to engage with our current customers. So each of these individuals on their own sort of stand and hold a big part of the strategy that we're using and will continue to use. I always feel uncomfortable about talking 3 to 5 years. If anything, pandemic has taught us is what we're sure of right now is being in the moment, but we are really always being thoughtful about what channel might be next and how can we tell our story and make it relevant for the members we have or the future members.
Yeah, and it's so true about that of thinking into the 5 years. I mean, like you said, who knows what's gonna,
you have to laugh when they say 3 to 5 years. You're like, oh my God, like we've learned we've got to get through each moment as we come to it. But
exactly. It's really necessary to concentrate on right now because who knows what's gonna happen in the next couple of weeks, months, year. But this is one of my favorite questions, and not necessarily as focused on marketing, but what's one thing that you're looking forward to personally and or both professionally this upcoming year?
Yeah, for sure. Professionally, I'm looking really forward to seeing and being with with my team in the same space and having that dynamic energy that kind of happens when you get to all be in the same room, and obviously as well for my cross-functional partners, it'll be exciting to all be on the same floor and building at the same time. So looking forward to what that experience looks like. And for me personally, it's my family. I'm originally from Canada, and it's still a little bit tricky, unfortunately. So I am holding my breath and crossing my fingers that by the end of the summer, I'll be able to see them without a problem. So that is a big part.
Yeah, I was going to say, because they're still, I mean, I have a friend up there. They're still pretty much, I mean, I don't know if it's lockdown or it's
lockdown. It's like 99.9. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In Ontario, I can only speak for Ontario, but where my family is. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's.
How about you, Lisa? What are you excited about?
I mean, I would say the same. I think professionally, I am actually excited. We had a team happy hour, which was exciting last month outside in the city, which was so, I mean, you know, it was almost like I was it was funny. I was going to it and I was like anxious. I hadn't seen people. There's people that started in COVID. So we've never even actually met. I mean, I've talked to most, but we had, it was awesome. And it was great to see people. So having that be a little bit more of a norm and being able to see faces that I've never seen and going into the office and having that more collaborative and chatting. I mean, there's so many like texts and voice notes and Slacks, and I'm excited to just, you know, have these conversations in person for sure. And my, personally traveling, I'm a very big traveler. I generally am somewhere every month, if not more. So getting back to Europe is very much high on my list. So booking that trip, hopefully in the fall. I'm fingers crossed, and using my new passport that just got renewed.
That's awesome. What country are you going to?
Yeah, well, I haven't booked it yet, but I would love to go back to Greece. That is one of my favorites. Obviously, there's a ton that I still haven't done, but Greece is one of those that I went a couple of years ago, and I left and I was like, I need to come back here, like immediately. It was so beautiful and gorgeous, and I'm, the ocean, surrounded by that water and those islands. The beach and the ocean is for me. So yeah, I'm hoping for that. But we did book a little girls trip to Mexico in the fall, so that's happening, which will be nice.
Nice.
Yeah. But I think that it'll be nice that'll be the norm again. When I think flew a couple, last month, it was, at first it was almost like, again, the same thing of going to a happy hour where I was like, I used to do this all the time and I almost forgot how to travel, like packing and going to the airport and all of that it was like, oh, I haven't done this in a really long time. So I'm not totally sure what I'm doing, but it was nice to actually, finally get on the plane and so it's been good, but I do miss that. I mean, of course, like we said, there have been some positive things to this, but my travel restrictions have been a bit of a bummer.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that border to open. So I hear you.
Oh God. Yeah. I mean, and I think we're, perfect timing.
Get off.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm back. Thanks so much. Great conversation. Michelle, I didn't know you were from Canada. I'm coming to you from Toronto right now.
I know. Well, that's where I need to be. That's where my family is.
Well, so I have some good news for you. And they have opened patios as of tomorrow.
That doesn't help me.
Restaurants are allowed to open for outdoor dining. Stores are allowed to open at 15 to 20% capacity. And there is a rumor that our buddy JT in Ottawa is ready to get over the quarantine requirement of those coming back in, as long as you are fully vaccinated. So, we're all everyone's got our first dose and everyone's waiting for dose number 2, but things are opening up, Michelle. So, stay positive. It's going to happen. You will see your family.
Well, then you'll see me in August. That's
I will love to see you too. And Greece sounds amazing, by the way. That blue that I saw in Greece has not been duplicated anywhere else. So thank you very much to both of you for an amazing conversation. The one thing that kind of immediately stood out to me was when you said mood over muscle. I'm like, I love the philosophy. I'm going to use it. Can I like put it on a bumper sticker or something? Can I put it on my car with a little Blink logo on it or something? I mean, it's awesome because, it's the true essence of who you are. Right. As Blink. I mean, you guys don't use models and you don't use, any kind of a made up, kind of image about you guys, which is what I love. So thank you so much. Excellent conversation, Michelle. We'll talk soon. Liza, great job moderating, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you so much. Bye. Bye.
All right. Well, that was amazing. I always love to run into Canadians. It's like, what, you're from Canada too? And it happens all the time. But that was good, Michelle. I'm hoping you'll get to see your family soon. So our next group of speakers, another very engaging person. I've seen Adam speak before, and I think you're really going to enjoy this. So please welcome to the stage Adam Hattie, the Vice President of Marketing at Current, and he's going to be joined by Heath Bodvesker, the GM US at Verity. So welcome, Adam and Heath. Take it away.
Well, hello.
Still muted. Here I am. Hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good to go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, Ritesh. Adam, for those who aren't familiar, can you tell us a little bit about Current, what you guys do?
Yeah, certainly. Current, we are, we're banking for those overlooked by traditional banks. It's a pretty good way to put it, right? Meaning that we serve those who, well, you and I, for example, right? Like we can go, and most people listening to this broadcast, we can go into Chase, we can go into Bank of America, and it's not your favorite app on your phone, right? It's not your favorite experience, but like it works. It's not fundamentally broken. There's nothing terrible about it. And you've probably been banking there for the past decade or two. Really high retaining product banking is, right? At least personal bank accounts. Probably you've been using it longer than you've been using your iPhone. It's pretty remarkable. But that's not the case for the other half of the country, right? Especially if you're young. If you're paycheck to paycheck, if you're an hourly worker, if you're a freelancer, the traditional banking system does not really work for you. And it's because you don't really fit their the traditional banking model, which is that they make money by loaning out your deposits, selling you a credit card or selling you a mortgage. And well, if you're paycheck to paycheck, by definition, you don't have the deposits to lend out. And especially if you're young, you're probably nowhere near that mortgage and maybe don't have the credit score for one of those premium credit cards. So instead, they make your experience pretty miserable, right? Between overdraft fees, maintenance fees, et cetera. You're paying hundreds of dollars just to maintain a bank account. You're being charged money for not having money. It's just terrible. So enter in Current, right? We're obviously far more cost efficient than a traditional bank. We don't have brick and mortar locations every other block and all that stuff, or legacy infrastructure. But we're more than just an online bank, right? We have a fundamentally different business model. The majority of our revenue comes from interchange fees. Those are the fees that are charged on the merchant side of a transaction, which is pretty cool because that allows us to make money from a customer who without it coming from that customer, right? So it's pretty powerful. What it really means, I mean, our customers themselves don't really care about that, right? What it means for our customers is that we can build a product and we can build a brand that's relevant to them.
Exactly.
And that's what we've done. So we have, a slew of features around, faster money, without all the shitty fees, and quite a few features that just kind of make sense for a digitally first generation, right? This is, a generation that's grown up using, Snapchat as an app, and that type of experience is what they've come to expect. And then, man, you try and have this this customer or this user use like a regional bank credit union's app that's like web load, and like it's a disaster, right? It makes no sense. Right. We're bringing a much better experience there.
A quick question, Adam. I'm curious. You guys are building Current, right? You're a digitally native company. You have a lot of advantages. A lot of companies, however, that don't have the advantage that you guys have, being digitally native and being in financial services, are trying to move from being data driven, right, more about reporting, sort of generation one dashboards, and looking at those heuristics, to being more insights driven. Can you give us a sense of how the current team is not just sort of leveraging data, but also generating insights from that data and then acting on them?
Yeah, certainly. Well, we're fortunate. You mentioned we're digitally native. But I've worked in the marketing space and specifically with a lot of mobile apps for a good portion of my career. And we all have access and are digitally native. But what's different a little bit here at Current is just how rich that data is, right? Like we go through what's called a KYC, know your customer process for all our customers. That's where we verify their ages, we verify their addresses, we know where they live, we know who they are truly, which adds a little bit of friction, but what gives us really rich data, right? We know where you work, we know where you spend your money. And that's really important, right? It's important because it allows us to understand our customer. And for a product like banking, you really need to understand like a customer's entire life, their pain points, their desires, what they aspire to be. It's a much broader understanding that you need of customers. So having all that data, it's tremendous. I mean, I would not be able to.
It's a tremendous luxury. At the same time, it begs the question, which is how do you then filter all that data? What are your top areas of focus, the thing that you guys are solving for, keeping priorities of efficiency, insight, customer insight, or acquisition, whatever it might be?
Yeah, well, I guess from an acquisition standpoint, we're very focused on conversion. I mean, you have probably a slew of different financial apps on your phone. But there's probably only one that you would really consider to be your primary banking option, and that's where your paycheck goes. And so our core KPI is around direct depositors. And so getting somebody's direct deposit, which is a process, right? It involves building trust. It's, if you're talking to somebody, especially if somebody who's paycheck to paycheck and you're asking them for their next paycheck, it's essentially asking them for all their money, right? You need to build a level of trust there over a long period of time. For somebody to give you that. Now, if a user ultimately decides to trust us with that, we then return all this value, right? And it's this positive feedback loop. They then go tell their friends, and they're happy with it, and we grow. So in terms of a data focus, conversion is certainly high up on the list.
And you mentioned trust. It's a wonderful topic. We could do a webcast, I think, just on trust. I'm curious how the current team is building trust with prospective and current customers to really both drive acquisition as well as customer lifetime value. How is data sort of helping you in that dialogue with customers to build that trust?
Yeah, well, it's a process. I mean, we launched this 2.5 years ago. I mean, the company started 6 years ago, but most people in the market don't really know who we are today. I mean, that's the reality. So we're a relatively young brand. I mean, look, we've raised a few $100 million. We're a Series D company. I like to feel proud about that, but the reality is most people still don't know who we are. So it's a process. We do, one is investing in brand marketing, which is certainly something we do. Kind of a little bit of a fast track for that for us is a lot of the work that we do with influencers. So influencers are a really big part of our marketing strategy. If you just go to current.com or check out our socials, it'll kind of hit you pretty quickly. And when I say influencers, I mean YouTubers, Instagrammers, TikTokers, Twitch streamers, true personalities, right? Who people have trust in. And so, when they endorse us, you really fast track that trust process. I think, especially with a young consumer, and we have a largely Gen Z millennial consumer base. They've come, rightfully so, to become very skeptical of digital ads, right? Maybe an older generation, Gen X, might relate to this in terms of like banner ads and some of those early banner ads we used to see on the internet, and you knew to be skeptical of those. Well, that's the exact same way that a Gen Z, a millennial, feels about maybe a random Instagram ad, right? It's like, oh, that's just an Instagram ad. They understand anybody can run that, right? And so getting an endorsement from a person who they trust, I think really goes a long ways in terms of building that trust with the customer.
In terms of your teams are building insights, right? To build trust with customers, focus on acquisition and conversion, and building your business. And I'm curious, being that you guys are nimble and digitally native, are the insights going beyond the marketing team to other parts of the organization, such as product or engineering or finance, and across cross-functional teams really kind of collaborating on building those insights?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is absolutely. And the key is how do we work together with that data? The worst situation you find yourself in, well, I guess the worst situation is you're not looking at the data at all, but you wouldn't really get very far if that was the case. But you don't want to be in a situation where you're looking at one set of data, product is looking at a different set of data, finance is looking at a third set of data, right? And nobody's speaking the same language, right? And I'm optimizing for one thing, our product team's optimizing for a different thing. You really want to be very, very much aligned there, and thankfully we are. I mean, we have cross-functional teams operating within departments. That's important. An example of that within Current would be like the growth team, which spans both product and marketing. But even our KPIs are shared KPIs, and so by definition we have to be talking about the same data. So that's really important, and something that we've had a strong handle on here at Current.
Yeah, so it's sort of building insights in part of the cultural fabric of Current.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of companies
and it's not just for us. We actually pass that back to the customer. We deliver those, our insights are and informing people about, hey, how they're spending, how that compares to previous months. Even simple things like, hey, this is how much money you made this month. This is how much money you spent this month. That's like a very simple statement that, shockingly, banks don't really give you. They'll tell you your balance, but do you know how much money you made last month? You probably don't. It's just not. Do you know how much money you spent last month? Do you know if this month is different than that? You probably don't actually have a firm grasp of those things. You probably have a stronger grasp of just like, hey, how much money is in my bank account? And so, we're focused on data, and then as our customers, and we fulfill that need.
I get a lot of questions from people around how can senior leadership empower their teams, particularly when companies are highly siloed, people build sort of fiefdoms, they covet all their data, they don't really share it. Is how can senior leaders really empower and or incent the teams to really kind of share data, build those insights collaboratively, to be able to kind of hit their objectives? So how do you guys do it at Current?
There's no magic answer to that. I'd say the truth of the matter is it's actually really about personalities and relationships, from the leadership level. I think if you have a culture in which you personally are I like the term truth seeker, right? Who is constantly searching for just the truth, not searching to be right, not searching to prove a point, not trying to be defensive. I think that's a culture that can trickle down and trickle across teams, where people aren't they don't question data, they don't question a point, they don't question analysis as being biased, because nothing should be biased if the goal is just to find the truth and everyone is aligned on that goal. Whether that proves me right and makes me look like a genius because I told you so. If that's my goal, then you can never really, that's a very dangerous path to go down, versus my goal being, I just want to get to the right answer. In fact, I would love to be wrong, because that probably means there's an opportunity that I haven't, taken advantage of. And so we're just fortunate, again, among the leadership team here to have, personalities who are less ego driven and more truth seeking.
That's a good cultural value. The inquisitiveness of being able to search for data, search for answers, and it sounds like you built a culture where it's safe to be able to have a differing opinion.
Yeah, well, I've been here for 2.5 years. I can only take a bit of the credit. Kurt started 6 years ago. Our founder, Stuart Sopp, has done a really good job building that team.
Very cool. You mentioned bias. It's kind of interesting leading to the next question. There's a lot of buzz around AI and machine learning enabled technologies. There's a lot of stuff out there, whether it be academic literature or just marketing material. We all know some AI, ML driven technologies are not so learning, if you would, and some of them really are. And I'm curious, have AI and machine learning enabled technologies, have they empowered your team to be more efficient in generating insights and sharing and disseminating those insights, or is the promise for AI and ML, is that promise still a bit elusive? And you guys are still doing things in I don't want to say traditional way, but more of a non-AI kind of way.
Yeah, well, I mean, one, from a marketing perspective, anybody in marketing is leveraging AI and ML, right? I mean, over the course of time, when it comes to the biggest digital channels, right, your Facebooks, your Googles, etc. I mean, I remember, maybe like 5, 6, 7 years ago, the best user acquisition folks were, all about, targeting and all these bidding strategies and all this, segmenting that you would do on these platforms. Truth is, today, you fast forward and we've handed over the keys in many ways to the platform themselves to do that targeting. I mean, and you have different levers, certainly fewer of them, but it's like more about, what events am I optimizing towards? And what events can I build to optimize towards and predict behavior and all that. Those becomes the primary drivers. And again, that's all based around ML. And then from a product standpoint, a tremendous amount. I mean, we could go into just, I mean, as a banking institution, it's, I mean, the amount of transactions that we see. I mean, the numbers are just pretty tremendous. So no, it's for us, it's not like ML and AI are like, oh, someday that'll be our savior. No, it's today.
Here and now.
It's a reality.
That's great. I know, obviously, as we mentioned beforehand, Karen has some great advantages. You're digitally native. You guys are agile. You're in banking, which means you have absolutely enormous amounts of data about all your customers and even prospects. However, I'm sure there's still some real challenges in terms of growing your data capability. Can you share some of those challenges and what you've done to overcome them?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I mentioned earlier how we have to really kind of understand somebody's life, right? Beyond just their banking and their financial relationship. It means a lot of things happen outside of current and outside of what we can measure, right? Maybe, particularly from a marketing standpoint, right? Somebody understands current, sees our ads, gets our value props, takes no action until, hey, Wells Fargo comes through and hits them with a third overdraft fee. And they're like, okay, you know what? That's it. I'm doing it. I'm done with it. And current's top of mind and takes that action, right? That's not something, we wouldn't be able to measure that exogenous action, right? The same thing could apply. Oh, hey, I got a new job, I'm setting up my direct deposit. Maybe I already have current, right? I have the card, everything, but I've never actually switched over. But that's the time I do it, right? And that's something that happens offline. And so it doesn't mean, while we don't get explicit user level measurement on an event like that, in the aggregate, you can draw pretty strong insights, right? To understand how in aggregate customer behavior changes based on, again, specifically marketing. And again, this comes with the advantage of knowing who our customers are, because we both know where they are if we're talking geographically, but we also know in terms of timing what that is as well. And again, we don't live in like ecosystem that's blocked off from the rest of the world. I mean, we just, everything from COVID to that. I mean, again, anything that affects your real life tends to affect your banking life.
Of course. So Adam, you guys are so advanced already, but I can't help but ask, what's next for Current?
Well, growth in every sense of the word. We're here in New York, proudly based in New York City. We're growing as a company. We're actually moving offices later this summer. I'm excited about that. So hiring very aggressively, and from a customer standpoint, look, we raised our Series C from Tiger Global this past fall. We just announced our Series D about a month ago from Andreessen Horowitz. It's we have a lot of money, and with that we have a very exciting opportunity to really write our brand story for the first time for most customers. I find that many venture-backed companies, many tech companies, many tech products, maybe they grow based on performance marketing, maybe they grow based on virality, maybe they just grow based on like a killer product. And then at some point when they've reached ubiquity, they then go back and they're like, oh, wait, everyone thinks we're this. Well, we need to actually be this, right? We need to rewrite our brand story. Current, we're in fortunate position to be able to do that, the right way, right out the gate, which I think is far more efficient.
Of course.
But a really exciting opportunity because again, I'm proud. We've got millions of customers. I'm proud of how far we've scaled. I'm proud of how far we've gone. But part of what's made us very attractive to our investors is how large the market is, and so we really just scratched the surface there.
That's amazing stuff. An amazing story. Thank you. We have a lot of questions, so I'm going to go down the line here, Adam. First one is, what can heritage brands learn from newer digital-first brands when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z?
I think it actually, the answer is somewhat right there in the question, which is like the authenticity. You have to be willing to be uncomfortable a little bit, right? Because if you're not uncomfortable with what you're doing, then you're a heritage brand, then kind of by definition, you're not there. And so, I think it can be tough. And I've seen some brands do it better than others. And for some brands, they're like, hey, you know what? We are stuck with our generation. We are what we are. And then they just need to spin up a new brand for a new generation. But I think in today's world, especially how segmented things are, you have a lot of opportunity to deliver relevant messages to relevant people on relevant channels. I mean, even on a channel like Facebook, or an Instagram, which is big and fairly broad, you can deliver, 12 messages to 12 different audiences, right? I think the generational differences that we have today are really unique, based on algorithms and the bubbles that we've now, come to be familiar with, which is to say, today, the most popular person, in this country to a 23-year-old, it very well could be a social media influencer. It could be a Mr. Beast, who, people listening to this right now are like, who the hell is Mr. Beast? It's probably the first time where the most popular person to a 23-year-old, a 35-year-old might have not even heard of, right? That's never really been the case, right? It might be, okay, the most popular, when I was growing up, maybe the most popular person was like an athlete in my world, but everybody had heard of that athlete, right? Even if, but that's not the case today with a lot of, and again, it's you hear this over and over again, this idea of like, how have you never heard of this? And it might even come from peers where it's like, oh, well, something in my bubble, in my echo chamber that's been repeated 40,000 times, I just assume it's common knowledge, was actually never even touched the bubble right next to me. Not to mention the one two over. And so I think you do have the ability to kind of build relevant personalities and a relevant brand in individual spaces so that you can be, Chips Ahoy And as Chips Ahoy, you can be one thing to the kids who want you, and you can be another thing to the parents who are buying it. Random
Sure.
example.
And I think you've already answered a good amount of this question, but maybe you might have some more to add. This one asks, how does marketing to Gen Z differ from marketing to millennial audiences?
Well, there's a level of authenticity that I think is really important. We're often very explicit in our marketing at Current, and what I mean by that is, and I'll actually touch on our influencer marketing again because it's a good example. When we sponsor influencers, it's a very explicit relationship. It's, hey, Current gave me money, and with that money, I am going to do X. That's generally the format. We're not trying to obscure the fact that there's a financial relationship between us, right? Which I think is very different from previous generations. Maybe for some, I'm a millennial myself, but when I'm seeing LeBron James take a bite of a Big Mac or drink Powerade, it's more so like, oh, so he likes that, right? Or at least you're convincing me, you're trying to convince me that he likes that, and I think especially Gen Z will sniff that out right away, and they'll be like, right, no way, I've seen that guy dunk, he doesn't eat a Big Mac. And so I think the explicit relationship that we have is fundamentally different, particularly from a celebrity standpoint, because somebody might see a LeBron James, and okay, nothing against LeBron, and be like, oh, he sold out. You see this especially in like the music world. Let's say your favorite rock band, all of a sudden you see them on a Gap commercial, you're like, oh, they sold out. That mentality doesn't really exist with Gen Z. With Gen Z, it's much more about like, hey, go get your bag. That's awesome. I'm glad to see this person who I feel like I have a much more direct connection with succeed. And so the explicit nature of that sponsorship is something that we lean into as opposed to the opposite, and it would only make sense to.
Good. Well, I'm going to read this question out of respect to the person who posted it, but I think you addressed a fair amount of this as well. And this one reads, what are the most effective influencer marketing strategies to best appeal to Gen Z? What changes, if any, do you believe need to be made to influencer marketing trends to better appeal to Gen Z? Again,
the authenticity. There's a trust factor when working with influencers that's really, really important. And that trust goes both ways. And I think it's something that's often overlooked by brands. Yes, I need to trust the influencer, but the influencer needs to trust me to trust them, right? And what I mean by that is that this is actually, and I've been working with influencers for the better part of this decade, right? And it used to actually be pretty easy because these are creators who they create. It's what they do. They create great content. It's natural for them. And so when it came to integrating brands within that, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, they would just do that. But then as the space became more crowded, more brands came in, they started getting punished for that, right? They started getting punished for making great content instead of on-brand content, right? And so then they started getting used to, okay, you know what, give me the script, I'll read the script, and if I say everything word for word, it'll get accepted, and that's what I should do. And that's kind of a habit that we've had to, break some creators out of. And ultimately, that's what they want. They don't want to do that. If they're super lazy, perhaps, but if they're super lazy, they would not be as successful as they are, right? These are generally like very hardworking, ambitious people who want to make good content. And so if they have the trust in us, that we'll be okay with that, and we'll accept that, then the outcome of it is typically great content, which is exactly what we want to be associated with. The last thing we would want to be associated with is, oh, this is a brand that just wasted 30 seconds of my time.
And I'm curious, as a follow-up myself on influencers, do you measure influencers more on immediate value performance marketing basis, looking at more sort of tactical KPIs, or do you guys look at influencers more about, or do you look at influencers more about having long-term brand effects that actually have a level of impact on brand equity?
Well, you said the and/or, and that's exactly it. It's both. And if you want to treat influencers as a marketing channel, I'd say even then it's not any different than other marketing channels, right? Is TV a branding channel or a direct response channel? Truth is, it can be both, right? Is Facebook a branding channel or a direct response channel? Again, same idea. So it certainly drives both, and I mean, for us, it's even beyond that. I mean, it's become part of our product strategy as well, and product experience, and we build stuff for influencers, custom experiences for their fans. It's pretty in depth.
Awesome. Two more questions to go. This one reads, based on your experience, what company values matter the most to young consumers?
Question. I think being relevant, number one. I think Gen Z has a pretty high standards. Far less tolerance for things. And it's funny because in the banking world, there's so much stupid stuff that we've just been forced to tolerate. And if you're 40 years old, 50 years old, you've just gotten used to it, and that's the norm. But like a 20-year-old is like, no, this makes no sense. I have alternatives. I was going to sign up for your thing, but now I'm just going to sign up for the other thing because it's going to take me 60 seconds to download that app. Versus, maybe in our world where I was like, well, I'm already here. They already have my license. I've filled out this entire application telling people, every detail of my life. I guess, yes, I accept these, shitty terms. I don't think that's the case for Gen Z. I think they have higher standards. And I think just, again, being real and authentic about who you are, what you're providing, is super important versus some facade and some fake story, which, again, it's not to say that you can't massage things and position things, of course. That's we're storytellers as marketers, but like at the core of it, it has to be real, it has to be authentic, or else I think you'll fall flat.
Yep. And last question, I think you addressed this in your bubbles and brand relevancy, and how you can be relevant to different cohorts or demographics. But again, I'll sort of respect the question, and it reads, how do you target this new demographic in an effective way without losing older consumer bases?
Yeah, no, we certainly touched on it. But I mean, I don't want to dismiss it as like, oh, it's super easy. I mean, again, we're the grass is always greener, right? But we're a new brand, we're a challenger brand here at Current. So, losing some legacy customer that we added 10 years ago isn't something that I need to be worried about. So I'm maybe not the best person to ask on that.
Yep. Okay, well, we got some more questions. People seem to like our two more questions. One question for you is, are you guys, is Current plan on moving into any kind of crypto?
The answer I can say publicly is yes. And we've actually, we've struck up some partnerships with Akala across with Polkadot. I'm not the best crypto person to speak with. I'll be honest. I'm very excited about what we have, and I think actually, if you talk to our CEO, our CTO, they're crypto dudes going way back, deep crypto dudes. And we haven't built cryptos for crypto's sake, right? We've kind of held off to the point where we're like, okay, does this add value to people's lives? Is it? And we think, again, it's taken time for the crypto space to evolve, but we think it has up to the point where it can. So yeah, we're really excited about some stuff we have coming up there. So I used to always be a little bit more secretive about this, but I can say definitively the answer is yes.
Yeah. Now, the financial services space, particularly in retail, is super crowded. You got the big major players, JP Morgan, Chase, Citibank, Bank of America, all those guys. You got new digitally native players like Better, and there's a whole bunch of others. Plus you have the retail brokerages trying to kind of push their way into retail banking. Schwab bought TD. Fidelity plays a little more into not your quite demographic, but they're still taking up a lot of share of voice in media. This question foots to that, which is, what ways is your brand working to stand out in the eyes of the consumer?
Well, it's interesting because, all those brands you just mentioned, right? I think American Express is a great brand, and they've done really cool stuff. But a lot of that stuff that they did was now 30 years ago, right? And they have a spot in a generation's mind that I think is amazing, and they did a great job with. But it's not relevant today to the bulk of this country, right? And almost everybody else you just mentioned, that's the case. I mean, even with us, where and within fintech, kind of like, hey, we're going after wealthy millennials was like the first shot that fintech took, right? And there's a number of brands who've been able to do that. But us kind of going across the broadest swath of America, and again, a young millennial, Gen Z generation that they haven't been in the market that long. I don't know, it's a cool opportunity for us to do so. And so I guess if the question is how, I've probably touched on some of that with probably our most unique way, again, using influencers.
Interesting. So sorry, I got some more questions coming. I'm sort of pick and choose. There's not a whole lot of time. The volume for me is, I'm an old Gen Xer, right? So the amount of new marketing instruments that have come up just since my time being in marketing has been unbelievable. In the past, couple of years, it just seems to be accelerating month over month. The question is, how does current approach emerging media channels, and how do they factor into your overall strategy? I guess the question around, you guys have robust test and learn. You keep a percentage of your allocation just for sort of new things to kind of test out new stuff, kind of see how they work, in terms of keeping your eye on it, or do you guys stick with your plan and stick with what works and rock it out from there?
I'd say we follow pretty basic principles there of just like logic. It's like we look at, again, we know a lot about our customers. We know where they spend their time. Obviously, we know where we spend their money. And so, if you take your average consumer's attention and you kind of split that up, where's that attention being spent? You can kind of start there. And so if there's, yes, there may be every day there's going to be some new opportunity. But if it doesn't really pass that test of like, hey, does this occupy a significant portion of our customers' attention? Then it's probably not worth spending that much time on. That said, I mean, depends on how fast you mean you determine emerging channels, because I mean, some of the channels that we've been operating on for years might be considered emerging still.
True, very true. Good. Oh, here's a good softball question for you, Adam. What is your favorite marketing campaign that you've worked on so far?
Oh yeah. Tee that up. We've got. I'll say it's our Mr. Beast campaign. It's got to be. I love Mr. Beast. I'm a bit of a fanboy.
Yeah.
I was actually again, Mr. Beast. He's basically the world's largest YouTuber. I actually began working with him pre-current. This is like when he was still, only had 1 million subscribers, something like 4 years ago. He's one of my favorite people in the world, and super successful. I think he's now up to like 60, maybe 70 million subscribers. He's blown up. So being able to, we signed a long-term partnership with him, being able to build product with him, being able to collaborate has just been really cool. And again, we kind of have the commitment to each other. And that's what you get with that long-term commitment, for us to be able to do cool stuff and dedicate resources. So it's not just a marketing campaign. Again, it's a product strategy. It's pulling in engineering resources, I mean, you can go into current, here's a great example in terms of being relevant, right? You can go in, if I had an Amex card, I might get access to like some difficult dinner reservation. And that's kind of what they do well. And that's what's important to, a Gen X or an older millennial.
I miss going out to dinner.
Yeah. Well, for us, with current points, you can go get yourself a free Mr. Beast hoodie. It's a current by Beast hoodie in the app, pretty sick merch. And that's what's relevant to that generation. So
right.
There's the softball.
I love it. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate all the candor and openness. It's some good stuff.
Excellent. Thank you so much, both of you. Adam, yes, Heath, great job moderating. And I just want to say, Adam, you made a point that all the influencers that you work with, they're very clear, about their paid relationship with you, and you're very transparent about it. And I think that goes a long way. You're absolutely right, especially with big celebrities when they see so many different brands, being represented. Is like, what is this just yet another, thing that your agent brought to you, right? And there's really no authenticity there. So totally appreciate. And the other thing I love what you're doing is I have teenagers in the house, and I can tell you the early financial knowledge that you guys are focused on to bring teens in as they start getting their first jobs to really understand what money is. It's an often ignored subject in our schooling system. And so, for a bank to focus on not just educating them, but to getting them started with the right habits to help them understand what they're spending on. I mean, this is excellent stuff. I really, really love what you're doing. And, the big guys, I think, say they want to help, but it's not quite there. And I think your actions are right there in the market. So amazing listening to both of you. Thank you so much for your time, and look forward to our next conversation.
I appreciate it. And my only plug is, if you want to learn more, please, current.com/careers. It's the best way to work with us. We're hiring like crazy here in New York.
If you want to do more with your data, at Verity.com, go there. You can do everything.
Wow, I love it. I might as well get on the train if you want the shirt that I'm wearing. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. So that we'll keep going on our amazing day. And, Adam did say something interesting, which is you got to be upfront. The fact that you're being paid. So I will upfront say that, my hosting gig today is actually not being financially compensated by anybody. I'm here for the love of broadcasting. So now that I've gotten that out of the way, I'd love to welcome to the stage two members of an incredible brand that, again, I have teenage daughters in my house, and I can tell you virtually almost every second day, there is a doorbell that rings in my house with a package from American Eagle. So let's bring on the CMO, Craig Brommers at American Eagle Outfitters, as well as Ashley Shapiro, who's the Vice President of Marketing, Media, Performance, and Engagement. And wow, you guys are in the same spot. Incredible. I can see the reopening is already working and paying dividends. So once again, I'm Ritesh. I'm based in Toronto. Like I said, I'm home to two teenagers who are absolutely in love with your brand. And I'm really looking forward to getting this conversation going. So we're joined today by Paul Suchman, the CMO at Audacy. And please go ahead, and really excited to listen to all of you speak.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Ritesh. And Ashley, Craig, it's great to see you again. And as Ritesh said, it's awesome to see you together in the same room. I think that is just, that one visual signals where we are. And it's a wonderful conversation to have with a retail brand. I'll tell you, just before we start, I have been listening into a lot of these sessions this week. And what you feel throughout them, the common thread, it's optimism. People are feeling optimistic, and the Zoom fatigue is real, but you don't feel it on these sessions. People are leaning in. There's energy in them. And I think that is, for me, it's a perfect segue into having a conversation with a leading retail brand. Retail is a bellwether industry, and it is going to lead us right out of this next economic cycle into what's next. So I'm Paul Suchman. I am the Chief Marketing Officer for Audacy. We are a leading audio content and entertainment company with, and again, I may be biased, but I believe we have the best collection of radio stations, the fastest growing digital app, and the most wonderful collections of podcasts out there. And by the way, we're back in the live events business, and that is coming back, and we couldn't be more excited. I'm joined by Craig and Ashley from American Eagle Outfitters. So let's just get right to it here. Let's talk about that brand. Let's take a moment and recognize the iconic brand that is American Eagle. Nearly 45 years of legacy, innovation, leadership. You're a true omni-channel retailer, over 900 stores, a powerful digital business. You're a socially connected business, and you can actually speak with a person on the phone when you call. I know, I tried it yesterday, and it's so every touch point is right there. So, and when some brands zig, you zag. So tell us about the brand, its evolution, its impact on culture, fashion trends. We'd love to hear about it.
Hey, Paul, first of all, it's great to hang with you and great to hang with Ashley in person. Timing is everything. This is the first week in the American Eagle office that we can show up if we're fully vaccinated. We don't have to wear masks. And it's kind of like a party here. We're actually looking at summer 22 product this week. And it's just kind of fun to kind of regain some bit of normalcy. But Paul, as you said, the American Eagle brand has been around for about 45 years. And it's been an interesting journey. As you know, I've had the privilege of leading global marketing for Gap, for Abercrombie, for Calvin Klein, among others. And as I reflect on those brands, they each had this white hot moment in American culture. And American Eagle has been a very steady presence in the American mall, but didn't quite have that white hot moment until right now. And I mean that. I think that American Eagle and our sister brand Aerie have done something that other brands were not doing. And they started doing this 2, 3, 4 years ago. And I think we're really getting the credit for it now, is the ability to really be yourself and celebrate individuality and allow Gen Z to be their true selves for themselves and no one else. And that is the polar opposite, because I was there at the time, that A&F did and others. And I think this idea of individuality has really cut through. I think the second thing is no one does jeans better than American Eagle does. We were just looking at some new market share data. We're not only the #1 selling jean for kids age 15 to 25, but we're now the #1 selling jean for women of all ages in America. So I think that at our price point, at our quality, we're the best place for jeans. And then I think you said it, the return of the store is real. And I've never seen anything like it in my long retail career. But when March rolled around, when stimulus kicked in, when spring break kicked in, when the second back to school kicked in part of the country, the return of the physical store happened. And right now we have traffic levels that have approached and often beating 2019 levels, which is a pretty impressive thing to say.
That is awesome. Any trends that we should know about for 2022? I can't believe we're saying that in jeans that we need to know. I've got my pen here.
Dude, we're in a fashion denim cycle. And so anything that feels new, feels fresh, is something that our customer is gravitating towards. The mom jean phenomenon really started here at American Eagle. That's clearly the biggest trend out there, but whether it's flare, whether it's 90s boyfriend, and for the guys out there, athletic skinny, I mean, these are really hot denim trends. And we've seen, as we reported on our earnings call just a couple weeks ago, an amazing resurgence in buying for jeans.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So Ashley, if you think about this, the same question for the brand, and Craig mentions some of the different brands that you compete with as you go after different targets. How do you think about the positioning of this brand in a super crisp, succinct way? Like, what is the lane that AE travels that other brands just can't own because of everything that Craig just talked about?
When we think about our brand, American Eagle is youth culture. So when we talk about ownership and you talk about Gen Z, having the best jeans, as Craig said in that amazing stat about the 15 to 25, but also women of all ages, and then becoming synonymous with youth culture, puts you in a place with Gen Z that is very hard to compete with. So by staying innovative, by staying really relevant in terms of our brand, Craig talked about some of our brand values earlier, but making sure we are really laser focused on those, but also laser focused on Gen Z, where they are, how they're spending their time. That's really what sets us apart beyond the amazing product.
Yeah, that makes sense. So let's talk about that target a little bit. When you talk about the product line from American Eagle and from Aerie as well, you cross gender, you cross age, you're geographically diverse, but also super precise when you're going in with specific products based on what they are. But as we just talked about, that sweet spot is Gen Z. And we know that this is perhaps the hardest audience to reach and to connect with authentically and in a way that's going to resonate. And we know that increasingly Gen Z is taking on buying power and influence on culture. So they are not just an audience to pander to, they are an audience to cater to. And in fact, the last conversation with Adam and Heath, they were talking about Gen Z. But I think what's really amazing here in the conversations we've had and the research that I've done is about American Eagle is that Gen Z loves you as much as you love them. And that's a really hard thing for a brand to achieve. So tell us about that relationship that with Gen Z, their consumption habits, how you're reaching them and breaking through all the clutter that surrounds them. And it's a two-way relationship. I think the audience would welcome those insights into building those relationships authentically and over time.
Yeah, I think when you think about Gen Z, the thing that I always try to remember is imagine if your entire life started with this device. You never knew a world where that didn't exist, where you could explore, where you could connect, where you could shop, where you could educate. Everything happens from the palm of your hand and everything happens on social. So when you think about Gen Z, you need to think about access, instantaneous, the fact that everyone is a creator and has the ability to create in the palm of their hand. That's how you connect with them. That's social. And our job as a brand to cut through the clutter that you talked about is not only to be present on social, but to be relevant. That means creating the right content for the platform. That means connecting with the right influencers. You don't want to show up on these platforms in the wrong way, right? Nobody wants to show up like the soccer mom on TikTok. That's not what we're trying to do. We want to connect with Gen Z. And then you mentioned, Paul, this two-way conversation. That is very, very, very important. About 50% of our social feed is UGC. So that's content from our audience, from our kids, from our customers. We love that. And then lastly, I'd say hire Gen Z. We have a tremendous workforce here at American Eagle. We're obviously a very large brand, and over 75% of our store associates are actually Gen Zers. So you need to learn and listen from the audience themselves.
That's awesome. So you mentioned user-generated content, UGC. How do you do that in a way that also maintains a brand safe environment where you can monitor conversations and you can allow these conversations to happen organically and the expression of Gen Z to be there, but you're also doing it in a way that protects the enterprise and also protects the brand? How do you walk that line?
That's a dance, right? Of course, we're always dancing, but our audience is engaging in content. We're encouraging UGC that feels really authentic to us, really feels authentic to our kids, that makes sense to them. We create campaigns that we put out there to create the right type of content for us. That's optimistic, as you kicked off this conversation. That's positive. We're putting good vibes out there. And especially now, we just want our kids to get out there in their jeans.
Awesome. That's great. So let's talk about retail a little bit. And we know that the retail industry was one of the hardest hit during the pandemic, but it's also one that's rebounding more quickly and more stronger than ever. But despite everything that happened during the pandemic, American Eagle had a record Q1. It was up over 170% for the same year-over-year period, which is just amazing. What happened, and how are you taking everything that you learned and evolving that customer experience going forward?
I think a wise person once said, never waste a good crisis, right? And to your point, Paul, unfortunately, our industry really did get hit hard last year, but looking at it glass half full, the ability for brands like American Eagle to innovate, to go from ideation to execution, and to really deliver for the customer in a very compressed amount of time. I've never seen it in my professional career. And I'm so proud of the work that the team has done here. And things like buy online, pick up in store and curbside delivery. I mean, that's kind of now par for the course for our industry. But I think at American Eagle, we are on the leading edge of doing some other things. You can live video shop with a store associate from the comfort of your own home. You can sign up for live styling shopping trips with an in-store associate. We're doing events again. Think about this. And we're getting unbelievable response. And kids are having a lot of fun and really buying a lot. And I think that just shows you the resilience and innovation of this industry. And I think that, again, American Eagle is firmly in the winners column, but there are other retailers putting up good numbers as well. And I'm really encouraged at where our industry will be going in the coming year or two.
That's great. Did you find that during the pandemic, when the company went to a remote working environment, did innovation suffer? Did creativity suffer? Was it? It doesn't sound like it did, because the sales are a clear reflection of the product and getting the product in front of the right people with the right message. Doesn't sound like it suffered.
Yeah, to me, Paul, I hope and believe that humans always find a way, and certainly this organization found a way. And yeah, there were some learnings along the way. And you said at the top about Zoom fatigue. We're right there with you. But innovation happened at all levels of this company. And some of the best ideas were actually coming from our most junior associates. So I think that what actually happened was the hurdles, the red tape, the why can't we do things that was all kind of knocked down because we were in survival mode. And that's why we were able to bring so many innovative ideas to the market in such a quick period of time.
That's great. So going back to the retail piece of this, let's talk about omnichannel. And when we were preparing for this, we talked about that article that had a really strong headline about your role in the mall. But this is an omnichannel brand. And so what is the role of e-commerce and in-store working together? And also, what are some of the trends that we're going to see going forward in retail, right? Because the old norms of retail now, where we measured things like revenue per square foot, we're looking at metrics now around experience per square foot. So what is that future retail experience like?
I think most companies, certainly this company, is not looking at it by channel now, physical versus digital. We look at it by customer. And the reality is Gen Z, more than any other generation, they're shopping however, whenever, wherever they want to. And they're fluidly going between their device and that store experience. And if we don't show up for them, understand their personal needs and desires, we're going to fall flat. And again, just going back to some of the amazing things that our team accomplished during the pandemic period, we launched a new loyalty program in June of the pandemic. And you would think, oh my God, you can't imagine a worse time to do that. Absolutely not. I mean, our loyalty program is the most successful launch I've seen. And certainly the numbers that we're talking to the street about are unbelievable as we approach more than 15 million real reward loyalty customers. So again, I think you take a customer focus. Let's not worry about this omni thing, and let's give them the experience they desire, again, whenever, wherever they want it.
And so are you finding that cycle of, we create a loyalty experience, and in exchange for that loyalty experience, our customers are telling us about themselves, and we're getting opted in, approved data that we can actually then use going forward to marry with our first party data? How does the data work in that, and how is it working to deliver even more value to those customers through the program?
Again, just like you and I walked through a store that knew who you and I were 10 years ago, that's what we want to achieve now in the digital space as well. And we're finding that if we give personalized recommendations, personalized offers, personalized experiences, that we're going to get paid for it, and the customer is really going to enjoy it. And we'll continue to push ourselves on those in the near future.
Got it. So one more, and just a last question about the retail industry. And I guess this is more of a macroeconomic question. Just today, it was released that inflation, specifically consumer prices, jumped 5% in April, which is the fastest that inflation has accelerated since 2008. And it's happening as surging demand from the reopening of the economy meets supply chains choked with shortages. Are you feeling any headwinds at AE from the challenges faced by global supply chains or potential price changes for consumers?
You know what, we're certainly aware of what's going on in the macro environment, but we have a really badass operations team that has found a way to deliver the right product to the right store at the right time. Now, having said that, by far the biggest change that's happened in our industry in the last 6 months or so is pricing power, and the pullback on promotions is real. And to your point, Paul, most retailers, American Eagle being one of them, are buying a bit leaner in terms of inventory. And so you're seeing more full price selling. But the customer so far has not blinked an eye, because they are so excited to get back out into the real world, express their own personality through the clothes that they wear. And then again, here at American Eagle, we have the good fortune of being in this fashion denim cycle, where she's not just replenishing one jean in her drawer, she's buying 5 different fits to wear in for different occasions. So again, certainly something we are keeping an eye on, but we feel really well positioned as we head into the all-important back-to-school season.
And I'll remind everybody listening to us now and watching us now that white jeans are good. We're in the season right there. So go for it. And also to our participants, please, if you have any questions, put them into the question box at the bottom of your screen, and we will ask them to Craig and to Ashley in real time. So we've been like dancing around marketing, and I know that we're all marketers here, and everybody listening to us and watching us are marketers here. So let's get that conversation moving in that direction. Understanding everything you've shared about the retail experience and your insights and your leadership and how you're reinventing it to be just more customer centric than ever. And also understanding the consumption habits of Gen Z. What are some of the media strategies that American Eagle is using to connect, to build brand, and to engage deeply with this audience?
To connect with Gen Z is to love innovation and to love social. Those are 2 critical components of it. And one brand that we love, that we have a great partnership with, is Snapchat. They have over 280 million daily active users. It's a crazy number of people snapping all day. I want to share a short clip, Paul, that I hope that you have and you can bring up on the screen, of some of the innovation work that we've done with Snapchat that I think really connects the marketing to some of what Craig said, which is really this merger of online, social, e-commerce, stores. Doesn't matter. It's all one thing, and we're all coming together through technology. So this is a denim guide that exists on Snapchat. Here's a virtual store experience where you can experience our store through Snapchat. It comes to life through experiences. You could shop here. What's your summer bucket list? Really fun ways of getting kids out there and really engaging with them with the right content. Find your outfit on Snapchat. And the right content is really a priority. It's not just about being on Snapchat, because that's where our kid is. It's creating content and showing it to them how they want to engage. A jean guide for many of us on this call would be more than fine to come in a catalog in our mailbox, and we would all scan through that and pull down the pages. But if you're a Gen Zer, you want to see that on Snapchat, right? You want to click through it, you want to touch it, you can do it right from your phone, snap it to your friends, and then buy it right there. It's creating a seamless experience from a media perspective that combines where they're spending their time with commerce in one action. And Snapchat is a great place to do that, along with friends at TikTok and Facebook and Instagram and Twitch, which we're loving right now. We're really deep in the gaming space to reach our guy. And of course, YouTube as well, which remains the #1 social channel for our guy. So we love that. And then I think, it's also about influencers. Influencers are media today. Addison Rae, who we have a long-standing relationship, she has been the face of many of our campaigns coming on a year now. She is a TikTok sensation. And when we did a partnership with her over holiday with Mickey Mouse, bringing together an iconic face of Mickey Mouse to somebody who's so modern, Addison Rae is iconic to Gen Z. She is a TikTok superstar. She is the queen of TikTok. And we brought them together for a duet. 2 years ago, if I said duet, you would have a very different idea of what I was trying to say. Now, when you say duet, automatically we all think about TikTok. So that's really where we are right now, really focused on upper funnel, really pushing our brand and being highly present where our kid is, but with the right content.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you talked about like snap it to your friends, like how does the role of social then come into that, like social with each other, as we were talking about, UGC, how does that play with the conversations and content that you're pushing out there?
It's a really good statement and a good question to ask, because we know that our kids are always talking to each other. So if you talk about a store environment traditionally in the fitting room experience and going with your friends or whomever you're going with, there's that two-way conversation. Social allows for that. So just recently, about a month ago, we launched with Snapchat a beta for a connected lens where you could actually shop with your friend. So I could go through Snapchat into our store. I could snap my friend Craig and bring him shopping with me on the journey. Say, Craig, what do you think about these flare jeans? Do you love them? Do you not love them? This is what Craig and I do on the weekends. But that's all part of it. And social, as I said, when we first talked about Gen Z, it allows you to do so many things. You can engage with a brand. You can learn about it. It could be your first introduction to the brand, all the way down to commerce, to sharing with your friends.
And I do want to remind everybody that Craig gave us that tip that flare jeans are coming in. So right after this, I'm going to head out and get mine.
On Paul right now.
Thank you for that. So a question came in that's related here from Kim, and she's asked me the question, Paul, you're an audio brand. You are an audio brand. What is the role of music and what is the role of sound in these experiences, particularly around the influencers, right? Because a lot of the influencers you're talking about, they have their podcasts, they have their music, they have their acting, but sound is part of their brand experience. How does sound play into the brand experience that you're delivering?
Sure. At AE, we love Sound On. Sound On is really important to us because obviously TikTok, Sound On platform, but also music is one of the #1 passion points for our kid. And when you talked earlier about did we lose innovation during COVID and the pandemic, we were a brand who was highly present in live festival music. And we had to find a way to engage with audio, to engage with music when that didn't exist. And that's where things like advertising on Spotify, advertising on SoundCloud, even playing on YouTube and Twitch in the music space. I mean, Twitch started out really focused on gaming, and now the music space has really, really taken off. So for us, audio is not just, I think everyone now associates with podcasts because it's such a hot topic, which is definitely something that we're seeing a rise in Gen Z. And we definitely saw a year-on-year increase. I think it about doubled for Gen Z. We're seeing the content around podcasts, to your point, start to evolve. Gaming, people like Addison Rae even have their own podcast. So we'll continue to start to test and learn in that space. But right now, for me, audio is really about music. It's about advertising in those spaces and really connecting to a passion that we know our kid loves.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And what about, so then we've talked about music. How does that affect or influence the content strategies you have and the ongoing stories that you're telling? Whether you're telling them through sound or through written word or visuals?
We're always inspired by music and by creators. And I think one of the things, not to bring up our friends at TikTok again, but that's so amazing is we saw really this trend of how you connect visual and audio together in TikTok. And I think that's one of the most special things about that platform. So you can have a voice of jeans like we launched last season, where you're associating a visualization of a product with a sound that's trending on TikTok. And that really, I mean, we all know what happens when you hear a sound and you create an association. It might have been a jingle for all of us back in the day, but for our kids, TikTok, they have these trend sounds, and we need to really tap into those and connect them with our brands.
Everything as a Gen Z oriented brand, you are always on the forefront. So to ask what your innovation agenda is may be a little redundant because everything is an innovation agenda. But as we're starting into the second half of the year, right? And optimism abounds, right? And we're coming back. What's on the horizon? Is there anything that you're working on from a marketing perspective, from a media perspective, from a sound and audio perspective, that is worth sharing and inspiring our viewers today?
Are we giving secrets today?
Well, you don't have to give secrets. You can leave out the names if you need to protect the innocent.
We'll things up our sleeve, and I don't want any of our competitors to hear about them before we bring them to market. But I think to your point, Gen Z keeps you on your toes all the time. And so whether it's ways to shop, whether it's the unbelievable digital innovation that Ashley and her team are bringing to the table, is we're constantly thinking about innovation here, right down to the very product. So stay tuned for more. I know that was the biggest non-answer we've ever given. Sorry.
Fair enough. How about this question then? I appreciate that. But everything you're talking about, it is like your whole agenda is an innovation agenda. You are proprietors in what's next now. And I think that is a very exciting space to play in, but it's also a high pressure space to play in. So very much appreciated. One of the things that you did during the pandemic was launched a major brand. Last July with Aerie, you launched Offline by Aerie. And you did it during the pandemic in the remote environment. How did you do it, and what did you learn doing that?
I think our sister brand Aerie is not just a brand, it's a movement. And from the moment that Aerie decided not to retouch its photography and really celebrate real women all the time, that brand has quickly become the fastest growing concept in North America. And there's so much passion behind that brand. There's opportunities to continue to grow, Offline being one of them. Offline is a more athleisure focus for the Aerie brand, and had this amazing, truly viral TikTok moment where a creator posted a video of herself in an Aerie Offline crossover legging. It went viral, truly went viral, because my high school sophomore daughter came to me and said, "Boy, you guys are sure smart." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she showed me what she was talking about. And now we can't keep this particular legging in stock. So we just think that overall, when you think about American Eagle, the portfolio of brands, whether it's the mother brand, whether it's Aerie, Offline, Unsubscribed, etc., we are really well positioned to take advantage of the future of retail, because we know what these brands stands for. We're as close to the customer as we possibly can be. We're authentic. And honestly, it's an amazing culture here at American Eagle. Great people to work with. We have fun doing this.
Got it. It's a great success story. A question came in, which is somewhat related to this, about your marketing strategy tactics, from a very good marketer himself, Ken. How are you thinking about the future of voice and the ability to leverage interactive voice for commerce, for advertising? We're moving towards a screenless computing environment, and the next generation of computing is going to be screenless and more voice driven. You're seeing that in the automobile. You're seeing that with home speakers. You're seeing the way people interact with products now. And we were talking about that a little bit, about how a brand sounds. So how is American Eagle thinking about that for the future?
Paul, we're definitely playing around with it, but I will say we have always been a visual industry. And so I think that the trick will be is, how do we connect voice with the visual nature of the apparel industry. And voice to date has been great in this replenishment environment. And maybe, your favorite, fit of jean, your size, and hey, Alexa, get me my American Eagle flare jeans or whatever it is. But we have traditionally found more success on platforms that bring visual to life as well, and potentially, partners like Google and others can help bridge the divide between voice and visual in the future.
I wonder, Ashley, you said something about these top of the funnel tactics. I wonder if voice has a place. And you're right? You have to see the product, you have to feel the product, you have to touch the product. But is there a role for voice as you move further down the funnel and you get into deeper engagement and transaction and commerce? I wonder if it plays there a stronger role.
Yeah, we played a little bit around it. I would be remiss not to mention, the SEO team has done a tremendous job with voice. It's pretty amazing. I was on a call with them the other day, and they actually were testing on their home devices. Find curvy jeans, an example, and seeing what comes to life. So I definitely think there is innovation there. There's technology there. We're playing with it. I think to Craig's point, getting the customer there to be confident enough in making a voice purchase, I think is just a mindset shift. And maybe it is for, our best customers. Maybe it is for loyalty, and there is a voice component there. But it is, even take the pandemic, for all of us, we love virtual, we love technology, we love commerce, but all of us know when you walk into a fitting room and you can touch and feel a product that you're going to put on your body, especially a pair of jeans, you really want to see it and touch it. So I think it'll just be, it's time, right? It's people getting used to that type of technology for a different category.
Yeah, and jeans especially, right? Jeans, like all of the three of us, we can't help but look great in all pairs of jeans, but we know the world is everybody has their own jean fit. I was about to tee up a question, and Lizzie put in almost the exact same question. I want to read what she said and then ask this question because you can feel it on this session. And Lizzie said, you can tell you both really love working for AE. It's fun to watch. And this is a dynamic team. This is during our prep, we talked about leading with purpose, leading with kindness, about being mindful and present. And that conversation really stuck with me as we were prepping for this. So how are you doing this? How are you creating this winning environment, not only in your marketing world, but across the organization? What's happening there at AE that is making it such an amazing place?
Yeah, Paul, whether you walk through the front door of our building here or you jump on a Zoom call, I think our philosophy is we spend more time with the people we work with than our own families, and we better have fun doing it. And make no mistake, we want to win. We are winning. And Ashley and I and other leaders push our team, but we're going to do it in a way that should be joyful, authentic, and fun. And I laugh just as much as I sit down and bang on a presentation here. It's a lot of fun. And I think, again, going back to, we know what these brands stand for. We have clarity around that. We know what we want to achieve. And we have a lot of fun. And because it's Gen Z, they keep you on your toes. They have a lot of fun as well. So I don't know if there's anything else.
No, I agree with everything that Craig said. Fun fact, Craig started here during the pandemic. So we met once for a quick dinner and then really hadn't spent any time together. And I think, as a leadership team, I've never had a group of people who I actually forget about professionally, like personally, we actually really like each other. And I think that really helps bring the fun that Craig talks about. But we're all really focused on our job. We love what we do. We love Gen Z. We love coming here every day. And we respect each other. I think that's a really big thing. There's a lot of respect for what all of us do, but you're right. We all do love it here.
That's awesome. So Ritesh, you're back with us. This is an amazing conversation, a great group of people. I know you've got your jeans ready.
I've got my jeans. I've got my chunky sneakers. I've got So here's a fun story for you. I also have a high school sophomore in the family, and recently we all watched the Friends reunion, like a lot of people around the world, and we're just commenting about the cast and what has changed since then. And recently she watched the entire Friends show, all seasons, as a 15-year-old. And I asked her at the end of that, I said, "What'd you really appreciate?" And she goes, "Rachel can really dress." and then she goes, "All of those trends are coming back, and a lot of them are on AE," right? And so it's like, it's almost exactly what you said, Paul. It's like when you have a brand that is actually innovation. I mean, it's part of the culture, and that you are so connected to your consumer base. It's almost like you're anticipating their need before it even happens. And so amazing conversation. Thank you so much. I will get my denim jacket out. That's the one good thing about this. And I see you have yours on, Craig. Mine may not be as cool as yours, but the good news is it never goes out of style. So it'll always be here. Thank you so much for an incredible conversation. Learned a lot, and really, really amazing job, Paul. Really enjoyed the moderation. Fantastic. I wish I had half the energy that you have. But I will try and keep up for the rest of the session. Thanks so much to Ashley, to Craig, and to Paul.
Thanks, Ashley. Great to see you both.
Thanks. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you. Great. Well, I mean, that's a tough act to follow after that, but we'll continue on our journey today of talking with some really incredible brands, and just continue the conversation around what it means to be authentically connected to our consumers. So what's next is a great conversation with another very uniquely positioned brand. And so we're going to be talking with Nancy Richardson, the CMO and the Chief Operating Officer at the House of LR&C, and Tiffany Pettit, the Director of Strategic Partnerships at Influential. So sorry about that. Welcome to the virtual stage. Really looking forward to listening to this. And of course, anything that Russell Wilson's involved in, I am all over that. So thank you so much. Looking forward to you, to your conversation. Take it away. Thank you.
Thanks, Ritesh. Hi, Therese.
Hi, Tiffany. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so excited to chat more about this. And in celebration of Brand Innovators 10th Anniversary Summit, like super, super relevant timing. I also want to point out that this is a brand, as he mentioned, that's founded by one of my favorite celebrity couples, of course, Russell Wilson and Ciara, combining two of my favorite things, fashion, philanthropy, and it's also Black owned. So before we get right into it, I want to cut to a quick brand video that kind of gives us a little feel and a vibe of what House of LRC is all about.
In this house, we welcome the dynamic thinkers
who move purposely with each and every footstep.
When others try to limit us to a box,
we showcase our many multitudes.
Our many multitudes.
Our many multitudes.
We define ourselves as venturesome.
As blossoming seeds becoming forests.
With our roots always reminding us where we began.
In this house,
the weight of our voices shift the narrative.
Our impact doesn't fade out of the picture.
When we unify,
it's a rallying call that transcends generations.
A beckoning wave of positive change drowning out the cynicism.
In this house,
we adorn ourselves in resilience
and hold the utmost respect
for each other.
Here,
we're building a new generation,
which celebrates the inclusivity of all.
It begins with one.
It begins with one.
It begins with you.
It begins with you.
At the House of Love, Respect, and Care.
I feel like I need that start to every week, maybe every day.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
It's a great start to the day. And that was put together by an author, spoken word poet, whose name is Jamal Parker. And when we were launching the House of LR&C, we said, how do we launch it in a different way to really get to the core of what we're about, which is bringing something different, like really going to that purpose-led. And, of course, we're creating beautiful fashion, and we will get into what all of that is. But it's really about, I think it was what the world needs, right? We need to sort of be uplifted. We need to rise up. We need to feel good about the kinds of things that we're doing. So I can't wait to get into that with you on this talk today.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this was a brand and it's actually a company of brands, right? That launched during a global pandemic. But I want to say it not even in the most relevant way possible, but in the most necessary, I think, means possible, with only, more legs to go as far as like its future growth and possibilities there. Can you tell us about the brand? Sorry, brands again. And then what are we trying to do as far as reaching your consumers with this apparel vertical?
Sure. So I think, it's called the House of LRNC, which is this idea of a house of brands. So, we kind of liken that to a family. Within a family, you hold a certain set of values as your family, right? You have the same last name typically, or a couple of them. And at that level, you've decided like, this is who we are as a family. And somebody belongs to that family because they share those values. And our values are love, respect, and care. But each of the children in the family brings a unique energy. So the children in our family are our three brands. There's a men's brand called Good Man brand, which Russell actually developed with some partners in 2016. And then we have the Human Nation brand, which is a Gen Z focused brand. And then we've got something really exciting, which I'm not going to spill the beans yet on the word or on the name of, but that's coming soon. And I'm sure you can all figure out what that brand is going to represent, with an iconic fashionista like Ciara as one of our founders. The company itself kind of came together as when we looked at the space and we said, in the world of fashion or in the world of retail, you have sort of the iconic brands. Lululemon. I mean, a lot of us come from Lululemon, right? So a brand that has an excellent business model in a white space, really addressing a need. Then you've got celebrity brands, right? So that really builds into, people have had success. They want to translate that into some of their other passions. Then you've got sustainable brands, the wonderful brands like Allbirds and Patagonia and folks like that are really focused on that element of things. And then really community based. So like a Glossier, for example, right? We work with our community and we said, what if you took the best of all of those? What if you combine those things with sort of a passion for fashion, a desire to give back, creating with your community and having sustainability, and created a brand like that? And that's the House of LRNC. That's what we're really trying to do, is say there's room for all of those things. So we believe that, you shouldn't have to give up on sustainability in order to be fashionable, and you shouldn't have to give up on fashion in order to be sustainable. And you want to create with your community as you go. So that's kind of the way we put it together. We give 3% of net revenues to the Why Not You Foundation. So no matter where you're buying in the house, we are then contributing to people that next generation, creating the leaders of tomorrow.
I love that. Typically, when we hear about celebrity brands that emerge, they typically come from some sort of like passion that the person might have, or maybe background or experience that they also have. It seems like in this case, it was a combination of probably that, and also a lot of research that was done in this space, and sort of like the opportunities that there are as it relates to apparel for all types of consumers, now as we continue to evolve and become more diverse. What is that? How important was that research component, and what were some of the insights that you guys were finding?
Super important. And as you say, they come from a place. So in our case, it comes from retail experts who have the ability in this business, in the House of LRNC, to kind of do the best do-over, right? So we've all worked in retail. We all, had amazing experiences. I have so much respect for the companies that I have worked for in the past. And in each one of those, you were like, oh, I wish we could do more of. I wish we could do a little bit of this. So we bring that element to it, right? We bring the amazing expertise of Christine Day, the former CEO of Lululemon, who, created an amazing business there. Then you bring what Ciara and Russell call is their passion for fashion, right? So they bring that, but equally is a passion for impact, a passion for giving back. So, Russell created a Good Man brand in 2016, and from the get-go said, I need this to be more than fashion. I need there to be something else. So from the very first, they created this 3% give back. And then, obviously, we are not a nonprofit organization. So people have to buy into loving the product. So equally important is creating a product that leans into white space. So for him, he talks about he calls it the mid-range game. So he said, a guy in a suit, no problem. He looks fantastic. A guy in his gym shorts, again, looks fantastic. It's that mid-range game really you want to work on. So he looked at that and together with partners did the research and said, there's a real opportunity in the market here. So that was the research that went behind Goodman brand. In Human Nation, that's a Gen Z based brand. It's that really interesting combination of purpose-led, wanting to speak to a community. We heard Jamal and his really powerful words. It's about the clothes, but it's really about what are you saying by wearing those clothes. So that's a business where we know that audience really cares about sustainability. The entire line is 100% organic cotton, recycled polyester. You don't have to wash it very often. So as a consumer, you can participate in sustainability. So that was the great research there, combined with ongoing research. So we do real-time work with a proprietary group of about 500 people that we check in with. We jokingly say, none of us are Gen Z. So we're like, well, if we're creating product for Gen Z, we should maybe ask them what they want. What sayings do you want us to put on a t-shirt? What colors works best for you? Do you care about hang tags or would you rather not see them? And we get real-time feedback from them through talk, text, and video through a company called Rival. We can get it in 72 hours. So we're creating what they desire. And that helps also from sustainability point of view, because you don't create and then hope and end up with a lot of waste. So the research was not only done at the outset, it's really done on an ongoing basis in real time to make sure we're creating what they want.
I love that. I mean, more often, can we please ask for more brands to just talk to that audience? Just go ahead. Assumptions are one thing, but being able to streamline a process like that sounds like it'll just be really informative. Again, not just now, but for years to come. Tell me a little bit more about, I know you cover off sustainability, but definitely has some impact on the creative side of things too. And sort of like the messaging that you guys are putting out on a marketing side. A lot of brands even today are leading with some more sustainability messaging versus like, buy this product now. Can you tell us about that creative marketing process and communication strategy that you guys are working on?
Absolutely. And I think, sustainability is a big buzzword now. And what we have to be careful of is, unfortunately, it gets into, the area of greenwashing, or people now even refer to it as like fake news, right? So you want to slap the sustainability label on so that you're feeding into that desire. But very quickly, the consumer becomes savvy and says, what's real and what is it that people are trying to use? What's become very performative here in terms of just using these words to sort of clickbait almost and get the person in. We took the approach of, we have the advantage of a startup company to be able to build it in from the beginning. There's a lot of companies doing a lot of great things in there out there in sustainability. For bigger brands that have already been established, that's very hard work because they have to go back and retrofit. We were able from the very beginning to say, we're going to establish as a public benefits corp. That means we have a triple bottom line. It's our charter. We have to respect a triple bottom line of people, planet, and profits. So the next thing we did is we said, we're going to become a B Corp. And the B Corp is a 300 question assessment of your business across all areas, the communities you're in, the way you govern the company. Again, making sure that you are satisfying the requirements to be a company that respects people, planet, and profit. So, and then we looked to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and said, which of these goals do we ladder up to? So we want to make sure that our sustainable initiatives are not what we define it to be, but what it's been defined as by the experts. And then the trick is for our consumers is to make that understandable. Not everybody has a degree in sustainability that's going to be buying our product, and nor do they need to. So we've said, what are the very simple and clear messages that we can deliver to the consumer so they understand, if you care about these things, we're going to give you the information so you're in choice to say, this is what I believe in, I understand what they're doing, and I want to vote with my dollars and proudly wear that product to show that I'm contributing.
I love that. It's, again, something that seems to be a fabric of the brand from jump instead of just like a seasonal, month-long giveaway, which we appreciate at a brands, but to have it embedded in the fabric of your DNA, it's just really important. Talk to me a little bit about the role of social and digital. I'm sure that's very much so important for the Gen Z, all brands, but specifically for that one. Are you guys leaning into that as an avenue, like a primary avenue for any of your marketing or communications efforts? What other platforms or stream channels make the most sense for you guys right now?
Yeah, and I think one of the wonderful things about having a house of brands is different channels work better with different audiences, right? So for what works for Good Man Brand is not necessarily going to work for Human Nation. The interesting thing is, from a sustainability perspective, we know that actually every age group cares about the planet. I mean, ultimately, we want to, whether you care about it because you have children, they're going to grow up in it, or you're in that kind of, you're a younger person yourself. It is something that is ubiquitous. What is different is the desire of people to put their money behind that. So what we see increasingly happen is with younger people, they're more willing to say, I care about sustainability and I'm willing to pay for that. They also are, quite honestly, very savvy. The thing with digital and social is it's very easy to find out the information. And so we are very careful about making sure that claims that we're making, we can back up. And we want to be able to talk about them on social and digital channels. But we also have to balance that with fashion, right? I mean, we're not Greenpeace, right? So that's not our primary message. Our primary message is, here's something for you to help express yourself with through your clothing. And you're also able to make these statements through it. So you'll see on our channels that we balance those two messages. So, here, for example, in Human Nation, here's a great hoodie and pair of sweatpants you can wear. And not only do they look great and they're cool and they're a great design and they'll perform well for you, they're organic cotton, they're recycled polyester, and they actually have a treatment to them that makes them water and stain resistant. So you as a consumer can participate with us in washing less. And that means that we're bringing the consumer along in that journey, which I think is also a wonderful thing about what happens in social. Is it's social. Like the very definition is it's a come along. It's not a broadcast, it's a conversation. So we're saying, here's the conversation that we're having with you. Here's what we're telling you can do. Now you can be part of this community by participating. In buying this product, you're going to wash it a lot less than you would something else. And you're going to really help contribute to a better environment going forward.
That kind of leads me to, I love that statement. It kind of brings me to my next statement and thinking about social being, you're having a conversation with your audience, meaning when you're planning certain messaging or key things to go out, it's not so much, we're looking years ahead, we might be, but we're really also responding pretty quickly to what's going on out there. To the point of creating product. Tell us about that process, because I know that that's something that you guys have a very unique perspective on when it comes to putting new product out.
Absolutely. So, again, with this group, it's through a company called Rival. And we have this proprietary group that we go to. So we can go to that group and say, within 72 hours, hey, we're going to put out a t-shirt that has a saying on it. Do you think it should say this or that? Or do you think it should say something else entirely different? And they can vote up what they want. And then we actually produce with that on it. Rather than us coming up with something and then finding, oh, it didn't quite hit the mark. The other thing we can do with print, which is, things like prints and sayings and those sorts of things, they have to be very relevant. And if you're doing them too far out, 9 months, a year ahead of time, you can often miss the mark. So we do that. We bring that process closer to market. We can go out and then react to what's happening and produce, again, this product that has all of the elements that we want. So again, the really sustainable elements of organic cotton and recycled polyester, and this great treatment, the wash less treatment, but also the message that's being portrayed is then very much of the moment. And that's a really key thing to do. Again, reduces waste, right? So as a clothing brand, the number one way to be sustainable is to not create additional waste stream. I mean, there's incredible data around how much waste there is. A garbage truck full of clothes is destroyed every second, right? I mean, we want to stay out of that and find ways to have these clothes be loved for a long time, and also make sure that we're not creating what is not desired, so we don't end up with waste.
Awesome. And speaking of loving clothes, I know the last session they mentioned a couple of trends in like the denim space, how denim is like a forever sort of fabric that will, continue to always be around for all ages. Are there any trends or things that you're looking at the House of LRNC that continue to be sort of like a favorite in the consumer voice? If I could guess, I would say if I want my clothes to be sustainable and soft and reusable for sure for years to come. What are you guys seeing on your end?
I think what is consistent through all of our brands, the two that we have and the one to come, is this idea of comfort innovation. So you want to be comfortable in your clothes, and through COVID, while everybody's at home, we see that, right? Everybody with the the 100%. Nice top on and probably sweatpants.
Sweatpants.
But that idea of comfort innovation, it was happening already, right? People were moving from sort of suits and buttoned up and more uncomfortable clothes to something where not only do I want to actually look good in my clothes, I want to feel good in my clothes. And that's, a lot of trends we're seeing, right? I come from Lulu, where of course we did a lot of that, right? We moved into that comfort, and we took sort of sport and how you make it wearable out beyond sport. Yeah. We actually now, I think, how do you have clothes that you can feel sharp in, you can express yourself in, you can feel fashionable in, but also comfortable. And then the piece, of course, for innovation. And one of the things that comes up is, and it's a very interesting from the sustainable point of view, is because sometimes you have to mix some things in order to have a product that performs in the way that you want to. So that's always part of our challenge, to say, if you had a fully natural product and didn't maybe incorporate any of the more synthetics, are you going to have something that lasts as long and that people want to wear and feel comfortable in, and also has that shape that they like? So those are all the challenges that we have to balance in order to create a sustainable, comfortable, fashionable line.
Yeah, that's awesome. Before we get into some audience questions, and I know Brand Innovators audience, if you have any questions, go ahead and shoot them into the chat box right there. There's a couple flowing in already. I want to ask a little bit about you. I want to know a bit more about your personal experience. How do you think that has your experience at Lululemon and at previous roles? How has that kind of led you to sort of thrive in this role so far, House of LR&C?
I have the strangest background to be in this business, in the world of apparel. My background is actually primarily science. So the first sort of 13 to 15 years of my career was spent in biotechnology, and working in biotechnology as a scientist, but understanding how to communicate what needed to be communicated about the business. Biotech is a highly regulated industry. So when, you have to be absolutely spot on with what you're putting into a therapeutic that eventually is going to go into a human body. So I went from this very regulated industry. I spent a little bit of time post Lululemon in food. So food also has some regulations, ingredient labels and things like that. And what we did see in food was a similar thing where everybody put natural, like that's the label everybody slapped on it. A little bit what you see happening now with sustainability. And I think where we're going in the fashion industry is where our consumers are going to require that we are more transparent about what is actually happening, how their clothes are made, who is making them, what they're made of, and what's going to happen with them down the road. So, we're not at the point of a nutrition label yet or a content label. We do have some contents, but it's not to the same extreme. We have the technology now to be able to, using QR codes and something we use called a flow code, where you can tell stories through the clothing. You can answer the questions that consumers have at the point of the product. And so it's interesting for me, that path of like highly regulated to less regulated, but also seeing that there's a lot of parallels occurring through those different sectors, those different industries, where consumers of anything, whether it's a drug, whether it's food, and whether it's clothes, they want to know what they're buying, and they want to know the story behind it, and they want to be able to verify it themselves. So I'm really excited that we're coming to that, because I think it satisfies that need and brings you closer to your customer at the end of the day.
I mean, you're answering almost, you touched on a question that the audience has in asking about what innovations and technologies are helping you, and what are you guys using that have helped you execute some of these strategies, and have they changed, and are they evolving over time? Can you speak a little bit to any of that?
Yeah, I think there's a number of things that have changed over time in the apparel industry. And it's in some ways it's back to what it was, right? So it started out as like an atelier, and you would go in to have your clothes made by somebody that you knew, and they would produce it just for you, right? So that's one of the things, is that we've gone through these phases of mass production, right? Where, unfortunately through fast fashion, right? They want to be really quick from runway. And so there's fast fashion that goes out, but that's volume. And that's actually been a very terrible thing in terms of the waste that's created. So one of the things that you see is getting closer to market, being able to turn quicker. So what I talked about earlier with bringing in the product and then printing it maybe in the US so that you're closer to market. That's one thing. The other thing is this idea, we call it your closer talking to you. So by things like QR codes, we use a flow code. We work with a company called DTX on the flow code. We have actually on some of our products, we have a compostable label that has on it a QR code. And if you scan that code, you can find out, where the product came from. You can find out stories about the factory potentially. You can find out what goes with it. You could get styling information. So instead of having to, go and search and whatever, you're bringing those two things together, and it literally allows you to talk through your clothes. We can continue to talk to our customers. Ultimately, we'll put those on labels. So instead of it being a care and content label, you'll have a label that has a QR code on it, or a flow code as we call it. And through that, find out a rich and robust set of information about that product. It might be you want to know what you should style with it. It might be that you want to know where it came from, where it might go, how you could repair it, all those kinds of things you can work in. And that's really exciting to see that technology coming together.
Absolutely. And sort of a follow-up to that would be, how are you determining where to even spend the most of your time on some of these emerging technologies? Like, how do you figure out what to prioritize and what comes next when it relates to some of these technologies that you guys are leveraging?
Well, that's the advantage and disadvantage of being a startup and a small company, right? You only have so many resources, money, time, and people. And so you have to really remember the why. And our why is this white space of fashion meets sustainability that is accessible. So, making sure that it's not just, and I don't want to say not just, because I'm appreciative of anybody that is taking an effort to make fashion more accessible, but it does tend to sometimes be a little more expensive, or it's kept very plain in order to be able to satisfy the sustainable requirement. But then you start to look like the martyr for sustainability. So our number one thing is, how do we make it so that you're not having to choose? You're not saying, I'm going to give up on fashion in order to be sustainable. So that's our North Star. That's what we focus on 100%. And we talk about this, love, respect, and care is very important in our company. It's the name of our company. It's the values we live by. And we think of it as love, respect, and care for people and the planet. So how do we think about what we're doing as a business? A real priority is making sure it's a great place to work. It's great throughout the value chain for people that are making the clothes, designing the clothes, all the way through the product life cycle. And also love the planet, right? Respect and care for our planet. So how do we do things that have the least amount of impact possible? So, it's this dichotomy around impact. It's really big impact on people, the people involved, and also those people who aren't in the commercial discussion. So those people that we want to help outside. That's why we give that 3% donation. And then reducing impact on the planet, so we leave a better world for those that are coming next. So the way we spend is related to, again, that North Star of understanding how do we best get people involved in that discussion internally, as well as all of our consumers.
Yeah, it sounds like constant, listening, understanding, sort of like digesting and being able to kind of take risks, so maybe a little bit in the direction that you want to go. Another question is, how can marketing and technology leaders structure their teams and recruit highly coveted talent for a new era that demands such an increasing array of like new skills? And that's probably hard and soft skills for the most part. How can they structure their teams and recruit better?
Well, and I come from a different perspective, right? Because I come more from sustainability than marketing, but I do think there's parallels there. Even my background before that was also in communications. I think what's really interesting is integrating those functions into the business. So one of the things I've seen in my career is you tend to have, as you grow, you develop these, call it silos, right? You have the marketing department, the sustainability department, the merchandising department, whatever else. What we are doing as a smaller organization is embedding it all into the work. So integrating that across the organization. So marketing and sustainability with merchandising. When I think about it, even our sustainability team, it's not a team, it's not a separate function. It's how do we integrate that so that at the level of design, our designers are thinking about not only how do I make it beautiful, but how do I make it sustainable? They don't think I'm going to make this beautiful product and then the second foot is now how do I make it? It's this combined approach. Same with marketing. When we think about how we want to get our messages out, how do we do that in a sustainable way? Well, a flow code is inherently sustainable. You're not producing a bunch of paper and hang tags and things like that. So the integration, I think, of the functions results in an opportunity to attract talent that gets to see how their work directly impacts the business. And that's, I think, a way of creating a business where everybody is focused on the same thing, and you don't have some of the tensions that can exist in a business where people are, working for their own budgets rather than working for the org. So I love to see them integrated, and I think that's a great strategy. It's sort of having jobs big enough for people is one of the things we like to say. So you really understand how you contribute.
That's a tweetable moment, having jobs big enough for people. I love that. And it sounds like you're also—
I stole that one from Christine Day. I'll give her full credit.
Oh, well, thank you, Christine, for that. It also just sounds like you're creating a space for people to just be, even better in their next role, beyond that. It sounds like you're creating a function or allowing them to experience different things for them to just have a ton of experience and growth in a really awesome way and positive way.
Yeah, there's another tweetable thing, right? We define leadership as like creating the space for others to perform.
Yeah.
So you create an environment where people can absolutely be their best. They can understand not only what they need to do, but how that impacts, somebody who works alongside them and how that has an impact on the overall business. And in a small business, you absolutely have the ability to do that. That gets harder and harder as the business grows. But if you create it that way at the beginning, then you end up with this integrated business where everybody is really striving towards the same thing and has a very rich environment for their own workspace.
Right. I love that. So to flip it on a little bit to some of my questions, curious to know what success looks like then. If, truly innovative company, truly there's, a lot of awesome, backing to the company. What does success look like moving forward in this next year?
I think we celebrate success in a lot of ways, the how happy people are in the organization, right? That's, our number one, because we have this structure, the charter in which we've been created under the Public Benefits Corp and the B Corp. Part of our success is across all those metrics. How are your own people doing? How are the people doing that you work with? Are you being successful there? So we actually have an external metric where we'll look to improve our scores on those things year after year. I think the other thing we have, because we're a highly impactful organization, is when we give this 3%, we give it to the Why Not You Foundation, and then we follow very closely how those programs are successful. So one of them is through an organization called Friends of the Children that follows kids in the foster system for 12 years with a mentor. And we really provide a lot of funding for that program. And through that, we get to see how those kids do. So do they have greater rates of graduation from, high school? Are we seeing, more of them become engaged in the workforce and achieve success in their own lives? So, 3% is a lot. 3% of net revenue is a lot to give. So we also are really wanting to make sure that money goes to a good place. As a commercial organization, of course, you always have your sales, right? So that also tells us, but we sort of talk about it being impact is actually our goal and revenue is the result of that.
I love to hear it. Someone saying you have an excellent business model. I love this. Another question from the audience is, how have you shifted your data strategy in the past few months, if at all? Have you shifted your data strategy?
We're actually becoming involved more in that as we go forward. So, realistically, we Good Man brand is a fantastic brand. We have that with Nordstrom It was probably 98% sold at Nordstrom until 12 months ago, and we've really developed DTC around that as well. And so we're, gathering more data on that. Human Nation is just a baby. It was just sort of launched in January, so it's pretty new, and we'll be gathering information on that. We are going to work with a second-party data source to make sure we have that 360 view of the customer, and we can think about and meet them where they are, right? Understand what their shopping habits are. But at this stage, I don't know if I'd say things have shifted because we're still so young that we're really just developing it. But we are building the business to be a big business, right? One of the things is we have a group of executives that come from very large brands, brands like Nordstrom and Lululemon. So we are here to create, billion-dollar businesses, which then will really rely on excellent sources of data in order to make that happen.
So speaking of some of those sort of like bigger heritage brands that you guys have a lot of people leading your company that have experience there, what are some of them that you've gotten inspiration from besides Lululemon, or are there other sort of emerging and new brands that you're looking to and kind of eyeing for inspiration, either when it comes to marketing or sort of like their brand ethos and voice? Are there any other brands out there that you're looking at?
Oh, I mean, I think so many. I mean, because we have taken this approach of looking at 4 different kinds of retailers, right? I mean, as I mentioned off the top, I really admire Glossier and how they really connect with their consumers, right? I really admire Allbirds and Patagonia and, Reformation and Mother of Pearl and the kinds of things that they do on the sustainability side, and, Pangaea, like their material science and what they're doing. So many on those levels. In the area of the more sort of iconic brands, I mean, I really admire Adidas and the work that they're doing, and Nike on sustainability. I mean, for them, they've done tremendous work. And then there's tiny little brands that are coming out doing really creative and exciting things. So we kind of look, we're major students. So we're always looking at what other people are doing. I mean, LVMH has, they've given up all their not given it up, but they're selling their dead stock as a source of fabrics for people to use. I really admire what the luxury brands are doing in that area. So, I think, especially in the world of sustainability, the beautiful thing about that is it's less competitive and more collaborative. We are always looking and standing on everybody else's shoulders in order to achieve the best. So I think, the list goes on in terms of the brands that I really admire for the way they create a business model and for ultimately creating positive outcomes in the future. I think depending on what stage of business you're at, that's a harder lift for some than others. And we have the wonderful advantage of sort of creating it from the get-go.
I love that. What about from a more business development perspective? Are there any sort of like goals or initiatives you're looking at either this year or in the next, decade even, that maybe it's other partnerships with co-branded partnerships or other vendors that you're looking to bring on? What are some of those goals that you're working on?
Yeah. So, I mean, for right now, we've got a lot on our own with our
everything.
We have a near-term goal of a third brand that we're going to launch, which we're super excited about, and we'll be launching in September. So watch for that. We also are looking to collaborate with other brands to not recreate the wheel, right? So circularity is a big discussion, right? So you make the product and then do you reuse it yourself? Do you put it into another organization that then upcycles? So we want to create those partnerships to not reinvent the wheel. I mean, when I was at Lululemon, my responsibility there was social sustainability in part, other things too. And I was always very conscious that it wasn't important for us to put our banner on what we were doing. So we created, for example, a program in Cambodia for young women. The issue there was literacy. So we created libraries with room to read. We could have gone out and created our own, but the goal was creating the library, and Room to Read knew how to do that. So why didn't we just work with them to do it? And we'll take the same approach here. If there's somebody out there that's really good at circularity, at repairing clothes, at whatever, let's partner with them. Let's get there together rather than saying, no, everything has got to fit under the house. So I think the idea of collaboration and how we get to the outcome that we want, which is, a higher degree of sustainability, we're going to go that route rather than necessarily recreating the wheel ourselves. And that's the beautiful thing about sustainability is most of the businesses that are in this space really want to do that and achieve the right outcome.
I I love that. And then to think a little bit about the future, I want to say like high fashion season or shopping season, specifically for fashion in Q4. What are some of the things that you're looking forward to as it relates to House of LRNC? But then also I want to say on a personal level, because the world is very much so back open in a lot of different places, at least here in the US. What are two things that you're looking forward to, work and personally?
Well, personally, I'm looking forward to getting back into some fashion moments, right? That I think will be really exciting, getting out and connecting with people. We created our company virtually over this period of time, right? So really getting into spaces with people and in real life opportunities. And that relates to the business one, which is we're going to launch a really exciting brand in September. And I think I would buy absolutely every item in the lineup. It's apparel, accessories, and footwear. And I could empty my closet and refill it with this stuff. So really excited about that.
Oh, I'm excited. So we have more info, audience. It's September. That's when we need to look out for it. We have fashion, we have accessories. I'm ready for it. This was super exciting. Thank you so much for taking the time. We learned so much.
Great. Thanks, Tiffany.
No problem.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Tiffany. Great moderation. And before I go forward, Teresa, I must apologize. I did not introduce you correctly at the start of the session.
No problem.
But you are Teresa, and you're not Nancy, who I know is watching today. So she's here in spirit, and that's what I was referring to. But I do apologize for that. The one thing I took away from this conversation is, you frequently hear that sustainability and profitability are mutually exclusive. Right? You hear this argument all the time. It's like, well, we're not a charity, and we're not able to kind of make the business side of it work and still be able to do meaningful contributions to the environment, to the world we live in, and to be able to respect what we've been given. But you are an example of that clearly not being true. And staying true to your roots. And that's something that we should all be celebrating. So thank you so much for bringing that message. And again, I'm in Toronto. I know Lululemon being a great Canadian brand, and I know it looks like you're in Canada as well, which is awesome. And you can't not be focused, on beauty and nature when you live in BC. So
absolutely.
Right. Amazing. Thank you so much for your time today. Really enjoyed the conversation. Awesome. Well, let's keep going on the rest of our programming for today. So we go from, really interesting conversation about sustainability, and I love this 3% of net revenue going to some really good sustainable causes. That's talking about, putting your money where your mouth is. That's amazing. So our next topic today is going to be around a slightly different industry, but something I'm very much looking forward to. It's 2:42 p.m. where I am, which means it is happy hour somewhere in the world. Yes. And no better person to join us on the stage today than Kristen Colonna, who is the Vice President of Marketing Enablement at Pernod Ricard. And she's going to be joined by Rob DeSalvo, who is the Chief Revenue Officer at Undertone. So thank you so much for joining us, Kristen. A number of brands are in my bar as we speak, and some of them might be open this afternoon. So thank you. Take it away, Rob and Kristen.
Oh, thanks so much. And really excited to be joining the Brand Innovators 10th Anniversary Summit. It's exciting that you guys have been around for so long and providing us with such amazing content. And, so Kristen, how are you doing today? Well, can't hear you.
Here we are. I said I'm doing very, very well. I'm actually in our office. It feels amazing to be at HQ for this conversation.
Oh, that's so great. Yeah. So, when we set this up with Brand Innovators, the theme we were given was pretty broad, strategies to win consumers in the coming decade. And I think that opens up the doors for so many different things for us to talk about. But what I first want to get into is Pernod on a whole and what your core purpose is. You guys talk about unlocking the magic of the human connection. So especially over this past year when people really couldn't be together and human connection has been something that we've all been missing and craving, how are you guys still able to convey this purpose within your marketing campaigns?
Yeah, it's certainly been a real challenge, especially I think, for our industry, as creators of conviviality. It is our role, as you said, to unlock the magic of human connection. And that was a difficult thing in a year when people couldn't really be together, of course, right? So we tried to get creative with it. I think one of the best examples would have been Jameson for this St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
And we encouraged our consumers to take the afternoon off and celebrate. And the reason that we did so really is born of an insight that COVID accelerated like so many things. But we know that Americans have been leaving significant vacation time on the table for years. And that kind of always on work culture has become a real challenge. And it's certainly something that stands in the way of us connecting authentically with one another, which is something we want to be at the core of. So we launched St. Patrick's Time Off. And Jameson encouraged everyone to keep the spirit of St. Patrick's Day alive and celebrate safely, but make the time to raise a glass. And it was just a campaign full of, I think, feel-good spirit, came with a bit of hope, right? A bit of celebration, things that have been absent for a while. And we got so much engagement from consumers, so much positive feedback, so much social chatter, so much amplification of how they were celebrating, and it really resonated.
That's great. Just side question to that. Did the other brands see that and be like, oh my God, we need to try to capture that magic in a bottle too?
We're definitely on a journey to make sure that each of our brands really understands its right to win, right? And uniquely what it does for consumers. I think as a spirits company, though, I would be remiss to say, yes, all of our brands would like to be number one in all the holidays and all the drinking occasions. But I think no argument that Jameson has the right to own St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point, and a good brand to marry with St. Patrick's Day for sure. So I think one of the things that's been so interesting these days is that it's very fair to say that consumers don't only care about the product they're buying these days, but also the values of the company that they're buying from and how that company is reacting to everything out there, global affairs, things like that. So what have you guys done over there to strengthen the trust among your consumers from a corporate social responsibility standpoint?
Yeah, that's one that we've been, thinking a lot about because our CEO, Ann McCurgy, has been very vocal about, not only a return on investment for our shareholders, but the concept of much more broadly a return on responsibility, right? Doing right by our consumers, our stakeholders, and society at large. And I think the brand that is really leading the charge there is Absolut with its drink responsibly work. So Valentine's Day, first of its kind, February 2020, was a great example of when we launched Drink Responsibly, Sex Responsibly. And it was the first time that, a company in our industry really got into the fray of the conversation around drinking and consent. We certainly made sure that we had the right to be in that conversation. We commissioned some, very specific research. And, to your point, 60% of people between the age of 21 and 30 believe that companies should take a stand on a concept like sexual consent. Most of them have talked about consent with their friends and their family. And, on a bit of the, more serious side, 69% of sexual assaults that occur on a college campus involve a perpetrator who's been drinking. So, it was important for us to take a stand. We launched the campaign, kind of explored the chronology of a date and the things that can happen there and what the different stages of consent are that we may or may not be so consciously aware of. It could be another drink. It could be swiping right. It could be sharing a ride to the next destination, right? But our point was to make it clear that only a yes to sex is a yes. So we also partnered with RAIN, the country's largest anti-sexual violence organization. They were a collaborative partner in the campaign. We made sure that the creative and the activation strategy and the messaging were powerful, but also appropriate. We launched on Valentine's Day. And it was our highest single day of engagement with the brand in history. Overwhelmingly positive reaction. We also partnered with RAIN around a donation aspect to, obviously behind the purpose and the power of this campaign, also do a bit of good. And it was covered widely in the press, but Absolute's only continued that responsibility platform. And, that's going to become, a really kind of hallmark of that brand's integrity. So kind of to your earlier point, Rob, about like, doesn't everybody want to jump in? We've really been working hard, whether it's something like Jameson's, advocating as an Irish whiskey for, taking the afternoon off and finding that moment of connection with the people that you care about, or it's Absolute, taking a stand within the industry. Those are things that, frankly, this time during COVID has given us a lot of pause to try to make real.
Yeah, oh, that's amazing. I love that. I think one of the things that's come out of the last year and a half is, so many things have evolved and adapted and fast forwarded at lightning speed. And one of the things that I thought was really cool when we caught up last week was that the new role that you took at Pernod was a very recently created function, marketing enablement function. We would love to hear a little bit more about that. I guess how that came about, and then how you ended up being the person who took the role.
Sure. So marketing enablement is a new function at Pernod. My organization is responsible for building strategic capability in all things media, in-house content creation, marketing technology, and consumer data strategy. So wide remit, but tons of interdependencies, of course, and intersections. So we are here, to make sure that we are delivering the most demand-driven, precision-activated experiences for consumers. When we go back to that concept of return on responsibility, data and analytics for us are in service of enabling a better consumer experience, right? They're the means, not the end. We have done an inordinate amount of proprietary research and insight generation on, where our brands have that right to win, the kinds of like emotional and functional attributes of the brands, what consumers' need states are, to try to marry them up and, really activate in a way that is authentic and relevant and measurable and accountable to business outcomes. So that's my team's role. We are building rapidly, working with all of our agency partners, whether it's Wavemaker, or UEG, or Weber, or the marketing arm, as well as our creative partners like Ogilvy, to really make what marketers talk about so much a true reality. And for us, it was critical that we take a very kind of portfolio-wide, centralized approach. Certainly for something that's going to get into such deep areas of expertise, and that we're here to make sure all of our marketers are armed with those tools, those techniques. So yeah, that's what we do in a nutshell. I can't say it's an easy gig, but it's certainly a rewarding one.
Challenging and rewarding. That's what we want, right?
Yeah. So we we're looking to now put a lot of that into action, right? We've done the heavy lifting, we've done the homework, we've done the insight generation, we've done the analytics, and we're now in market using those insights to inform our content strategy, our creative strategy, and our media strategy. They're not separate. We're looking at them holistically.
Perfect. I think that's a great segue when you mention the data part of it and using that data to inform those strategies. Is there anything? Any tips or tricks that you can give the audience here, or ways that you're using that data to inform those strategies that are either back to the basics and like, hey, let's just look at it that way? Or is there something really, of course, not sharing anything proprietary, but is there something really cool and interesting that you're doing to inform those strategies from the data standpoint?
Yeah. So when we started with the kind of that insight and analytics exercise, and we really started to unpack what drives consumer choice, right? That took a lot of heavy lifting to unpack, and we came to a very clear conclusion that your context, so your life stage, where you are, who you're with at any given moment, coupled, with your needs, what you're looking for, either functionally or emotionally, they're more predictive of what beverage you're going to choose than your identity, than your demographics, right? You're not one thing, Rob. I'm not one thing. We're dimensional people, right? The way that you and I might decide what to drink at a business dinner can look different than how we unwind after a long day. Looks different than what you reach for after a round of golf, right? That context is critical. And because of modern, media and marketing capability, we're able to translate that context into data signals and inventory that we can activate against. So for us, we're leaning heavily into contextual targeting. And I would say that unlike a lot of advertisers who have it as a tool in their toolbox, but I would say activate kind of peripherally or on the surface, we've got a unique set of contextual understanding and data signals by brand, right? And those are distinct from one another. And when you think about the fact that, again, my life stage and who I'm with and where I am is more predictive of my choice, what that means then is that you're able to meet me in my moment of need with the right brand, with the right cocktail strategy, right? As I change life stages, as I change context, I'm able to trade consumers up throughout our portfolio. I'm able to introduce specific types of innovation to them. And I think that, that's a lot more predictive of their behavior and a lot more demand driven than a cookie. So it took a lot of heavy lifting to get there. I mean, my advice is, while obviously the industry, readies itself, for what will just continue to be, we believe, an increasingly kind of private consumer landscape, that's not, in our opinion, meant to be fought. Again, like, we're here to do best by the consumer. We want to respect their boundaries and their privacy, and putting the most relevant offer, message, promotion in front of them, that's our job, right? It's not to act first in the service of our revenue and think about the consumer after. So we're very bullish on this strategy. Of course, first party does play a role. We have been at that game for a long time, but it's much more useful for us. For instance, if I already understand a bit about who you are and some of your preferences and past purchase behavior, it's much more useful for things like cross-sell versus new acquisition, et cetera. So we've got a pretty well mapped out role of what data fuels what consumer outcomes in what circumstances. And we're just in the process of starting to test and learn our way through that. I mean, advice-wise, like, it's never done, right? But we are in an environment here that supports, rigorous hypothesis generation. And then we learn, we iterate, and we continue. So I think what's exciting is to see the intersection of that methodology really impact content, creative, and media. We're building a studio in-house. We want to be, able to fulfill the types of volume and variation that our consumers are looking for. So, leaning heavily into a more robust kind of DCO suite of assets, social assets, commerce assets that can meet the needs of the consumer in a hyper relevant way. So we're looking to really leverage that approach across the entire journey, omni-channel at its broadest. How do we link to what perhaps we use to prime you or nudge you with that and what you experience inside of a Kroger or a Total Wine or a, independent liquor chain. So we're pulling that thread all the way through. And I think that's important for consumers too. Consistency is important.
Absolutely. I mean, that consistency, in Undertone, we do the same thing. We really believe in trying to get that personalized message to the consumer at the right place, at the right time, through that creative lens, because you really want to evoke that emotion from them, especially with products like you guys have in your portfolio. You want to get that emotional response. And when you can deliver that personalized experience to your consumers, and if you can do it at scale, even better. But yeah, it absolutely makes sense. And I love the cross-sell part of it, because I think that if you're able to connect with the consumer on one brand and able to then get a message in front of them that's going to entice them to try another brand, that's the holy grail right there.
Yeah, yeah. And look, it's not, I mean, advice wise, it's like we're all on a journey. There's really no end. And the funny but exciting thing about this industry is just when you think you figured it out, it changes again.
Yes.
You know, but I think that's a gift. I think that's great. You know, it keeps us all sharp and on our toes. And I think for us, you know, when you really do think about unlocking the magic of human connection and things like that, we have to remember at our core that our business is incredibly human. And no matter how sophisticated we get from an analytics perspective or a data perspective, we have to harness some of that timeless understanding of what drives consumer behavior. We just activate it in a much more sophisticated way sometimes, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
you know, our industry loves to herald the death of things, right? Oh, this is dead, this is new. Everything's in play. Everything's in play for a given purpose, for a given objective. And I think it's okay to have a very robust toolkit and just to have clarity about what you're reaching for and when.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. So, you know, fueled by what's happened over the past year and a half with COVID, e-commerce has grown exponentially, not just in the liquor category across the board, but specifically to liquor. It's been e-commerce sales, it's been apps, it's, you know, things like Drizzly, ordering your liquor, having it delivered to you while you're working at home. I mean, it's it can be pretty seamless. So how has that helped you guys, or how has it adapted your marketing strategies, the media channels you're using in order to deliver on your own internal e-commerce goals? And then how is that different from the way that you were looking at that? I know you weren't there pre-pandemic, but maybe from just a corporate standpoint, how is that different than the way you looked at it before?
I mean, to your point, the acceleration has been absolutely massive. You know, when you think about wine and spirit sales online, I think they're growing something at like 2 to 3 times the rate they were versus the prior year, you know, and those consumer behavior shifts, you know, we anticipate will be sustained, right? I mean, you probably remember, Rob, there were a bunch of these panels and articles and interviews. Remember at the beginning of the pandemic, our entire industry was trying to forecast what the lasting impact of it would be. And we were so naive because we had no idea, unfortunately, how long it would go on. Yeah. You know, we all think about, you know, Gladwell and, you know, 10,000 hours makes you an expert. And how long does it take to kick a bad habit or form a new one? I mean, 16 months later, we formed some new habits.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're not going anywhere. So, you know, we've seen literally as an industry a 4x growth in the number of consumers who are buying us online. Our retail outlets are expanding, click and collect's expanding. So we've had to pivot, you know, incredibly quickly. We have built out a robust team internally. They are partnering very closely with all of our commercial marketing and brand marketing, whether it's, yes, Drizzly partnerships, or whether it's talking to our customers in a different way about how we're going to activate with them. You know, we go to our customers, they don't want to see, oh, this is what we're doing, you know, on your site, but here's what we're doing in your store. And Joe does that and Dan does that, right? They want one holistic point of view about how we're leaning in and how we're going to be where consumers are to stimulate demand for our brands and their channels. So I think what's important for us is, again, when we think about how that manifests across the consumer journey, that we're not sending confusing signals, right? So how does the creative experience, how does the literal message offer combination evolve to be most relevant, but not feel disconnected? You know, we're working with our media partners to understand, you know, we don't want someone to, you know, see an Instagram post that's supporting, let's say, a Jameson campaign, and then, you know, 2 minutes later get hit with a Drizzly ad followed by a, right? And our industry is, you know, that's always been a stumbling block for us, right? And it's a huge opportunity, I think, to refine again. Who are we serving a message to? Why do we believe we have a right to serve them that message at that point in time? But yeah, it's certainly a challenge. I mean, especially in our industry, right? Like a lot of retailers outside of, I would say, you know, grocery or BevAlc or CPG are quite sophisticated. But, you know, in many instances, we're dealing with independents or legacy systems, or, you know, not obviously retailers not always sharing data with us. So it's something that we're working on. And I think, aside from just a presence, of course, in commerce, it's strong and robust. We're really trying to determine, what does that long-term consumer nurture look like? Why a Pernod brand, right? Why versus a competitor? How do we start to engender more of that, not loyalty, because consumers are promiscuous and they're always going to try new things and be swayed by new offers, and that's okay. It's a bit of the nature of the beast.
Sure.
But how do we develop a little bit of nurture and a value proposition that tethers them a little more closely to us? And I think it's what you said. It's like you've got to hit both those functional notes as well as those emotional notes. Know when they're looking for value, know when they're looking for values. Is it sex responsibly, or is it $5 off their favorite tequila? So we need to architect that choice, is what we call it. With precision, and yeah, I mean, look, the U.S. is on track to be the global leader in Bev Alc, so here to stay.
Yeah.
And I think so much runway to refine that consumer experience.
Oh, that's great. I love that. All right, so I think we have time for one last question, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. We talked a little bit about this the other day: diversity and inclusion. More important than ever. We here at Undertone just launched a new initiative yesterday called the Uplift Collective, which is helping support our publisher partners that are minority and female owned to portions of the media buys that go to them will go to get donated to charities of the client's choice, and just really trying to lean in and do everything that we can to support. And I think we're all wondering, what are you guys doing as a company, both within your marketing and as a company, to hit on those areas?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's so much. So more broadly at the company, we have a commitment to supplier diversity. So that's something that we're going through across our entire supply chain, right? From a media standpoint, very timely. I was just posting about it on LinkedIn. We're happy to partner with Group M on their media inclusion initiative. So a series of their clients that are committing a percentage of their media investment behind Black creators and Black media owners, right? And definitely trying to make sure that our media investment is not only reaching our consumers, but resonating with them authentically, right? And the diverse content creation, along with the diversity of content and programming, goes hand in hand. So that's a huge one for us. Globally, our company launched a global D&I function in 2021. So that was an important, I think, demonstration to our commitment, and it's something that we're really on the fast track with, I would say, in North America. We're recruiting a leader for that now. We've also got a new addition to our marketing organization. We went through a very big restructure that brought me in February, and we've been able to put in place a multicultural and inclusive marketing function, right? So we want to make sure that our commitments are actually organizationally and operationally wired, that our money is getting spent in the right places, that we're tracking our progress. So between, I think the global platform at Pernod, a lot of what Anne, our CEO, has been very, very vocal about in terms of her commitment to an incredibly inclusive company here in North America. We've created new ERGs, a resource group for veterans. We've got, I believe, 6 now, LGBTQ, Pernod Noir, Mosaic, so many initiatives that have kept people connected as well as we've been apart, right? And people really look to that. For a company that I joined during the pandemic, I was so overwhelmed by meeting new colleagues who told me that more than anything, they missed being with one another, right? In an incredibly social business that lends itself to connection, they felt more alone, I think, than many of us felt, and we all felt it. So yeah, that's a bit about what we've been doing.
That's amazing. I think there's so many good things there, so many great initiatives. Well, thank you so much. I think we probably have time for one quick question from the Q&A here. There's a couple in here. So let's go with this one. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about your brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to the marketing?
That's a great question. What's been a real collaboration exercise is as we went through all of that kind of foundational insight and analytics about why consumers reach for our brands and when, we've had to then go back and rework a lot of our creative strategy, right? So I think that that's been, foundational. In terms of purpose from, the good of society, I think that all of our brands manifest in different ways. And I think we're careful not to jump onto any kind of bandwagon, if you will. We've got a very clear purpose platform at Pernod with regard to return on responsibility, what we believe it means to be creators of conviviality, to our larger role in fostering authentic human connection. And then we've been leaning into, for instance, a brand like Absolute, which has taken up a bit more of an advocacy with Sex Responsibly. There was also, we'll be launching another chapter of the blank responsibly soon, that's very much geared toward, as we re-enter the world post-COVID, how do we behave? So I think it's an individual exercise, but it's supported by a strong company point of view. And I think for us as a large portfolio of brands, leaning into Pernod's purpose has been one of our biggest opportunities.
That's great. And then I guess we have a little bit more time. I'm going to jump back into one more question for us. I think, one of the things we talked about was industry trends. And I know you talked a little bit about pivoting your portfolio across key industry trends on your end, and things that you're seeing emerge in the marketplace. Is there some couple of things there that you could give us a few tidbits of information on?
In terms of, look, there's been so many trends. One that's specific to Bev Alc that we're really thinking hard about now is, as we all sheltered in place in the pandemic, our consumers are very resourceful, right? So that amazing cocktail that you used to go to your local bar or mixologist to make, people figured out how to make it at home and they wanted to hack to go with it, right?
Yeah.
People have built amazing wet bars and fire pits and entertaining spaces. And that at-home entertaining trend, we think is here to stay. It doesn't mean that people aren't going to go back to bars and restaurants. Of course they are. We can see that starting to happen. But that kind of, again, like new behavior that was seeded out of necessity has been a real source of enjoyment for a lot of consumers. So we're trying to think about, especially with such a large portfolio of brands, how do we keep consumers engaged with them? And the cocktail strategy aspect is really seeing a huge part of our attention. And the other that was a bit born of COVID, or COVID accelerated it, is ready to drink cocktails, right? Everybody wants it ready to go. Take it with you, take it on the go, drink responsibly, but enjoy it. So a lot of our innovation is focused right now on helping deliver what is that new expectation around ready to drink cocktails that are delicious.
Right. Yeah. And you talk about the at-home cocktail making. Even from our perspective in this industry, we utilized it during the pandemic as a client entertainment tactic. We would hire a mixologist. Everyone's getting on the Zoom, send everyone the ingredients that they need, and now all of a sudden we're all experts in making some crazy cocktail or two that we had never made before, and it was also a fun experience to do that. So I do think that the at-home making of unique and cool cocktails is something that is going to be here to stay as well.
The other thing consumers really leaned into is this larger trend of premiumization, right? So without being able to necessarily, go out, how could they recreate a restaurant experience at home? And they kind of reassess their entire value equation. And a lot of our whiskey portfolio, our agave portfolio, cognac is growing 2 times faster than total spirits. Consumers have really leaned in to explore the total breadth of our category, and this trend toward premiumization continues. So yeah, you can go to a friend's house now and have a restaurant experience at home, and people, I think that's here to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things you mentioned earlier, you talked about, that it can be a little bit of a promiscuous industry where people are trying new things and going to new brands. Do you find, or do you think that people are going to go back to their trusted brands during this? Or do you think that trend of everyone kind of trying lots of different things is here to stay? or a combo of both? And I'm sure you win on both sides, right? You get the people that are now trying your products that never had before, and vice versa.
There's definitely been a return to trusted brands. But in general, our category, like other categories, right? Consumers have a repertoire, right? And there's constant innovation in the category. So we know that people are going to, and certain consumers more so than others, they like to experiment, they like to try new things. It fulfills a little bit of a sense of exploration, a sense of adventure. Sometimes it really is a match for their identity. So it's a combination of both. And I think just understanding, again, like, that notion of context and needs being more predictive of choice than your identity is what helps us look at this vast portfolio and kind of the variety of the trends at play and know what to kind of put front and center and when.
Right. Yeah. No, that absolutely makes sense. All right. We have one more question from the chat, and then I think we'll be able to get wrapped up here. So, an anonymous attendee, how do you promote authenticity within your purpose-driven marketing strategies?
That's a great question. We're thinking about it a few different ways. I think if you go back to what I was speaking about earlier with regard to supplier diversity and a lot of our multicultural marketing efforts, I mean, if you look at the numbers, as an industry, we're underinvested in the touch points that multicultural consumers favor. We're underinvested digitally overall against multicultural consumers, and we're significantly underinvested in bespoke content creation for multicultural consumers. So for us, I mean, authenticity and purpose, if I had to put it in a phrase, it's about resonance, not reach. The tools in our industry are outdated and they are not sophisticated enough broadly to measure our real impact, right? We can all spend money and create a campaign and run a reach curve and clap our hands and say we did a good job. We reached 60%, we reached 70%. Yeah, but did it matter? Right? Awareness is a funky word. I think it's one that we try to stay away of. It's a very vague objective. There's many things, Rob, that you and I are aware of. It doesn't mean we care about them, and it doesn't mean that they resonate. Right. So I think it's really the combination of the content, where in your world the content appears, how personalized it is. All of that drives authenticity and reinforces the brand purpose. And that purpose can be anything from, very serious to very, fun and open. It doesn't always have to be a social justice topic per se, as important as those are, as long as the brand is authentically delivering against what the consumer wants and needs. So I think it's not a one size fits all. And we need to think really about resonance beyond reach, because we can lie to ourselves all day and say, we spend money there and we support that and we donate and we this, but it's the entire experience and how it drives your brand.
Right. The resonance beyond reach. I love that. I think that's really strong. It's so great to see you in your office. I love it. I'm jealous. I was saying earlier, I have my first actual business trip coming up, jumping back on a plane again for the first time since last March next week. And it's nice to see everything start to come back and see people going out and enjoying a cocktail and getting things going, both from a friend standpoint and obviously family, but also in our industry, the client entertainment part of it, and seeing that go. And your company ties all of that together, which is really great. So I really thank you for your time today and all of the great nuggets that you gave the audience. I think there's some really cool things that we can dig in there. And not only if someone's in the alcohol category and the spirits category, but really adapted and adjusted to whatever verticals they're in as well. So, thank you so much for your time. Anything else you want to leave us with?
No, I just have everyone, be good out there, be safe, and enjoy a Pernod cocktail responsibly. We're here for you, and I think everybody looks like we as an industry and as the U.S. have some good things to start to look forward to. So raise a cocktail in celebration of that.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Kristen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. Before you go, Kristen and Rob, great job moderating as well. I love, you know what? I mean, we've heard a lot of sessions here through our Brand Innovators live casts, certainly over the last 18 months, but even in many live sessions before that. And I've never seen somebody speak about marketing insights in the way you just spoke about marketing insights, because it's not just about the brand and the penetration and how many people know about us. All of those are good things, but like you said, unless the story is consistent, your consumers will call you on that. And they absolutely will, and they have. And I think for you to get into the consent space, if you just came up with that campaign completely on its own, it could very well be seen as some kind of other motivations, let's call it. But the fact that the brand is consistent in its messaging, to get it to where it is, not every brand gets to be in that conversation. So, congratulations, because it's an honor to be there. And by the way, our culture and our society today needs it. And so kudos to you and your team. Excellent job there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Great
right,
job moderating as well. Take care.
Sounds great.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you. So let's continue our conversation. We're headed towards a really, really strong close to our day 3 of our 10th anniversary celebrations here at Brand Innovators. So this is an interesting concept. From time to time, what we do is we'll bring together, a bunch of really cool, talented marketers from one brand team to talk to us about all the really awesome things that are going on behind the scenes, behind all of the campaigns, behind some really interesting work. And today I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by a bunch of all-stars from Reebok. So let me introduce our panelists from Reebok joining us today. So we have Beth McKenna Moore, who is the Director of Global Marketing Strategy at Reebok. We have Kathleen Brower, the Senior Manager of Global Marketing Strategy and Localization. We have Azad Adam, the Manager of Global Digital and Media Activation. Carolyn Malone, the Manager of Global Influencer and Social Strategy. And Meg Whitaker, the Senior Manager of Asia Brand Communications at Reebok. And there is one more person, actually, Libba Burke, the Senior Manager of Global PR. See, I saved you towards the end because, of course, I know what you're thinking. Ritesh, none of this can happen without me because I'm the PR person. And that's why I left you right until the end. And today, of course, the enviable job of being a moderator to this fantastic conversation are Zan Faruqi, the Enterprise Sales Director of the East Coast region at Braze, and Jason Parocco, Vice President of Product Marketing at Braze. So I need a drink. Where is Kristen? I am really excited to listen to this conversation. Reebok has always been one of my favorite brands because it stands alone in how the brand actually resonates with a lot of its consumers. So really looking forward to this conversation. We'll turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ritesh. I appreciate it. Yeah, really looking forward to today's session. I know one of our goals is really to think about how does a large global organization operate and run its marketing strategies from a global level, market to market as well. So we thought we might add a little flavor of that as well on the Braze side of things. So I'm Zan, I'm a sales director. I help lead our enterprise sales team, but I also brought in Jason from our marketing team so we could do a little marketer to marketer collaboration as well. So for those that don't know Braze, we're a customer engagement platform and we help consumer brands communicate with their customers on a one-to-one level. So through channels like email and mobile messaging, SMS, web, et cetera. And we think we do it really well, but we're not here really to talk about Braze. We're here to talk about Reebok. So I want to hand it over to Beth, and Beth, maybe you can give us a little bit of a background on really kind of, who is Reebok today? Obviously you all have a great kind of legacy history, and I think we're interested in understanding what does Reebok look like in 2021 and moving forward. So yeah. I'll hand it over to you.
Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, great. I first wanted to start by saying I was told bring 2 to 3 people, and I brought 6. So we really had to do it up. We brought, a good representation from the global marketing organization, and we were all texting each other beforehand, trying to make sure we got the background up. So I just did it. So we're trying to get ourselves all up and running in our different locations, but we're super excited to be here. talk to you more about Reebok and some of the change that we're going through. It's a really exciting time. Reebok is a global athletic lifestyle company. We sell footwear and apparel. Many people know we're headquartered in Boston, well over 500 employees at the Boston office. I didn't realize this until I joined the brand, but we're a big global brand. We do business in well over 40 countries. Therefore, from a marketing perspective, we're supporting such a broad range of companies and cultures. From a business model standpoint, a big majority of what we do is through wholesale. So we sell our product through third-party retailers like Foot Locker, Zalando, Finish Line, Amazon. But, naturally our Reebok.com our home base, where, obviously we own the experience through and through, is a huge priority for us and has continued to grow over the last few years. So we can definitely get more into, last year. And that was an interesting experience for everyone, and how we had to really revert our strategy and how things are looking as we look towards 2022. And we're honestly very much in the midst of 2022 planning and some really exciting changes for Reebok.
Awesome. Fantastic. Looking forward to digging into all of that. Maybe if you can touch on some of those things at a high level, and kind of just like set the stage for, where you see things going. That'll help us kind of dive into other topics as we move forward.
Sure. I'll kick off with a bit about COVID and how it impacted our business, and then I want to encourage the team to just chime in, because I think we have a lot to share, and everybody really is passionate about participating. But naturally, last year, like most businesses, we were impacted by COVID. And we had to make some decisions. Budgets were tightened, the business was pretty impacted, and we made a decision to focus all of our marketing efforts on Reebok.com. And, that storefront that we had open 24/7 and we have full control over. So as a global marketing organization, we had to change our strategy, which was previously supporting a broader landscape and focusing on Reebok.com, and also going after consumers who we know, based on some type of digital signal, are in market to buy one of our categories, one of our products right now. So leveraging those digital signals became more important than ever, and really listening to what people were looking for, knowing that everyone's life had changed so drastically, but fitness and movement, the need for that was never greater. Like, we all know that with the rise of Peloton and all the digital fitness apps, like, people were craving not just the movement but the connection. So we knew that demand was still there, and we really needed to capitalize on it and drive as much as we could to Reebok.com, which ultimately was successful for us. And I might kick it over to Azad, because he was really pivotal in helping lead what was a big task force to wrangle this global organization, and also bring the markets along with how we were going to achieve what was a new e-com target for us last year, a much steeper, bigger target, and ultimately help get us there. And marketing, obviously played a huge role in achieving it.
No, absolutely, Beth. And I just wanna like don't want to speak like too much on that as well. But like, I think one thing that we noticed is that we had to like refocus everything that we had to do at that time, and we like start like aligning with a lot of our like media agencies, a lot of our markets around the globe, to make sure that we target that e-com ambition that just like increased due to the need of the business, and also the economics that we were looking at that time. So we had the project called like Now for Next, and this is like how we basically put together all the data analytics team, MediaCom teams, which is our media agency, and all the performances and the trends that we could see online as well, to make sure that we get the better cost per query site visits and a good return on ad spend as well. So during that time, like, yeah, focus was really important, but also like bringing the right people and the right talents and the right teams to make sure that we go after that goal.
Totally. I think that makes a lot of sense. We all know last year was a great moment of kind of digital transformation, and, the opportunity to pivot and rethink about, your overall strategy. I think it's interesting, Beth, the point you bring up about just the focus on fitness. And especially for Reebok, in that like you all are in this interesting place where it's, yep, you have fitness and kind of purpose-built products, and then you have kind of the lifestyle aspect of the brand as well. And, you know, how do you think about your overall strategy and where to kind of focus resources and efforts depending on kind of the moment in time. And then, you know, as I would imagine, like kind of just like if there was maybe a focus on lifestyle to say, hey, now everybody wants to, you know, figure out how to work out at home. Like, how can I move dollars around? I would imagine that would be part of the strategy. And then maybe given that Azad, you just kind of spoke up, if you could maybe introduce yourself and your role, and maybe we can go across the board with the rest of the team as well. And we can talk about your roles and really kind of like, where does digital fit into your responsibility in the org in general?
Absolutely, Zan. Thank you. Yes, so my name is Azad Adam. I'm from France, as you can see from my accent, maybe. And I joined the BEVS team more than a year ago. I'm the global media and digital activation manager at the global level. So in a nutshell, what I do in a one-liner is like, I manage the takedown and fulfillment of the strategy into the markets that we have across the globe. We will focus on, of course, like guiding and tracking the paid media and digital activations that we do. So we have like platforms that help us like do that. And it's really important as well, like as my role, to connect with all our global partners, which are like Google, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, and Spotify, and also make sure that, you know, we align with the strategy with them and can like provide the teams across the globe with the best tools and the best in-class activations and strategies and tactics to make sure that they go after the ambitions that they have at their original level. So this is my role in a nutshell.
Fantastic. Do you want to pass it to one of your teammates?
Absolutely. I will pass it on to Kathleen.
Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Kathleen Brower. I hope you can hear me okay. The videos are frozen on my screen. But I help drive Reebok's overarching global marketing strategy from a whole. So I help take our overall business objectives, who our consumer is, budget realities, and develop a marketing strategy that each local Reebok market can then customize based on their own budgets and how to use their paid, owned, and earned marketing channels. And then in addition to that, I also help oversee our localization efforts, which we work with an agency to help us understand and translate all of our global content into local market execution to turn it into consumer-facing content.
Awesome. I'll go down the list. Let's see. Over to you, Libba.
Great. So I'm Libba Burke. I'm a senior manager on the global PR team here. You know, a priority focal point for me in this role is sort of to develop and implement the PR strategy that fits within sort of our wider global comms plan, and provide guidance, strategy to markets, reporting metrics, and things like that to sort of our PR counterparts and markets so they can adapt and implement locally. You know, in this role, another big part of what I do is sort of create tools and storytelling at a global level, just to ensure consistencies in how and when we talk about, you know, new product launches, brand initiatives to media, to make sure we're all showing up sort of in the same way. In relation to digital, so typically, you know, PR is used as an awareness driver for brands. But sort of based on our current marketing strategy, we've adjusted our approach to have PR be more of a tool to help reach the lower to mid funnel consumer, and are really focused on driving people to Reebok.com and increase purchase consideration. So this is sort of the basis for the PR strategy right now.
Awesome. Caroline, you're up.
Hi guys, I'm Caroline. I lead the influencer and social strategy within the marketing strategy team. And my role is really focused on driving a consumer first approach to both of these mediums and creating a cohesive and holistic strategy and vision, just to make sure that we're at the forefront of digital innovation in both the influencer and social space. And like everyone on this call, just making sure we're all global, making sure that global strategy is executed and adapted at the local level so that we're coming across as one brand in a holistic way.
And Meg, bring us home.
Perfect. Last but not least, my name's Meg Whitaker. I'm a senior manager on the marketing strategy team, and I'm responsible specifically for Asia brand communications. So what this means is I coordinate with the local teams in each of our 5 markets across the Asia region on what I would say is 3 main elements. The first being making sure that they're sort of equipped with the tools and the information and the guidance they need to take our global marketing strategy and implement that at a local level. The second being making sure that they are kind of working with the local teams over there to execute on the global marketing campaigns that we develop as a global headquarters out of Boston. And then the third being at times kind of managing the development of local initiatives and local marketing campaigns that are specifically relevant to whether it be one or multiple of the markets within Asia, at times filling gaps where kind of the global creation teams can't fulfill.
Very nice. And Jason, over to you, my friend.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Jason, the Vice President of Product Marketing here at Braze, and it's just such a pleasure to be with such a talented marketing audience and marketing panelists to kick off this conversation with. Now, I'm sure like a lot of the folks that are on the line right now, last year was massively disrupted. And I think Reebok products, I personally think about going to the mall and going to pick up my CrossFit shoes. So I was wondering if you could have us elaborate a little bit on your journey from like those in-store person sales to transforming your marketing initiatives and your organization and moving over more toward that e-commerce need that we've all experienced.
Yeah, absolutely. I can take this one. So as Beth mentioned, historically, we have been a very wholesale driven business. I think more than 3/4 of our sales come from these distribution channels, depending on where we are in the world. It obviously fluctuates quite a bit. So like so many industries, COVID really shifted everything that we were doing at that point in time to e-commerce, given, you know, the level of control, visibility as well into data and reporting that we had access to. However, it definitely isn't going away as restrictions are starting to lift. We are seeing, you know, a return to in-store, making sure consumers have the ability to try on product and get their hands on it as well versus just seeing it online. So while e-com has definitely surged, we are definitely kind of starting to level out and balance back a little bit. But what I would say is super important for us to be able to understand this consumer experience has been working closely with our consumer insights and analytics teams to make sure that we're also measuring everything that we're doing holistically. So moving away from things like last touch, where we're giving credit to the last touch point in a consumer journey, to a more well-rounded multi-touch attribution system as well. These are definitely more real-time and help us with in-campaign measurement, but we've also started to incorporate more marketing mix modeling as well. While it's slower, it does help us understand kind of the broader picture of all of our marketing efforts and where we're seeing sales being attributed to across all of our paid, owned, and earned channels, so that we can optimize that channel mix accordingly and shift and flex as we need to, whether the journey is in store or, you know, more exclusively e-com as it had been for the last year or so.
That's really interesting, Kathleen. I think that's something that we see a lot in the market of really, you know, really meeting your customers where they are, right? And and ultimately listening to them, understanding that, and then using that to inform, you know, what do I do next as a brand? Actually hoping to maybe double click on that a little bit. You know, how do you all think about capturing data, capturing signals from your customers to then inform that purpose and the strategy? You know, how are you learning from the customers themselves? Is it a real time strategy? Is it something that you all do, you know, over a longer period of time? You know, would love to learn more about that.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends in kind of 2 different approaches. Like the way we listen to the audience, we obviously have our overarching brand audience of, you know, where we want to go as a brand moving forward, which, you know, stays relatively consistent year over year. But then as you get in campaign and in the moment in season activations, that's where we really do need to take into account those signals. So if you look at like one of our training products, and especially last summer, kind of more in lockdown, where we would have focused on targeting consumers that were interested in CrossFit, HIIT classes, berries, Orange Theory, going to these types of events or these types of classes, and then pulling into these types of interests and maybe in a social platform or something like that. It obviously shifted last summer to being more at home and more focused at home. Libba, I know from a PR perspective, you guys definitely pivoted with that last year. If you want to talk about that from the Nano perspective.
Yeah, definitely. So, just to give a quick anecdote on this, like Kathleen said, right after the pandemic hit, we had sort of the launch of our biggest training shoe of the year, our Nano franchise. It's been planned for months leading up to it. And literally it launched, I think, a few weeks after the pandemic hit. So we were unable to switch the timing of this launch just from a business perspective. So it was really important that we adjusted the approach to ensure we were giving consumers something they actually needed at this point in time. And at that moment, a $130 fitness shoe, it was just not that. So we adjusted the launch and instead, obviously, we still went forward with it, but we paired it also with the launch of a virtual fitness hub where we enlisted our trainers and athlete partners to create free, health and wellness classes for the consumer. So the launch wasn't just like, buy this new Nano product that it's the last thing you're really worried about right now. But instead, we paired it with something that was timely that, took these consumer insights in mind and it was just, again, sort of putting the consumer and their needs before our needs, while also, still finding a way to still move forward with it and not just scrap it altogether.
Yeah, I'd piggyback on that because similarly, when it comes to what are the signals, like social listening has always been huge and even more so last year. And I think Caroline can definitely add to this because as everything was happening, we had to pivot our strategy or we would look tone deaf and certainly wouldn't be effective with our end goal. So at one point we were like, all right, yes, people are now working out at home. They're still craving this movement. We're launching this fitness shoe. And on Twitter, we were able to start a conversation where we just put out a tweet. It was fully organic, no paid promotion behind it, just asking our following, like, what equipment do you have at home that you could use for a workout? Just like, tell us what you have, if it's cans or milk jugs or whatever, and we'll get one of our CrossFit coaches, which is one of the real benefits of working for Reebok, is access to some of the athletes and the talent. And people were just giving us the equipment that they had, and it was quite a system on the back end to in real time get these responses, then follow up with our coaches directly who would design a custom workout for said items that you had at home and send it back. So it may seem small, but we were really trying to make meaningful connections at a time when there was obviously so much uncertainty, and it really wasn't going to sit right to just be hawking product and pushing product, but really like, what does our brand mean? Like, what value can our brand bring right now? And we're like, hey, we can help people get moving at home. We can inspire them a little bit more, give them some connection. So yeah, it's a small example, but yeah, when it comes to signals, it's social listening. Also the search trends, like Azad had mentioned, of what are people actually searching for right now? There was an uptick in running shoe searches, like people were still wanting to go out individually for a run during that time. So we should be dialing up that type of product promotion because people are actually more interested in it. So we have access, we all know, more than ever to so much data. It's a matter of like practical application of it and not getting, overwhelmed by everything that we could possibly tap into. But there are definitely sources like search demand and trends and social listening that, have really been just priorities for us in real time.
That's great. Yeah, I'd love actually just to hear a little bit more just from a social perspective. I'm thinking about, sitting at home, I'm on my phone, I'm trying to stay relevant, using things like TikTok and trying to figure out what's going on in this new world. I'm now the old guy that doesn't really get social media anymore. But Caroline, I'd love to hear from your perspective, like how you all thought about, working with influencers during, that interesting time?
Yeah, definitely. I think to go off what Beth was saying, beyond social listening and investment in analytics, just to gather, I'd say, more insight at scale in real time, we really were focused on like community management and relationship building, because at the end of the day, it's like building that brand love that really mattered to us. And especially during a tough time where we didn't know necessarily what was right at first, what our consumer wanted to see. And we, based on data, we realized that they wanted us to help them get through this time. They didn't want, brands necessarily just stop talking. They wanted us to kind of be there for them and to Beth's point, provide value. So we were hyper focused on the content that we were pushing out, whether that was from owned or from influencer driven tactics, because, at the end of the day, the consumer at that time, and even more so now, they want to be enriched. They want value. They are the first to call a brand out on, being phony. So they want that authenticity. And even now they want information. They, again, back to value in any format. So we were really focused on the content that they were consuming. Again, whether that was from what we were creating or what we were having our influencers create. And so it really went back to working with influencers at the time that were authentic to Reebok. And I think it goes back to our bigger strategy of we have Cardi B as our big asset, as our big partner. But then we have a multi-tiered approach of who we work with from an influencer perspective that tiers from macro, micro, nano, across the board, because they all have their value to the brand and they all bring something a little different. And yeah, TikTok's an interesting one. It's so funny, like I lose track of time and me and Beth always talk about, yeah, we did like we did a pilot program in our head. That's what we called it with TikTok. We just wanted to like throw spaghetti at the wall for lack of a better phrase and just see what our consumer liked, because it was a territory that we hadn't really dove into yet. And we've tested some paid and we've course execute from an influencer perspective, but from organic, we just wanted to test and learn. And now I'm like, was this even during COVID, Beth? I'm like, what point did we really test this out?
I was thinking that, I'm like, what was this?
Yeah, but I think in that time frame, what we learned was just to be ourselves and to be witty, and that there's really no rhyme or reason, and it's less engineered, which we loved. It definitely was during COVID. Now that I think about it, we formed this TikTok like army, and we just created content. And one of our biggest, most successful pieces was we actually did a duet, challenged a brand. I don't know if I should mention on this, but it was Puma. We challenged them and it blew up. We were like, oh, this was just supposed to be fun and like a little competitive, friendly competition. And audience just absolutely loved it. And I think that showed us that some things you can't plan for. And that was something that was ad hoc, but in the moment was extremely successful for us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I personally love the experimentation that you're all doing with TikTok, because you're trying to meet your customer about where they're at today. And I think it's just so important to really keep the consumer at the center of everything that you do. So outside the TikTok channel, I mean, how is Reebok really leveraging all these different types of marketing channels to communicate and support these initiatives to your consumers?
I can start.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I was going to add, like, part of it, and we're going through evolution right now, is understanding who is our brand audience, like at the heart of our brand. Who are we really trying to speak to? Like, yes, of course, especially last year, it was about who's in market for this product. How do we target them with, product information and entice them to hopefully choose Reebok? But, as a brand, we know we have work to do to become more top of mind to consumers. Like, everybody's heard of Reebok, but not everybody is thinking about us when they're ultimately going to purchase. So we have work to do to get into that top 3 brands, top of mind mindset. And I think we have done some great work in consumer research around, like, who is it that we want to speak to? And we were going through this earlier today, and I was like taking notes, because I'm like, oh, this is such a good way to explain it, of we call them the movement makers now, but it's really about those people who are active participants, like not the spectators, not the critic on the sideline, but those people who are not just active in fitness, but like through other means in their life, and really making sure everything that we do is inspired by an understanding of that consumer, which we know can look a bit different in the various countries that we market in. So yeah, I think it really does come back to who we are as a brand, like who is that audience that we think, is most receptive to our values, and that we can make that real emotional connection with, so that over time, we're building that pool of people who will hopefully, when they are ready to buy or in market for a product that we sell, considering us. So it has really been about, the last year or so, buckling down, trying to harvest demand, but we know demand isn't necessarily high everywhere for Reebok. We have work to do as a brand to build perception of us and what we mean and what we bring forward. And some of the examples, like the TikTok example, is such a good demonstration of connecting authentically and like being true to ourselves. And it was a really cool learning for the organization, because we had to get leadership approval to create this tick force. And Caroline won't say this, but she honestly led this tick force, we called it. And it was like a big undertaking, because as you guys can imagine, it's not just oh, we're going to create this content and post it. It was looking to see what was trending on TikTok every day. It was scheming on ideas and spitballing with one another, and then giving permission to create custom content for the platform, and then being able to post it, and not just post it and let it go, but then go in and do the community management and speak to people one-on-one, which we all know takes a lot of time. But yeah, I think it really helped us, especially as a smaller team, be like, okay, this is who we are as a brand, and this is what really is the passion, and how do we scale that? How do we make sure that's how we move forward with how we show up to consumers in a bigger, more consistent way?
Awesome. I guess with that kind of dovetails into another thing I was thinking about is okay, you mentioned this tick force, which I think is hilarious. I'd love to understand. I'd love to understand a little more about how do you all kind of work together to bring these kind of strategies to life, across departments, across regions. Doing a virtual panel on Zoom is hard enough, but to actually run a global brand is, I think, another order of magnitude. So yeah, I'd love to hear a little more. How do you all work together and kind of keep things aligned across the board?
Absolutely, I'll take this one. So Teams is our best friend, and I think the global clock is also very important for us, to make sure that we align with everyone around the world. And there is nothing better than the values that we kind of look up to. We have the 3 C's at Reebok, which are creativity, collaboration, and confidence. And I don't want to talk too much about those 3. I think they are kind of self-explanatory on their own, but it's really how to make sure that we connect with everyone and we align from a strategic standpoint to align with the business ambitions. And we have monthly calls. We have a lot of different ways of operating at the global level, with global to local, when we have our regional clusters that looks after the market. So us at the global level, to make sure we bring all the marketing efforts to life, we kind of align with all of those regional cluster leads, to make sure that the campaigns and all the budgets, as Kathleen was mentioning a bit earlier, that are being aligned, and that we are going into a live campaign with the best intentions for the business and for the different KPIs that we have set for ourselves for success. So our regions are kind of divided into of course, you have your North America, LATAM, EMEA, or emerging market as well. And we have also GCA, APAC, which is the region that Meg is looking after. And one beautiful example that I always had in mind about how we can bring that global, regional, local vision to life is the Assassin's Creed Ubisoft collab that we done with Reebok back in October 2021, which was a huge success, the first gaming collab that Reebok has done ever. And we had the global team really working with the European team as well, and the agencies and everyone being a partner of that collab to make sure that we bring that to life. and aligning with everyone else around the world in terms of like marketing efforts and alignment with strategy and launch phases to make sure that we all align, we all launch at the same time with Ubisoft and with our teams like across Europe, but also across the globe. So that was a beautiful example of how we kind of like manage all together to create something that was mainly like managed out of Europe, but with the support of global and the alignment of the local markets. I think, yeah, like without going too much into details and dragging that for too long, I think for us at a global team, what is important is that we don't want to govern our teams around the world. Like we really want to guide them. So there is not like a situation where we are, okay, you have to do this, and this is the only way you can do it, and there is no other way. No, there are so many nuances around the world, and there are so many different nuances across the infrastructure that we work with. We need to have like some freedom and some flexibility for the teams to bring the stories to life the way they also want to do it, as like Beth and also like Kathleen mentioned earlier in regards to the audiences that we have. Our audiences will shift from one region to another. So it's really important to have that like guidance coming from global with the alignment and keeping in mind the 3 C's where we work with all our teams across the world to make sure our ambitions are being met.
Yeah, and I would just add quickly to one point I think that we've really focused on in the past year in particular, which has obviously been very difficult virtually, but we found it to be really important for all key sort of teams and stakeholders with those teams to have a seat at the table from the very beginning of the process. So for example, when it comes to like a creative campaign development, it's not just the creative team that's sort of like leading the charge on creating the content, and then they hand it over to the team like, go PR this, go put this on social. It's really important. Like we have sort of all those key stakeholders come together from the very beginning, align on the brief and what each channel really needs to be set up for success, and then work from there rather than just trying to retrofit where it doesn't really end up working well for anyone's channel. So that's been definitely a very conscious effort too, that we have seen our best results happen when we can follow that process.
I mean, even pulling all the way back, I mean, can you share some of Reebok's big or aspirational initiatives that you have going for the rest of 2021?
Sure, I'm happy to like jump in and give like one of the first ones that we have, but I would actually like make a surprise and send it over to Caroline to introduce us like to one of the most important things that we are looking at social, like in terms of like the different channels and how we are like tackling that for 2021, which I believe is one of the most important.
It is one of the most important. However, I don't know if Beth wants to kick off more of the creative direction first.
I can give it a little
it does coincide with that, so maybe you tee it up and then I'll talk about how social is kind of in play with that.
Yeah, and we're not purposely being ambiguous. What I will say is it's a really interesting time for the brand. As most people know, we're up for sale. Within the next couple of weeks, what you'll see is we have Kirby as our new creative director, who was appointed last year, and his new creative direction will begin to come to life, and social is one of the places that it will live. So it's super exciting, and it's really, it does truly mean like a new chapter for our brand as we look forward. And then, towards next year, where we're going to move away from as much of a laser focus on what we term mid-funnel and below, which is like, okay, batten down the hatches. We got to focus on consumers in market and in converting them. And of course, the short-term business is so important, to getting back to investing in our brand, getting back to more broader reaching and emotive communication, and that being a big priority for next year. And thankfully, Kathleen had mentioned our marketing mix model, which results came at like the perfect time. One of the tools that we have, that because we did brand level investment in 2019, we were able to validate, I think, what all of us as marketers know logically, that this broader brand reaching activity, although it tends not to get credit in like a last click model, it is contributing to short-term ROI. So we have, it was a US pilot that we did for MMM that validated, okay, this brand level investment that might seem big and broad and emotive it is contributing to both short-term and long-term ROI. So what you'll see, over the coming weeks is Kirby's new direction coming to life and being external facing. And then as we look towards 2022, which is, people wise far away, but like our marketing team, like we are all focused on 2022 in some ways, going to be where our new brand campaign and positioning really rolls out globally. So it's exciting. And yeah, Caroline, I don't know if you have anything to add for like social, because that's clearly one of we call it like our front doors for the brand.
So you'll see this new creative direction come to life on social, and then of course be built out, throughout the season. But we're just going, I can say, to show up on social in a big way, in a different way, and in a way that's just aligning to the new Reebok and to unleash excitement as a brand and energy as a brand. So it's an exciting time. And I think just overall, as we work to be more, one brand, one voice across, we're a big company, big global company, but across markets as well. Everyone will see this creative direction in a very cohesive way. And so it's exciting that it's, kind of being kicked off on social. But then I think we all have initiatives within our like siloed pillars of strategy that we're working on. And I know from a market perspective, Meg has examples from China, and I know Azad has them as well. So I don't know if you guys want to kind of jump in and talk more about your pillars, because I know we all have stuff to share.
Yeah, I can jump in quickly from an Asia and kind of a more tactical perspective. One thing we're all excited about coming up this fall is 11/11, or Singles Day. As most of you on the call probably know, Singles Day on November 11th is a massive e-commerce shopping holiday started in China by Alibaba or Tmall, and just has grown exponentially year over year to the point where as of now it's sales from Singles Day kind of combined surpass Black Friday, it's Cyber Monday. So it's like a really big deal for any brand that operates over there. So kind of the bigger that gets, the more kind of global attention from a Reebok perspective that campaign and the whole initiative is getting. So we're super excited for another successful Singles Day coming up this fall.
Yeah, just to close the loop on the cultural moments and what we are focusing on and tackling as like smaller but tangible initiatives as well in 2021. So like we had, of course, the month of Pride with the LGBTQ plus community. So we had a very beautiful campaign in partnership with the UK team who drove the story of Write Your Legacy. And they partnered with a publisher called Gay Times, and they created those 3 profiles of incredible people, and they just navigated through the journey of those 3 individuals and promoted the whole idea of legacy and what you want to live expectations to, and what you can, how is everything built together in terms of I would say ideology and the way you feel yourself as an individual and how you want to build that. And that was a beautiful campaign that we're really, really proud of, and we're going to feature as well in one of our global monthly call next week. And another initiative that we had in 2021, which was literally a couple of weeks ago, it was for Ramadan in all the emerging markets and in the Gulf. So we had a full series of videos, panel talks called Ramadan Connect. And that was, of course, around the idea of spirituality, health, body and mind, and how we could bring together some of the partners that we had, Les Mills, and bring that element of it's a time to reflect on yourself. And during Ramadan, it was the perfect time to do so, and wanted to connect just closer to the consumers that we have in those regions as well. So beautiful stuff from UK, beautiful stuff from Asia, beautiful stuff from EM. It's a beautiful global stage that we are right now, and very happy about it.
Yeah, you one last thing that I think all the employees are particularly just a passion project everyone's really excited about is we're bringing back our Human Rights Awards. So I don't know if the audience, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this or not, but in the 80s, 90s, it was this huge program and platform we had where we celebrated, young change makers from around the world and leaders advocating for human rights, and awarded them by sort of shining a light on what they were doing, and also, gave them pretty robust funds to go towards their cause. So we brought this back for 2021. We kicked off the search in the beginning of the year, and later this summer, we're going to be announcing the winners and have sort of a celebration around it. We have a collection going with it, but the stories are just like remarkable. So from an internal employee perspective, I think it's one that like all of us are really excited about coming back and having be a part of our brand again.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, Azad, you kind of like summed it up really well. It really is beautiful just to see kind of, the humanity come through regionally, dependent on various audiences and segments of your business. And we talk a lot about humanity. That's what people expect now from a large brand, right? It's about this type of like one-to-one conversation versus like, corporations, necessarily speaking to individual consumers. So it's really cool just to hear at a very granular level how you all are thinking about these things. Now that I think a lot of folks, Azad, you were talking about being reflective, now that hopefully we're on the other end of, a kind of a crazy moment in time, as you all made all these shifts and kind of pivoted from a strategy perspective and maybe doubled down on digital, I'd love to hear, based on all of those changes, like, were there some things that worked really well? Were there others that maybe didn't as much? I'd love to hear just a point of view on what worked, what didn't, and how that's impacting your strategy moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I will hand it over to Beth to kick off that beautiful section.
Azad's our hype man, if you couldn't tell. All right, so one of our learnings that we call it is the theme of ruthless focus, which might sound like super cheesy, but it actually came from a really interesting place. So a couple years ago, we went through the process of reviewing our global media business, trying to find a new partner. It was like a 1-year global process. Ultimately, the partner that we work with is Mediacom, and they came forward with a theme for everything for Reebok, which was the need for ruthless focus. Because yes, when you're a big global brand and you have all these different product lines and these ambitions, all of a sudden you start, honestly, from a marketing standpoint, signing yourself up for far too much. We have you could call it a healthy budget because we're a global brand, but at the end of the day, we take this budget and it has to be spent across over 40 countries. At one point we had, over 9 business units, and we just could not afford to fraction our budget the way we were doing it. Nothing was necessarily being as effective as it could be because it was like we were slicing the pie so thin. So even though it was a couple years ago, like we constantly bring back the theme of ruthless focus. And obviously last year with COVID was a great demonstration of, okay, look at what's happening. What are we going to do? How do we make decisions now with, everything that's going on, and ruthlessly focus our marketing strategy. So yeah, that continues to be something that we have to do so that we're not over creating content that's ultimately not getting used by our markets, that we're not signing ourselves up for too many campaigns and wanting to support, all these different product lines. So, and Kathleen, you can talk more about this because it's been a big project for her without nerding out too much on data, don't get me wrong, is like we did some modeling with Mediacom around which product categories should we bet biggest on as we move into next year. And we know we would love to do everything, we simply cannot. So how do we put ruthless focus into action? So we have been able to prioritize our product support using some of this, data science work that we've done with Mediacom. And I think it's just super interesting because when you bring forward the facts to the business, and this is what this analysis, this really thorough analysis is saying, it's difficult to argue and be subjective. It's like, hey, let's use what we know logically. We're trying to do too much with too little, and here's then what we should be doing. So
yeah, no, I totally agree. I think it is definitely one of my favorite nerdy projects that I've gotten to work on. But looking at, so many different types of data inputs and how do we better evaluate how we spend our budget across, our products, but also where we spend it as well. So we looked at things like market attractiveness, like where is the industry growing across our icons, across the brand, Google Trends results, etc. We looked at our historical performance, where have we seen success in the past, from both a brand health perspective. So thinking about like unaided brand awareness, where are we top of mind? And then also from a sales perspective, we looked at where we want to grow, where we're, betting on the business and where we're planning to grow moving forward, and then how competitive the marketing environment is overall. There are, many layers to each of those 4 buckets, but that's kind of high level how we looked at it. And then modeling out, okay, if we have this much marketing working budget, how do we then allocate it? Are we looking at more of a future state scenario where we're, prioritizing the potential growth of all the different industries that we support, or are we looking down more of a sales-led approach of where have we seen the performance to date and where are we planning to grow moving forward? So it's been a really interesting project, but it definitely helps us continue to focus and prioritize on what we need to do. But there's other ways we've definitely reflected moving forward too. Azad, I don't know if you want to take that, or Liba.
No, I'm happy for Liba to take like some of the other things. Like we definitely learned a lot, but yeah, go ahead, Liba.
No, I think that's a good point. I mean, obviously, we've been really focused on sort of like the external work we've been talking about, but we definitely would be remiss, like, not to mention the importance of the internal work that needed to be done that really roots everything that we do. Self-reflection, like Kathleen said, it's really been a critical part of what we're doing. Looking internally to focus on topics like diversity, inclusion, and just mental health in general have been huge priorities this past year. And in particular, we've made some really big and small or big ambitions internally and externally to be much better in these areas. And, this work, it has to start from within, but it also has to be prioritized. So our work certainly is nowhere near done here, but it's been a huge focus for us. And it's one that I think all of us on this call are really proud of, some of the commitments and work that the whole company, as both a company and as individuals, we've all done this last year.
And just to finish, I think constant communication is really important to keep in the virtual world that we live in. And when I first onboarded on Reebok, I was in Paris. So I was literally coming from Dubai, got blocked for the lockdown in Paris, and then moved to Boston 6 months ago to join this fabulous team. And communication was one of the most important things during this virtual world. And I think it would have been very difficult for me to do what I was intended to do during this whole year, if we reflect on it, if we didn't have great communication between all of us. So this is one of the things that I've learned, and that was one of the things that everyone had to really work on, is how to make sure that you make yourself available for others, how to listen also to the market, to the people around the world, to the team, to the consumers, to everyone that is really helping you achieving your goals and doing what you do. So yeah, communication was really important during that time, and that's one of the things that I've learned. Just wanted to close on that.
Fantastic. Moving across the world during a global pandemic. Would not recommend.
Story. This guy, stuck in Paris, but at least with his family for how long?
Yeah.
That was a while.
That was wild. That was COVID-19 lockdown. That was super wild. I was in Paris for 8 months, having calls with Beth, with the team. They were like, Azad, are you coming to Boston to join us? And look at me, I'm in the office right now, but there's after 8 months, a virtual chat, hours, different times. It was crazy, but it was beautiful. It's a beautiful journey, and this team is incredible. I don't want to do some PR here for Reebok, but it's okay. It's a very good team.
I love it.
No, I mean, it sounds like you all have an amazing team. This has been a ton of fun and incredibly insightful. I know we have a few minutes left. I believe we wanted to maybe even open it up for some audience Q&A. So yeah, I'll hand it over to the Brand Innovators folks. But thank you all so much. I really enjoyed today's conversation.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Zan. Thank you. there's a lot of people here, so there's a lot of answers you can get. So don't feel afraid to ask questions.
Right. Can we see the Q&A? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know where the questions are coming from. To be honest.
I think it's at the bottom, I think.
oh, I don't see it.
It doesn't look like there are any yet.
No question?
Oh, there we go. All right. What experiences best prepared you for the leadership role you're in today? And how do you empower your team to take ownership in their role? Maybe over to you, Beth.
All right. What experiences? I don't know. I don't want to get like too cheesy, but I think part of it is just, having the opportunity to have worked for a lot of different managers, taking like the positive experiences and maybe some of the more not so positive and trying to learn from those. Also, like as the team was describing, I think a lot of teams have felt like the experience through COVID has been such like a life lesson that, especially being virtual, yes, there's work to be done. Like, I mean, the team worked so much over the last year, but we also had to save time to make like that emotional, like personal connection to one another, which is more difficult in a virtual world. But I think going out of your way to connect with the people on your team and get to know them in a different capacity makes like the day-to-day work easier. Because like, yes, performance is important. Like we have a job to do, but it's also like the people in your team, and you spend so much time at work or on Teams or Zoom, which is both good and bad, that you want to try to also make that real human connection with people. And I think that helps when things get stressful. Like if it's giving someone the benefit of the doubt or being able to deliver feedback in a more authentic, meaningful way. Yeah, I think, this whole last year has been a good experience. And like, how do you build a strong team and really build, a connection with each other beyond just like the work that you're doing? I hope that answers it. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add.
I think that's great. The second question I'm seeing here is actually something we talked about earlier this week. What can a heritage brand learn from a newer digital first brand when it comes to authentically marketing to Gen Z?
Anybody want to take it? I don't want to overly dominate.
Can you repeat the question? Because I think there was like some like noise in the background.
Yeah. So what can a heritage brand like Reebok learn from a newer digital first brand when it comes to authentically marketing to Generation Z? So, a lot of the direct consumer businesses that are popping up. I'd love to hear, what you all kind of are taking from some of these digital native brands and incorporating that into your own strategy.
I think just the way they move with speed. I think working for like a big brand, and we've done things one way for so long, and we continue to adapt. But I think these digital brands, that it's just the simplicity and the moving with speed that I think really puts them like ahead. And it's something that like we of course prioritize, but sometimes when you are a heritage brand and you've been working one way for a while, like to get everyone on board and to rally everyone, I think for efficiency's sake and again, speed's sake, that's a big thing. It's very important.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that, I think like one of the things that we can definitely learn like from like maybe like smaller, like like digital, like only like kind of like brand is, I mean, that might sound silly, but it's like the offering that they have that can be sometimes much more limited. So, and this is where us as a brand also, we want to try, as Beth was explaining earlier, like ruthless focus is like how we want to really like make sure that we like bring an offering that is not too wide, and we're trying to get like to like the really like the core of what we want to like focus on. And in the number of stories that we tell per season, for instance, is one of them. But like, I think those smaller brands have like something that is just like more direct. And this is like something that we are learning from them as well. And I think one of the things is that sometimes as a big brand, you try to like lean too much on your like I would say like your loyalty programs or like your like existing customers, when smaller brands are always prospecting and going after new ones. So we are also like trying to do that now and trying to go after like new prospects and like new people on digital and across the web. And this is why we have like some like very like strong tactics on mid funnels and optimization product stories across like different regions to make sure that we like get the right audiences as Kathleen was highlighting earlier, that we always redefine our audience to make sure that we are aligned with speed, but also with efficiency.
Awesome. The next question is kind of piggybacking on that a little bit. So for you all, of course, you work at Reebok, but as consumers, what brands do you view as leaders in this space?
Somebody jump.
Anyone?
In the like just digital space overall, or more so?
I think either way, yeah. Either in digital or just, you know, as a consumer yourself, or there are other brands that you kind of, you look at and you say, hey, you know, we could maybe do something like that at Reebok?
Slightly different. Oh, go for it, Azan.
No, go ahead. I already answered something. Yeah.
No, not a big deal. I was just going to say one of the brands that I really like, and I feel like I keep coming back to, is some of the simpler, like very authentic advertising, like REI's Opt Outside. And I think it came back to mind, especially throughout COVID, where they were trying to get, you know, consumers outside, you know, when it was safe, restrictions were lifting. Or it was LL Bean did like a Be an Outsider campaign or something like that. I think both of those started pre-COVID, but I think being able to kind of maintain and speak authentically in those spaces is interesting. I think, you know, Reebok's at an interesting place too, not to bring it too much back to the brand, but like we, you know, were founded in 1895, reinvigorated in the 80s. There's a lot of storytelling that we can tell authentically, but it's just figuring out the way to tell it. So building on the question before too, is how do we then bring it back to the consumer as they are today? Because you don't want to just live in the past either. So.
Yeah, I think from a social perspective too, brands that do it really well, either one, just really channel their voice and they use that to their advantage. So you think of like fast food brands on Twitter, they normally have a very witty personality and they run with that. But then also I think brands that take advantage of whether it's the platform that they're on or like utilizing influencers, however they're doing it. But I think of like TikTok, for example, beauty brands do that really well. Maybelline does it exceptionally well. So I think it's like finding your area and really owning it. And I think for Reebok, like we can't really compare ourselves to any other brand because we truly are this heritage brand that's ready to be unleashed, and we're just different in all aspects. But I do think that those type of brands do social exceptionally well.
The ones that really inspire me and I always have a lookout on, and like not to mention like sometimes a Google alert, like just to make sure I don't miss it, is like anything when it comes to gaming. Like, so I'm a gamer myself, and like when I see those like new launches, like product game launches, and the way they interact with the audiences and the position, like sometimes other brands as well. Like, so of course, like, you know, like I was referring to Reebok and Assassin's Creed, but you have like, for instance, like Adidas and FIFA. You have like, for instance, Nike when they come like and bring like Travis Scott like into like a game for Fortnite. So I think like gaming and the gaming brands, like whether it's like Red Project or like Gameloft or like Ubisoft, like they always like try and go beyond and go the distance to make sure they connect with the audiences that they have out there, and make sure that they also like link it to the culture. And when you link something to the culture, it's where it resonates well, especially with the new generation, like the Gen Z, and like the people that are like spending a lot of time with the rise of esport. You see a lot of gaming brands and actually like franchises that are like just going above and beyond, and like they're like really going all for it, and that is something that inspires me a lot.
I love that. I see Ritesh is back on, so I think that's kind of like the music coming on at the Oscars.
Yeah, exactly. So. Everything but the violin is here.
Right.
Yeah, so no, I mean, actually, in this case, your speech is not long enough. So I'm not trying to get you off stage. But no, I just wanted to reflect, and thank you so much, Azan and Jason, for moderating this awesome conversation. you know, it's rare, for us on our events to have a truly global perspective for a brand like Reebok, especially because, a lot of our conversations are very North American focused, right, about our events. And then you hear it's like, the reach numbers, the fan following of like athletes and celebrities in Asia. It's like, you're in a totally different ballpark, right? We get excited about millions of followers, and those guys start at like 10 million and stuff, and especially things like Singles Days. So I totally appreciate that. Thank you so much for for jumping on. And here's what I remember, Reebok for. To me, it's UFC. You guys kind of took the ball and ran with it, and no one's like, it's like first, second, third, and then maybe everybody else. So great job. Thank you for taking us behind the scenes. Really cool to see the collaboration in this international team, and wish you all the best. And we'll talk soon. And again, thank you for a great moderating job from the Braze team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Excellent. Okay. So we have almost gotten to the end of our agenda for today. We do have an exciting topic. And so depending upon what state or country you're joining us from, the options in front of you at the end of this panel might be different. I'm based in Toronto. So, a very, very different experience than perhaps some of you, but super excited to be here, to join all of you today. Please welcome to the stage, Joe Hodis, the CMO of Wana Brands, Corey Rothschild, the Senior Vice President of Brand Marketing at Cresco Labs, Jessica Asaf, the co-founder and Chief Education Officer at Prima, Gabe Kennedy, the co-founder at Plant People, and last but not least, our fearless moderator, Michael Sadacario, the VP of US Demand at Smart Ad Server. So welcome, everybody. This topic is, it can be taken in so many different directions. I don't know where we're headed, but I'm excited to listen to all of you speak today. So thank you and welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I guess I'll take it over from here, but I appreciate that. Yeah, it's we're between you and a gummy. I know we normally say you and a glass of something, but let's talk about that considering the panel. Thanks everybody for attending the sessions today and for sticking with us here. Thank you, Brand Innovators, for putting this on and inviting me to moderate. As he said, my name is Mike Sadacario. I'm the VP of Demand at Smart, one of the largest global full stack programmatic ad tech players. And we work across various industries, including challenging regulatory environments, including cannabis. So perhaps that's why I'm here today and excited about this panel. The future of cannabis marketing is our topic. And I think it's an important one for every brand marketer in the US and globally. The growth of cannabis and related businesses has consequences across every industry, whether it's e-commerce, healthcare, beauty, entertainment, food, logistics. I mean, so much more. If you haven't had any exposure to cannabis or CBD yet, this might be a good first step in education. Though we're going to talk more about the future than the past. That's the promise here. But if this is your everyday work, hopefully this just adds to a fun sort of debate within your organization. That said, and without any further ado from me, let me get to introducing the virtual dais. I know they get names and titles and everything, so let's skip that. Skip names and titles. What I want to know, we're going to go into a really quick, rapid round of fire questions about the future. So the first one is really kind of what's most at top of mind for most folks in the cannabis space, which is, what is your prediction on when you think cannabis will be federally legal in the United States? Maybe just say your name, title, and then say that answer if you don't mind. Joe, can I start with you?
Oh, you can start with me. All right. So I got to be ready for this. Let's go. Okay. So we talked about this a little bit the other day, and my feeling on this is that I think true federal legalization is still several years off. And what I hear, and I'm not an expert, I'm not on Capitol Hill regularly, but what I am hearing is that we probably will have some movement on banking, which in my opinion is 75% of the battle. In terms of moving towards legalization, because it gives this industry access to funding, access to public markets, changes things like 280E tax regulations. So I think if that happens the next 6 months, that is a huge win for the industry, for the legal industry. And then I think in terms of full legalization, probably several years out, and even once it happens, we're still going to have state-by-state regulation. And I forgot to say, I'm Joe Hodis, Chief Marketing Officer for Wana Brands.
We jumped straight into it, but I like your answer. I was looking for a number. And you're like,
Tomorrow.
so many, it depends, right? Always depends. Jessica, maybe you can give us a number. What do you think?
Number of years, you think you're saying?
Yeah, well, what year? What year do you think cannabis will be federally legal?
I'm going to use the power of manifestation and say 2021, just because I think that, we're close in some ways, but we're far in others. So I'm going to just put that out there because that's what I hope.
Okay, thank you. Corey, what about you?
Hey everybody, I'm Corey from Cresco Labs. I would have had an answer very similar to Joe. That would have been long and winded. But so for full legalization, I would put it at unfortunately probably several years out. So let's call it 5 years out at a minimum.
Okay, all right. Gabe, what about you? Optimist or not?
I'm gonna say 3, just because. Because you're looking for a number. I'm cutting the middle. Yeah, I'd say 3 years. My name's Gabe Kennedy, co-founder of Plant People. Thank you for having Corey, Joe. Nice to meet you, Michael. Great to see you again, and Jessica. Always a pleasure.
You too.
So yeah, looking forward to jumping into this with everyone.
I think this was overall optimistic. I feel good about this. Like everybody has a few years, so I think that's okay.
In our lifetime, we have to say that. It has to be in our lifetime.
Yeah, okay.
I'm the oldest one on the panel by far, but I'll still say in my lifetime.
Yes, that's the spirit.
All right, before we get truly going into this, again, there's a Q&A, there's a chat. Feel free to throw stuff in there as we go through. If there's something interesting, I'm opening them up right now for me. I will throw your question out immediately if it's relevant to the conversation right there, just not wait until the end. So feel free to put it in there, everyone watching. Okay, I'm gonna continue with this like kind of rapid fire question and answer sort of here with some funny questions, hopefully. So first one, what major national Fortune 500 brand, a la Coca-Cola or someone like that, do you think will be the first one to own one of the top 5 grossing cannabis brands? So who will be first in the Fortune 500, let's just say, to own its top 5 grossing cannabis brand? Let's go reverse order. Gabe, let's start with you.
I will say Coca-Cola. Or I think there's probably a huge opportunity. I think beverage is obviously a huge opportunity. Tobacco companies like British American Tobacco, other large kind of conglomerates that feel threatened by said industry we already know they're investing heavily in it, but I think there will be some acquisitions as soon as everything gets sorted out a bit more.
Okay, Corey.
Yeah, I think my answer would be someone who has existing infrastructure when it comes to distribution, like bottling and or distributor network. So my gut would be in the category of an Anheuser-Busch, or I should say AB InBev, Miller Coors, something like that can drive ubiquitous distribution with their current assets with the right brand. Hopefully my old employer PepsiCo will get into the ring, but I guess we'll have to see.
I said Coca-Cola just to see what you would say there. That was like,
I no longer work at PepsiCo. My wife's entire family worked only at Coca-Cola, so I have to just sort of play somewhere in the middle.
All right, Jessica.
I'm going to go candy, probably Mars, Wrigley, something in that direction, because so many cannabis brands have already copied a lot of their products, and I think they're excited. Not that we need more sugary cannabis treats, but I would say that or Johnson & Johnson.
By the way, if you're working at any of these companies and you're watching this, please write in. I want to see if we can debate this a little bit. Joe, over to you.
Well, unfortunately, everyone's kind of covered the major categories. I was going to say AB InBev as well, or Miller Coors, because I think the candy companies obviously have a lot of similarities in terms of the product types, I do think that they have a little bit more of an issue from a brand perspective in terms of being kid-oriented, wholesome, family kind of stuff, and cannabis not being perceived that way. So alcohol has I think a greater affinity to the market from that standpoint. But I would also add that it depends upon how legalization rolls out and what that looks like, because manufacturing, distribution, and logistics is really going to be the name of the game, assuming that the companies that are already in the space understand cannabis and understand that consumer. The rest of it is how do you scale, right? And so you could look at an Amazon, for example, and say, okay, well, maybe they get into the game because we're allowed interstate commerce. You can ship products, right? So they may be someone to consider as well in this discussion.
Joe, I think you're reading my notes, because my next question, literally my next question is, when do you think Amazon, because I thought someone might mention it, when do you think Amazon gets in the cannabis space? Is it the same answer as when it's all legal, a few years?
You know, if you don't mind me jumping in, just because we were just talking about a second ago, is, you know, Mike, we were talking about this a little bit the other day, and I think that one of the things that I was thinking about afterwards was they don't sell alcohol across, you know, through Amazon, right? To my knowledge, at least, and they don't really sell pharmaceuticals. I mean, but I imagine that there's some back end overlap in terms of how CVS and some of these others are distributing pharmaceuticals. So as much as I just said, you know, Amazon, I also wonder, you know, is that really the model, or do they get into the game but via a completely separate vehicle versus the actual full Amazon platform?
Anybody want to add anything on that? I think we can move on to the next question, but if you want to add something about Amazon, you're welcome to. All right, I'm moving on. Kathleen, you have a great question in the Q&A. We're going to answer that in a little bit. I just want you to know that we're going to get to that very soon. My last rapid fire question for all of you, and this is ridiculous, but which celebrity cannabis brand is going to be the most popular by 2025? And I'll give you a couple just to like set the stage. Actress Bella Thorne's CBD brand Forbidden Flowers, Mike Tyson's cannabis farm Tyson Ranch, Snoop Dogg's cannabis line Leafs, Rob Gronkowski's CBD Medic, Jay-Z's cannabis retailer Kaliva, Martha Stewart's CBD product land Martha Stewart CBD, Wiz Khalifa's Khalifa Kush, Seth Rogen's Houseplant, or perhaps Willie Nelson, Jim Belushi, Tommy Chong, Bob Marley's Family, The Game, Jaleel White, Urkel. I didn't know Urkel had a brand, but he does. I'm voting for that one. Method Man, Lil Wayne, Carlos Santana, Kourtney Kardashian, Melissa Etheridge. I mean, any of those. Let's go, Corey. What do you think? Who do you think is going to have the biggest popular brand by 2025?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking 2025, as much as I respect the existing players in the space, I think it's much likely, more likely to be a mainstream celebrity like a Kourtney Kardashian or someone who has ubiquitous awareness, you know, and an ability to influence and is comfortable by then playing in the space and partnering the right infrastructure. So there's some really interesting work going on out there, but I think by then we will have everyday mainstream people speaking about this comfortably on Jimmy Kimmel late at night and all the other places, you know, all the mainstream places that we would expect people to talk about the other brands that they play into, whether that's Instagram or something else. So,
Jessica, Urkel? Are you thinking Urkel?
I do love Purple Urkel, but I'm going to say it really depends on how the audience shifts. If we're talking about more of a mainstream consumer that doesn't understand that many of these celebrities don't even probably use their products or use cannabis, and it's just all a marketing scheme, then I would go with, you know, Snoop Dogg or one of the OGs that truly believe in cannabis and use products regularly. Because as an, you know, a true authentic consumer, I don't trust any of the quality there. I think it's all just a face, you know, stamped on a brand. Martha Stewart's brand, it's not, I think she partnered with a company. I don't think she's really developed the product. So I really just, it depends on how the audience shifts. But I'm going to take a stand for the authentic players that have been there since day one.
I like that. Joe, what do you think?
So the cynical side of me probably would agree with Corey. And I think that would be a sad state of affairs. The optimistic side of me says that I really like Seth Rogen's brand. I like what he's done with it. I mean, he's relatively new to the scene as it relates to having a brand and a product in the market, but I've seen this written, so I'm not the only person who said this, but his, I think, authentic understanding to Jessica's point of the product, his use of the product and how he uses it, I think is very relevant for the consumer. And I think he puts forth seemingly, I've not tried it, but it's seemingly a good product, well branded, all of those important elements. And I would much rather see that than 97% of the other brands you just mentioned.
Okay, thanks. Gabe, Martha Stewart CBD, you feel like you're a fan, right?
I haven't tried the product, but I would say I actually agree. I mean, I would love to see kind of the OG supporters and people who've been advocates and sort of leading the conversation be really successful. I do think that there will be a new wave, and by the way of like media and who's consuming media, how it can proliferate. I think that someone like, Selena Gomez could come out of nowhere and just like absolutely crush, right? Like mental health. We have like all these layers to it, representation. Like, I think that could be really powerful. I don't know, maybe she has a company, maybe she doesn't, I'm not sure, but top of mind for me, that just kind of like popped in there. And yeah, that's my perspective. It would be great to see, some of the old guard, if you will, be really successful. But I also think that like, I have a hope that, I hope that localized brands and agriculture and economies really thrive, because this is an opportunity to not just capture a whole bunch of wealth, but to really be able to look at how can we grow this industry with an inclusive mindset. And of course, there will be some big winners. It will continue to evolve, like coffee or wine or any of these industries that are commodity and segmented, and have the market segmented. But I think a lot of the power comes from investing in and supporting more of the local economies and brands.
I think if Wiz Khalifa came around now versus like 10 years ago, I think that would have been the one for me by 2025. But I take all your points there. All right, I think that was really fun. Let's get into really serious conversation now, real questions. But with so many celebrities in the space and a lot of competition right now, right? It is not a space where there's only a few players. There's a lot of players and a lot of brands that are out there, and a lot of folks who are just new to the space and entering every day. And national advertising being notoriously difficult. I'm just wondering how each of you sees your brands breaking through, as this is like the future of cannabis, right? How do you expect your brand to break through this clutter over the next, let's just say, short-term future, 6 to 12 months? Jessica, I'm going to throw it to you first. You're going to be the first in the fire here. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Michael. I would just have to say, though there's many forces at play, I think quality stands strong over all else in the end. I think that Prima is a brand that has prioritized quality since day one, and also education and consumer support. At the end of the day, all that matters is that our consumers are happy and educated and the products are working. So I think that at a time when we can't really use Facebook advertising and Instagram and any of these traditional marketing channels, we really have to create, a small group of super fans to advocate and carry our brand forward and build awareness. So it's multiple forces, but I do believe that our commitment to quality products and our commitment to education, the fact that we launched as just an education platform with over 100 pieces of content, helping people understand why they're feeling a certain way, or how CBD can help, or how other things could help. And that our first hire was our head of customer experience. We have 24-hour chat support and all of those things. I think that really matters in the end, because it's really easy to start a brand today. What used to be everyone could have a blog. Now it's really everyone could have a brand. You have an Instagram, you have a brand. But I think to really build a brand with a capital B, with legs, you need values, you need a philosophy, you need a point of view, and you just need to handhold that customer.
Gabe, what about you? I see you nodding your head, so you're agreeing. The next 6 to 12 months, what are some of the things that you're going to be doing to sort of break through the clutter that is out there?
Yeah, so I was nodding because I agree. And Plant People is, I think it's important to say, like, we are not a cannabis, I would not consider us a cannabis company. We adjacently touch the plant because we have products with cannabinoids in them, but we have built and continue to build the brand with a celebration of all plants and mushrooms that can be supportive for solutions. And so I'm less focused on leading with ingredient, leading with compound, more focused on leading with solution and finding out the best ways that we can apply the research, the clinical trials, the anecdotal evidence, all of these things to best suit customer needs. And I think that that's where, my head and our heart is in terms of finding ways that we can be thoughtful, finding ways that we can lead with quality, lead with customer outcome, and really continue to grow with this mindset of regeneration. So can we continue to regenerate human well-being? Can we invest in regenerative organic practices from a sourcing perspective? Can we work to create products that are beneficial for people and planet, and start shifting the conversation of simply just acquiring customers for sake of profit, and really using brand, which hopefully has legs and values and mission and stories to really move a narrative forward. And for us, that is a time and place where cannabis applies. There's a time and place where cannabis does not apply. And to Jess's point, leading with quality, leading with integrity, with education, and being able to bring people into this world and meet them where they are at is very important. And I think that the biggest challenge has been, navigating this space is the barriers to entry are quite low. I think when you're talking about, recreational or adult use markets, it's significantly higher. But if we're talking about, hemp, CBD, cannabinoids in general, it's a low barrier space. And therefore you get a lot of misinformation, you get a lot of commoditization, and to sort of sift through that for a customer becomes really hard. And that's where I think brands like Plant People, like Prima, like Wana, I mean, everything that, you guys are doing. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've seen like Cresco Labs, like little bits and pieces of research referenced, it's really important. And I think it's important to kind of stick with core values.
So Joe, just to tag along on that, thank you, Gabe. If the barrier to entry is low, as Gabe was saying, Joe, how do you break through with your national brand that you're building with Wana? How do you make sure that the national brand, can get its day in front of the customer amongst all the other products that are out there competing in a very close race?
Yeah, when we talk about the regulated space, it's obviously a much higher bar, but you also have markets like Oklahoma, right, where there's thousands of licenses and brands and products that are getting into that market pretty easily, and it creates a crowded marketplace. So we have both ends of the spectrum there. But before I dive into how, I want to point out something that's interesting, and it is actually part of the how, which is both Jessica and Gabe. I think if you'd asked that question, Mike, 10 years ago, you would have gotten answers about scalability of digital platforms and where can we advertise and all the external brand touch points that people traditionally think when they think about communicating your brand. Neither of them mentioned anything about that, right? What they talked about was the less tangibles, the things that are about the brand that aren't an ad, right? They're more intrinsic to who we are, the product development, the research, how we treat our customers. And so where that dovetails to my answer is that as a national brand, so we're in 11, I'm saying national, we're in 11 states, we're in 9 provinces in Canada. We are a pretty large footprint company for the cannabis space. We have to figure out ways to super dive, hyper local, and be in that market, and to really maintain that brand integrity in the ways that Gabe and Jessica are referring to. So that's, our customer interactions, our customers, meaning our B2B customers, as well as our consumers, ensuring that the product quality and the consistency and the safety are all there. At every single market we're in, that is the challenging part of scaling for a brand that is in as many markets as we are. And yeah, of course, we have issues with packaging looks different in one market than another, and how do we create that brand consistency? But really, the things that keep me up at night are all about how do we make sure that the Wana that we all know and love at my office in Boulder, Colorado, is the same Wana that we have in Ohio, that we have in Florida and elsewhere, especially when we're working with partners. So I don't really have a great answer other than to say it's a grind, man. And we every market we go into, we focus on it. We find good partners that can help support that mission, and we do our best.
That's my favorite answer. It's a grind. It's like, that's the truth.
Yeah. In a good way. We're serving people, and I love that. So yeah. It's a good grind, but it's a grind.
All right. So building on that then, Corey, just tweaking the question a little bit for you specifically, with so many brands underneath the Cresco Labs umbrella, how do you both break through for Cresco and how do you break through for individual brands within it at the same time? How are you working on that over the next, say, 12 months?
Yeah, it's a grind. I would say, reflecting on what everyone else has said, like, I think what's so interesting is regardless of the size of your company or brands or the part of the industry we're playing in, we all have relatively similar priorities. You know, as we think about making sure we first and foremost are quality and consistent, as Joe was indicating, being in 10 states, but really, like, it's fundamentally the same thing we would expect if we worked at any company and we're doing marketing, which is, you know, if I had a beer one day that was great and the next year was terrible, I would never try that beer again. Or if I went to a hotel in one state and I loved it and I went to the hotel in the other state and it was really dirty, I probably wouldn't go to that hotel chain again. That's common sense in so many places where we all have worked or so many people work. And yet we actually have to reinforce or talk about that in cannabis because it's not so easy to do that across so many states when you're growing in each of those states, producing in those states. But creating that consistent thing that creates trust, consistency is so important. What Gabe talked about of standing for something, believing in and standing for something that meets people's needs and always doing that in everything you do is core to, you know, brands that we all admire everywhere. And it's really important in this space as well. And I'd say the last piece, which Joe somewhat touched on, is beyond just consistently in quality, like showing up and looking a certain way to drive really like those memory systems for people that we all know so well for Gatorade or for Nike or for Starbucks or for something that's so ubiquitous. When you have brands that are as scaled as we do, we want to make sure that people know and see and trust those brands and that they experience them in a way that is memorable and noteworthy, so that when they're in any state, they're able to be familiar with what they're going to get out of that experience. So all those things are really hard with so much, you know, splintering of scale across all these states and regulations, but it's the same core things that I would have been focused on at Gatorade or other places that I've worked that I'm focused on here.
I want to weave our way sort of towards Kathleen's question. I think it's a really great one about data and privacy and marketing. To get there, let me ask this first, which is to just kind of touch on the regulatory challenges. It's like in every single cannabis panel that there possibly could be. Except I don't want to focus on the past or even maybe necessarily the present as much. But maybe, Joe, I know I've heard, we've spoken about this before, and I've heard you talk about before really eloquently about 280E and some of the challenges that are impacting, you know, cannabis and CBD advertising right now, including, you know, Safe Banking Act and sort of clearing the way. Maybe give us a couple words on it. I know you mentioned it at the top, but like, can you go a little bit deeper for us and what you think might happen over the next coming year or two that might free us up, hopefully, in the space?
I knew I was going to do that at least once. I'm happy to talk about that. So, you know, 280E, just for anybody who's listening who's not aware, IRS tax code that requires cannabis companies to pay a disproportionate amount of tax to the federal government because we are operating as a federally illegal industry. One of my favorite ironies, because we pay taxes for, you know, on product that they don't want to recognize, and then it goes into the banks that we aren't allowed to use. So it's an unfortunate situation, and it affects different parts of the industry differently, cultivation from retail, from brands like Wana, but it is onerous, it is significant. And so dollars go into paying 280 taxes that would otherwise potentially go to marketing. And depending upon which area of the industry you're in, you may or may not be able to use those dollars as part of, let's say, cost of goods sold, which you are able to, as a manufacturer, count against your 280 taxes. So it's really challenging, and many companies, I think, are intimidated by the fact that there is this, you know, large tax burden. So marketing, of course, suffers as a result of that. Hopefully this move towards a Safe Banking Act or Safe Banking Bill will either eliminate and or certainly refine that current situation, because and if that does happen, I think that means a number of things. It means additional capital going towards things like marketing and towards bigger initiatives for companies. I think it also means that at some point you have institutional investment and other dollars that can come in. You have hopefully have access to traditional banking facilities that cannabis companies just don't currently have. So it changes the dynamics from a financial perspective. And I think as marketers, it gives us hopefully better budgets that we can do a better job of educating. And that's really where hopefully a lot of those dollars go, is towards educating the consumer.
Thanks for that. Jessica, I want to turn to you on this, because we had a little interesting conversation earlier about, platforms making decisions based on, potential federal issues or whatever they might perceive as issues, and maybe, the sort of diversification of marketing that you have to go through to ensure success. Can you talk to us a little bit about, kind of the regulatory challenges that you're facing, or that you have faced, or that issues that's brought up for your business? But then also maybe we can turn it to more of a positive, with what funding you've been able to raise. Congratulations on a lot of that. What do you expect to invest your marketing dollars in, or your money towards marketing in the next 12 to 24 months?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Michael. So I think generally the biggest issue is that there's the disconnect between the Farm Bill's classification of hemp as legal and the federal, just kind of gray area we're dealing with before the FDA releases guidelines on how CBD should be treated as a supplement and acknowledged as a dietary supplement. We're kind of in this weird, blurry legal gray area, which inhibits us from using platforms like Facebook and Instagram in the traditional marketing fashion as other brands in other categories are able to. So here we are, Prima is the brand, and like Plant People, we're sold in major retailers. We're in Sephora, we're going into Whole Foods, we're going into Vitamin Shop. So the retailers are almost acting as regulators in the time until the FDA takes action. So we're able to sell in retail, but we can't market our products in the same way other brands can using Facebook and Instagram because of, again, this legal gray area. We also recently got kicked off of our text platform because Twilio changed their policy. And so now CBD brands like Prima, Plant People, and others can't use SMS as a part of our marketing strategy. And that's a huge issue because, SMS made up a lot of our monthly revenue, and it drove a lot of sales and engagement. And back to putting the customer first, there's nothing better than one-to-one communication. It was really an important strategic tool for us. And now we and no other CBD brands can't use SMS. So Prima is actually starting an advocacy campaign. Would love any of you all to get involved to try, and we're going to start a petition. We're going to, send it directly to Twilio and all the cellular brand companies and hopefully make a change there. But again, they're just who's above the, Verizons and AT&Ts of the world. It's the government. So we're waiting for the FDA to acknowledge CBD and release guidelines. But until then, it's really important to diversify your marketing channels and strategy, because you never know when your Facebook account will just get shut down. It happened to us, I think, over 3 times. And then you can't run ads, and then everything is impacted by that. And it's also, these platforms are pretty inefficient for us from a customer acquisition perspective. Sometimes it could cost us upwards of $200 to acquire a customer, and that's just not a responsible use of funds, especially because we have fundraised and we have been able to get institutional investments from incredible investors and firms. But we don't want to overpay for a customer when we know that, a reasonable customer acquisition cost is not a few $100s. So that creates a lot of challenges and definitely requires us to diversify our initiatives and make sure that we have our eggs in multiple baskets at the same time simultaneously, which is a lot. It's a lot for a small team. It's a lot for, a marketer coming from probably another category. And it's just really important for us to do that, to ensure that, we can reach customers. But what we're doing now is really using our retailers as marketing engines and investing dollars in sampling programs and gift with purchases and affiliate and ambassador programs through our retailers, because that's the most efficient way to really reach new customers and build brand awareness with an anchor in retail. So that's just one thing we have to do now. I don't think that it'll stay this way. Again, hopefully soon enough, we'll get some acknowledgement and recognition from the FDA. But it's also exciting because I think this industry built itself too quickly. I can't think of another industry where there is an FDA-approved pharmaceutical drug, Epidiolex, using effectively the same compounds, the same cannabinoids as we're putting in products and able to sell online. So I do feel like this is a really groundbreaking and revolutionary time for the wellness industry. The fact that we can actually get these products in the hands of people at a time when stress is an epidemic. So it's challenging, it keeps things interesting. And again, it's just about investing in multiple channels at once and really seeing the retailers as both the regulators and the marketing anchors.
Thank you for that. And Gabe, when we think about your business, and you mentioned earlier that you kind of straddle, right? You're straddling the line of like, okay, you may be considered a cannabis business to some, and you may be considered, alternative medicine or something else that's not cannabis to another. Do you find yourself like able to jump to one side when it's convenient, or are you finding the same struggles that everyone else seems to be having? And then to turn it positive again, future cast, like what is the next sort of like 12 to 24 months look like for you, depending on that sort of regulatory challenge or lack thereof?
Sure. Yeah. Yes would be the answer. It's it's like we're not like enough of this thing, we're too much of the other thing, right? It's just the fact that we have products that have cannabinoids in them kind of puts us into this category. And one would think that you could advertise or market products that do not have those compounds in them and not be restricted in the same way, but ultimately you are, because it leads to a web page that has those products on it, or a website that has those products on it. So it's been challenging, and I certainly agree with everything that Jess said, because it is extraordinarily inefficient and challenging to acquire customers or grow the business in the channels that one would traditionally use. And I think kind of gone be the days of growing your business through Facebook advertising or Instagram advertising. I think it's really important to think of different ways to engage the customer. We were huge proponents, and still are, of in-person events, of building community, of amplification through partnerships that are kind of deep and narrow. But with the last, year and a half, it's been really hard to have in-person events. So, obviously there was this whole swing into creating more digital communities and, being able to work with, with retailers in a different way. We built a big footprint of independent retailers, people, mom and pop shops that were willing to take on a hemp product and believed in that being an important tool to sort of compete against the Amazons of the world or these larger big box retailers that are not willing to take it. Unfortunately, New York and LA, two of our kind of strong communities, got hit really hard, and we, that those doors sort of closed. And so I would say that it's hard to imagine or predict what will happen in the next 12 to 24 months. I think if I've learned anything over the past 12 to 24 months, that trying to predict something is quite challenging. I do, however, think that, going back to fundamentals is important, right? I think that it is so often that businesses overraise, overspend, and you get into a pretty detrimental cycle. So we've, just continued to kind of focus on the one-to-one relationships with our customers. I just got off a call before this, by the way, with the SMS carriers. I'm like, oh yeah, like when is it going to stop? So anyways, I think it'll be interesting in the next 24 months, returning to these in-person events, these one-on-one relationships, investing back in sampling programs, being able to do these things that were really critical to growth, but got sort of capped through the last, year and a half with everything that we've all been dealing with, obviously.
I promised Kathleen I would ask this question and I would get there, and I am. So Corey, don't blame me. It's Kathleen's question. It's a hard one. How are you using data to influence your marketing And given the mixed legality of cannabis, what data privacy / governance rules are you using to manage that marketing data? So I think that does dovetail nicely, from the regulatory challenges question. So please.
Yeah, I will try and give a quick answer there since I know we're short on time. Two things on our side. I think one is like trying to manage a business, in our case, that's publicly traded, that intends to like be compliant with all the ways that the US government thinks about things for all other industries. And so all the ways that you have to manage and concern data, especially data related to people's medical conditions and things like that, is a tremendous amount of energy to compliantly do that within our organization. And you can imagine both the hurdles and opportunities that come through actually marketing through that data. The other thing I would reference, which is a really special thing about this industry and something that we benefit from, is while we have the largest branded portfolio in the industry, we also have a significantly scaled retailer. And I can't tell you how exciting it is to both not only have these branded products, but to be managing a retailer that has a tremendous amount of data that is created through our own e-commerce business and through our own in-store experience. That helps us learn a lot more about what our customers and consumers want, and then certainly allows us opportunity to do much more person-to-person marketing on behalf of not only the retailer, but on behalf of our brands. And you can imagine, coming from an area of PepsiCo and Gatorade, where we wished we had that level of one-to-one direct understanding and relationship, it's a really special place. And from a retail standpoint, to not only sell our own products, but to sell competitive product, it creates an entirely special ecosystem on that side too. So there's just not a lot of companies in the world of marketing that cross both sides of that. And so there's a whole new realm of using data in both directions that's happening uniquely in the cannabis space.
I'm going to keep going until Ritesh shuts me up or closes my video screen. There you go. There's a great anonymous question right now that Joe, I'm going to put to you. It says, though Facebook is effective, are brands exploring compliant channels like programmatic marketing to build brand and reach new customers? I think I know the answer, having talked to you many times before. Joe, please, you can answer this one.
Sure. So yes, of course. And, I think the real challenge with programmatic for us is I do think there's some great compliant platforms. They understand the compliance requirements in each market, and there's good softwares and companies that back that up to be able to, for me as the marketer, not have to worry about, is my ad compliant in a given market? I will know that it is. And more and more, they're giving us access to mainstream platforms where, for one at least, that's really where I want my message to live, because I can talk to the cannabis consumer through MG Magazine or High Times or any of these other cannabis platforms, but I also want to be able to reach the cannabis consumer who's either kind of curious or who doesn't even know about cannabis and reach them with a message. I think the shortcomings, though, are as a brand, and this is less concerning on the retail side, but as a brand, it's really hard to connect that last mile. So I can do brand awareness and brand building, but I can't really get that last mile of like, okay, did they go into the store and purchase the product based on my efforts through this programmatic campaign? So there's that piece of things, a challenge. And the other one is a lot of the platforms are really, really sophisticated. And I think as marketing organizations, most cannabis companies aren't quite there yet. So a lot of the tools are really, I think, developed for large scale companies that have that kind of team or background to be able to manage, hundreds of thousands of dollars across, 20, 30 markets. And so there's a little bit of in some cases, a little bit of a mismatch between things like minimum spends or how you actually manage those campaigns. And I hope that we'll continue to grow and get sophisticated. And likewise, some of the platforms will begin to meet us a little bit more in the middle on that.
Thank you, Ritesh. How are we doing with time? What's the deal?
Yeah, I think we are at time actually. So we're good to wrap.
I had one last question that I'm gonna ask, but I'm not gonna have any answers because I want to come back and do the same panel because it's an important question. We didn't get a chance to talk about the social justice issues and sustainability issues that all of these companies are working to help solve or at least promote. And it's really impactful and important for this industry. And so have us back we'll talk about that because it's my fault. I missed the opportunity to do that, but it's an important one.
No, hey, we will absolutely do that. Thanks so much, Michael, for a great job in moderating, and thank you to all the panelists. I just want to say, it's when we have these conversations, you see sort of either one brand or one kind of an area collaborating. But I think in your case, it's like this industry is so nascent. There's so many learnings. There's so many challenges beyond just what a regular, I'm going to put it in quotes, marketer has to deal with. Right? Like we're talking about all kinds of inconsistencies, regulations that are different state to state, internationally different, and you're trying to, solve all of these challenges with tools that aren't actually designed, for the industry in mind. So, I mean, kudos to all of you for kind of trailblazing this, but I can see, your first question about, where do you see full legalization? I mean, I can see all of you 5 years down the road kind of saying, listen, if it weren't for us, all you guys wouldn't be where you are, and so kudos to you for kind of doing that. And, great end to our day. So thank you again for being here and sharing your thoughts with our audience. And thank you, Michael, for a great job in moderating. We'll hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks all. Amazing. Well, guys, thank you very much on behalf of everyone at Brand Innovators. Again, wrapping up our 10th anniversary celebrations this week. It's been quite a ride, especially the last 18 months, being thrown an absolute curveball. And so I would like to just quickly acknowledge our amazing panelists, our moderators, our incredible group of sponsors, that have been with us through this 10-year journey. And I know on behalf of Mark and Brandon, who are our co-founders, we truly appreciate the community, and none of what we do would be viable, would be interesting, would be of any value if it weren't for those of you that are listening and those of you that are supporting us through this journey. So thank you so much. And I want to say we're right back in the saddle as of Monday, June 14th. We're going to have a consumer comeback summit. Because of course, as we saw today, a lot of people are back in offices. It's so good to see. And so that summit begins at 1 p.m. and we're going to be joined by marketing leaders from Ground Truth, Whole Foods, American Airlines. I bet you they're super busy right now. KFC Global, Unilever, and many more. So thank you to everyone for being here today, for participating, for all of your questions and your engagement. And until next time, I'm Ritesh Shah at Brand Innovators Member Services.